going to have a fundamentally a good game because of a 6-1 differentiate coming in for ADT. Not much of damage could give. The matchup is somehow odds onto Talon, and one by one the members of ADT, they want to force things out, but they just can't because of the damage coming from Zach F is not be registered enough, and as well as the whips. Whips can play objective, but if they doesn't have much more space to play, it will be hard for the side of ADT. They cannot go outside from their base because they've been pushed a lot by KFC Talent. Look at bottom side. Bottom side will lose the tier 2 turrets as well as the mid lane, but onto the top side, it will be much of a hard matchup here in terms of how ADT is giving. Maybe they're giving the souls up for KFC Talent.
And right now you can see Ipa Pro actually make a Gaia, and that gives him a lot of magic defense and survivability for himself. He knows that the damage that he's been dealing doesn't really need to amount to much. He's just using a Barrett's Agony. He doesn't need to actually have a Tome of the Reaper, but here that's gonna be a knockup coming in from Ipa Pro, and Boop is going in crazy. Secures that kill, except is not gonna be able to run, and right now they take all of the outer turrets and a lot of kills for themselves. West is going to be using that ultimate to actually go for the defense. LYL is going to go for a defense as well. Are you going to be able to clear? The answer is going to be no. Eris is just going to be zeroing into the third tier turret. They are going to be opening a hole here onto the bottom lane, and with that, it actually chokes the winning condition for ADT. And this has been a story wherein, looking at the replay, it was a very, very good setup here. Ipa Pro is very confident that he's not going to be taken out. Look at the itemizations he has. It's mostly, he's adding a lot of magic damage with that Bear Sagini with a DPS for himself, and then adding some survivability as well. And that's actually spurring Ipa Pro to be very, very confident in entering unrestricted area, because he knows that he can just exit with his second ability. And in terms of the drafting, I think it's not the fault of the Dragon laners or the Dark Slayer laners. The problem here is that the hero choices that they have on the draft, it falls definitely onto the coach's decision. I said this before, just on the draft, I already said that it is nonsensical because you're actually putting all of the pressure onto the mid lane and onto that Roxy pick. You're gonna be putting every single factor into one hero, and that doesn't spell well for your team.
Oh, the Agnes script. Taking on one, but none of the damage coming in for the Moonfall has been pushed. And how the members of ADT doesn't have the Moonfall just yet. They don't have the defense coming in with the turn. 9 takes 2 onto that knockup. ADT lost 2 members with the 30 seconds on the timer. And Zach F is the one to defend this turret. And as well as the core. Zenzao doesn't want to give any notice because he is a little bit too low with the members of ADT. But now KFC is knocking on the mid lane here. They want to take this game into their hands, making a 2-0 game. Maybe a clean sweep for the Talent Esports because ADT investing, but not enough. They still have the butterfly onto the backside. They wait for Zach F to make a mistakes, but KFC Talent is still has some patience before they're going to win this matchup.
Yep. And this is something that's gonna be hurting ADT because there's no chance at all that they're gonna be winning this unless they actually prolong this into an ultra late game wherein they're gonna have a lot of items, a lot of damage in the back line, but that's not gonna be happening soon. We're gonna see Ipa Pro adding another utility wherein he's gonna be able to get away from a lot of damage. He actually finished up his orb already. Boop as well, 8.7k, 10.5k into Eris's hands. He already has an Yoga and also the Claim Sancti. He is definitely gonna be dealing a lot of damage, especially in places where there is gonna be a group up for this. Botak is going to be harassed here with the Wheel of Play with the Spectral Ire as well. Beat Wheel from NTNZ. They are dealing a lot of damage. Venom is going to be started here. Is there going to be a Star Sky hit here? No one is going to be able to be connected by that ultimate from iPad Pro, but still it boxed out the members of ADT, enables them to get that. That's an active script from NTNZ. NTNZ might be taking out the orb that's being propped up. That's going to be the Skyfall from Move. XF is going to be taken out as well. Zen Shell trades it out. Tony is going to be the casualty here. Botak might be in danger. The Kunai Blitz has been brought down here by Aaron, and it is going to be a game set match. Game number 2 is going to be in the hands of KFC Talon.
Talon Esports takes the game pretty well to make it a 2-0 win in the best of 5. Only one game away to win this upper bracket matchup versus a dope team. If a dope team lose the game number 3, they will force onto the lower brackets, and Talon will proceed into the semifinals. It's going to be some hard matchup for ADT because the investment has been made. It doesn't have a Crixie and Iggy again in the game number 2 and game number 3. It will be something to be told to LCC2. They need one more hero to just defend their honor in this current matchup. iPod Pro plays really well with that Lorian. This is what you get if you give iPod Pro the Lorian matchup. That Starry Sky, Starry Night, that is some of a game made by iPod Pro. The position as well as the initiative coming in for iPod Pro is too much to be handled by ADT. That game from the draft itself, we may saw in a one-sided matchup. That draft is too good from Talon Esports. It's not much of a fight coming in for ADT from the early game and as well as the late game. It's just a mow down for Talon Esports. That is too much for ADT.
Yeah, you can actually see here in the replay on how big the plays was coming in for KMC Talon. All of their skill shots are actually hitting. And the mobility that we saw coming in from the lineup, Arioma, Azuka, Alorion, Hayate, and of course a Varus. All of those had gap closers. And we saw how good these players are that they are actually able to actually hit all of their stunts, all of their crowd controls. All the right spots are always manned by KMC Talon. ADT wasn't able to have an answer. It's just that they tried to have a gap close for themselves and they went for a double marksman composition, which is nonsensical in this kind of situation wherein there's a lot of people that's just going to be zeroing in onto the back line. And you can see nothing that Botak can do, even with the Agnes grip, that could actually equalize the moment for ADT. Because yeah, they actually have one hand on one of the heroes, but the problem is 4 of the heroes are just gonna come in and massacre everyone because there's not much of crowd control there. You're not gonna be expecting a lot of the silences of the Mark of the Hunter of LYL because he's just gonna be pushed back from the damage. You're not gonna be expecting a lot from the Wiz as well. Yes, he has some stun, but it is a bit stun that is gonna be easily avoidable because of the mobility of the heroes. And then you're gonna have the Metamorphosis coming in from that Elender, which is just gonna be pushing it back. It doesn't matter because there's still a lot of gap close on the skill sets of the heroes of KFC Talon. Only the stun of Crixie is going to be relied on, and that's not enough. A 1-second stun is not enough to give you a wide space of berth to actually take out a hero from KFC Talon.
Yeah, I think that is too much to be handled for ADT because of the drafts with the gap closer, as you mentioned, and the Whips is not making a play in terms of how slow Whips is. Has been chased a lot, and the ultimate coming, the Napalm Strike is not working for the side of ADT. The team fight composition is not much of a threat for Talon Esports because of how Talon Esports is everywhere. They can come from a team fight from any direction, and it's kind of surprised to ADT. It currently not much of a fight for given by ADT in terms of how good Talon draft is, but in game number 3, that can be changed by ADT if they want to bring something that could match up because of how Talon Esports in game 1 and game 2, the the investment is there. They doesn't have much more kind of strong heroes, but in terms of ADT, they had a couple that could bring in the matchup because we're not going to see much of Omen and also a Nacross gameplay because they will not go through from the bans. And I would say Zach F and LYL is having a bad day because not much of a energy coming in from them is giving ADT a hard time to just cope with energy bringing from that brings from Talon Esport.
Yeah, I mean the rotations was just punishing, especially on the early take onto that tower on the top lane. Where in on the 4 minute mark we saw it actually being closed out by Moop and TNZ and iPad Pro, and Tony and Ares could actually kite XF LCC2 Zenchao and Botak in a 4v2 situation. Usually the numbers actually give you the advantage. But at that moment, because of the mobility of KFC Talent, Eris and Tony was always in a safe place. The ganking lanes was always open here for iPad Pro, and that gave a lot of advantages for KFC Talent. You're gonna see in terms of the kills, that's a 13 kill deficit. In terms of the gold, that's an almost 11k, 10.7k to be exact. In terms of towers, Abyssal Dragons, only one Slayer has been into the name of ADT. And the gold difference over time, looking at the graph, it was just uphill, no swings at all, no plays coming in from ADT happened for them because most of it was actually punished. In the early, it was a good trade for KFC Talent. They lost Tony, but to what expense of ADT? They lost XF, the jungler, who should be the one who capitalizes on that early kills. But it didn't matter. Botak was the one who was able to take the blue buff as well. So the support actually taking up the gold doesn't really amount to much. And we're going to see here the IMVP of game number 2. It's going to be iPad Pro with a 608. This is his 5th MVP already in the AIC. Damage, he's dealt 29.8% and KP is 87.5%. And that is definitely substantial because only 2 of the kills of his team was where he was not present. And that is already a big thing because if the mid laner actually plays as well, rotates very well, contributes to the team, it actually gives a lot of advantages to the Dragon lane and also in the Slayer lane. And that's a well-deserved MVP for iPad Pro. But if the same draft is gonna happen here, because I'm sorry to say, but ADT is not gonna be moving off from the series. It could be a 3-0 sweep. If they do not improve on the draft that they show, because the draft that we've been seeing, yes, they've been expending some picks, but that is going to be one of the problems. And we're going to see more of the series as it progresses. We're going to be entering game number 3 soon. But before we go to game number 3, we're going to be going for a short break before we continue the series. Once again, this is the AIC 2022. My name is Victoria. This is Mikos. And we'll be right back. Don't touch your browser.
I own the confidence of in my mind. I'm running close the light. It's time to shine and go take flight. No pain, no gain. If you don't wanna fade away, the both ways, hope pays. Heroes moving silence when don't say the day. Yeah, I'm a queen. I overcome relentless pain, and I got it in my genes. I pass through anyways crisis, no matter what the price is. Prepare, protect my people, always beware. There's always the rivals everywhere. Bomb you on the light declare. I'm riding to the end. Fight for what I stand for, what I stand for. You test to me, then I go Rambo, Rambo. I'm quick to grab the grip and go. I'm best with it. Okay, I'm lit. My mind's on city mode. I'm flexing it. Okay, I'm wild. I'm tripping on my mind, investing it. I'm still high-minded. My destiny, you'll find it hard to find it.
Winning street, my dubs elite, I bring it. Yeah. 50 feet step back, I'm about to speak my G, I'm with it. Yeah. Sun shines, I dream bigger. Believe in myself, I maintain rigor. Be what I wanna be, don't be little. Be
No pain, no gain. If you don't wanna fade away, the both ways, hope pays. Heroes moving silence when they say the day. Yeah, I'm a queen. I overcome
get my crown. Back in the background, I'm a background. What goes gon' come back round. I'm self-made, built everything from the ground up. I say you're proud.
No pain, no gain. If you don't wanna fade away, look both ways. Hope pays. Heroes move in silence when they say the day. Yeah, I'm a queen. I overcome relentless pain, and I got it in my genes. I've passed through anyways crisis. No matter what the price is, prepare. Protect my people, always beware. There's always the rivals everywhere. Bomb you wanna I declare. I'm riding to the air.
And welcome back to the Reno Valor International Championship 2022. My name is Vittorio. This is Mikos. We're still on the first series of the day, KFC Talon against a dope team, and we already have a 2-0 in favor of KFC Talon. Are we going to see a first day sweep here for KFC Talon, or ADT is gonna come back for a 3 consecutive wins to get back the series? Mikos, what are your thoughts?
The thoughts is not good in terms of how the drafts bring by ADT, and I just want to share some information that in Malaysia we have a terms for shoutcaster is in BM is casters balik awal, that translate to maybe the casters will go home early for today because of the games has been played. But yeah, now Talon makes some changes in with the drafts, the player drafts. They bring in the Foxin and give some rest for Ares. Yeah, I would say in terms of the 2-0 win already for the side of Talon, the changes will not do much for them because they had the momentum in the first two matchup. Yeah, I've read a lot more, in terms of our rest, that some of them say that Talon has a normal draft, but the playstyle is on a god level. So maybe ADT needs to be something like a God Slayer or maybe the Battle of the Gods to win this current matchup. Game 3 is one game away for Talon Esports to proceed for the semifinals. So ADT, this is a do or die. Any investment you want to save, not going to work for you. You need to give a lot. You need to spend every penny you have in this matchup. Any hero that you expert with, this is the time. Leaving the fact that maybe you want an Omen, you want a Necros gameplay, you will not get it, but you need to play in terms of what you best at. So if they want to give this, want to bring a one match and maybe give Talon a hard time, this is the time. A do or die moment for the side of a dope team. Yes, you will know ADT will not go home yet because of the low bracket will be played in terms of the last series for today. But do ADT want to settle down with Talon with a 3-0 win inside the hands of Talon? That is not likable for the side of ADT.
And ADT is actually hovering onto a Nacross pad. Maybe they want to have an Omen, but I don't know. I'm not pretty confident of what ADT is gonna show us in game number 3. LLCC2 definitely has some talent. On the other lanes, I don't think that they perform very well in terms of the matchups that we're seeing. It's either they're too passive or they're too aggressive, and that actually gives a lot of punishment to ADT. They had a ban here. Iggy is gonna be to be
They are
banned
happy,
here.
man. Look at the
Yeah.
faces.
Yeah, they're happy that they lost the first 2 games. That's
Don't be like that.
that's not a good sign. Yeah, you can be happy-go-lucky, but you have that.
They got
you
hope.
you have to have that kind of serious air about you. You can be happy and be serious about it, but in terms of what we're seeing, it's like what we saw from Nova Esports. They were happy, but still they lost. Happiness doesn't equate to winning. And even if you have that positive mindset, yes, you can have positive mindset, but you have to be serious about the things that you're going to be showing us. And LYL is going to have the opportunity to open up with an Omen pick for himself. One of the picks that has been banned all day, all throughout AIC 2022. And with the Foxen actually being put up here, Eris is a more aggressive ADC. I'm a very
Yeah.
aggressive archer at that. But the Foxen is definitely a solid archer player. As we've seen all throughout in the group stages, he just actually does the work for his team. He just goes for the objectives, and this might be affecting the mindset of what KFC Talent is going to show us here in game number 3. Maybe they're not going in for a lot of kills. Now they're going to be objectively choking out ADT in game number 3.
Oh, ADT is bringing out the big guns, but their guns is questionable if they had the ammo for it. They had the Tulan, they're hovering onto the Tulan. Maybe they want the Elsu himself, because versus a Joker, it could be something that other than Elsu. Maybe they want for they doesn't have the Elando. Maybe they want to lend this onto the jungle, but the Elsu matchup could bring something in terms of poke. But versus a Joker, it's kind of hard with the rockets the Joker had, as well as the can of laughter. Talon will always be targeted by the Foxin with with the Joker pick. So Talon will not have a good game because of how the slows coming in for that Joker. The Scott pick here for Talon, if not, we have not a lot of information that giving the fact that Talon still has the momentum and not much mistake made by Talon. So we don't have much of a point to point out for the Talon esport. But for ADT, they sure need to bring all the big guns into play. Maybe they want a team for Toda. If they want some Tachi, it will be now, because of maybe Tachi will be banned away for the 4th ban for Talon esport. But Talon ban out the Mina first, because we have talked about the Mina pick for a dope team. So maybe Talon has the same idea. They doesn't want to give the Talon, doesn't want to give a dope team has the Mina because of crowd control as well as the sustainability for Mina. So maybe Talon is what think, okay, we want to end this game faster. We have a lot of burst damage as well as the scaling for Elandor, so we have to play aggressive with the Emily itself. So maybe two more early composition could be picked by Talon Esports if they want to excel in early, because they cannot be punished by the Talon in terms of early game. They have the Omen to be played out. They doesn't have the Florentino. Maybe the cheap pick here for Talon Esports because of the Slayer has not been picked yet by Talon. Maybe then this Emily will be a support Emily.
Yeah, maybe we're still gonna see an Amelie jungle or Amelie top. That is the beauty of an Amelie pick. You can actually have a variety wherein you're gonna be able to use Amelie in a different sets of positions. But we're gonna cross out the jungle since we already see Elander being picked out. Moop is one of the perennial picks of Moop. Actually, one of his favorite heroes is Elander, and it's a characteristic of the RPL. They love the Elander pick, and definitely Moop with that Elander pick is gonna be trying to go for aggressive plays, and them adding Joker to the mix is definitely gonna be affecting it because Joker is an early to mid game hero. He is gonna have some damage in the late game, but not that substantial. But with the Eleanor pick, they're gonna have a solid backline with the sustainable damage that's gonna be coming in from these two marksman hero. They're gonna be hovering onto that Illumia pick though. In terms of the Illumia pick, maybe still it is gonna be questionable, but it is gonna be Hyper Pro is gonna be using that. So let's maybe give him the benefit of the doubt how he's going to be able to execute that Illumia pick. But in terms of his mobility, Illumia is not that good of a hero.
It's questionable, but understandable for iPod Pro.
Yeah, definitely. Especially the timings of the stunts are definitely going to be playing it out. And iPod Pro is very, very good at skill shots. And in a dope team, they have an Omen, they have an Elsu, they have a Tulin as well. They're actually going to be compensating the close range of the Tulin with an Elsu long range. I don't know how they're going to make the synergy work. As long as the shots are going to get a hit, definitely there is going to be an opportunity for the Tulin. And they actually went in for 3 heroes that can go for protection. So they're going to have 2 DPS with 3 sustainable heroes in the front. But the problem here is that are they going to be able to outscale and out-sustain the damage that's going to be dealt by KFC Talon? I'm going to be curious on the last pick here of KFC Talon. They went in for a tank, and I guess we're going to see a Dark Slayer Amelie and a support hero, maybe a Lumbor. Baldum is still open for the pickings for KFC Talon as well. Maybe they can go in for a lot more speed with Alice. Let's see what is going to be the last pick here. Just still a lot of things that can actually make sense here for KFC Talon. But they're now hovering and committing to a Roxy pick. Let's see if they're going to be able to utilize the Agnes Grip. And maybe teach ADD how Roxy is going to be used.
Yeah. I think if more sensible if this Roxy will... maybe if the Roxy want to match up with the Omen, but I think that the NZ would love to play Amelie versus a Omen because of how damagey that Amelie is versus an Omen, because Omen has life steal as well as the armor in terms of early game. On the side of jungle, I would say that Talon Esports has the greater matchup because of not much of a good jungle we saw with the Varus pick versus the Elandor, with the speed that Elandor had with the jungle clear that Elandor possessed. But in terms of team fight, yes, we had ADT first hand, but the mid lane, the energy that Talon Esports is holding is going to be something that ADT take knowledge on. They had the Omen, they had the Varus as well as the Crack to negate the damage coming in for the Foxit. But the Foxit could target away Elsu and as well as the Talon. Damage heroes will be needed to be protected by these three beefy heroes coming in for ADT. Last match possible for side of Talent Esport. ADT needs to bring this together. If none of them could make the game to survive in this upper bracket, they will be taken down and bring the lower bracket matchup for them.
Yup, and we're starting here with a jungle Varus here for ADT. The speed definitely is going to be a difference here with KFC Talon actually sporting an Ellender pick. An Ellender, we know, is one of the fastest clearers in the jungle camps. He's going to be able to have that earlier rotation, but there is going to be some help on XF with LYL on the area. Trying to speed this up. Botak is going to try to take the... to take a push here, but Whoop is going to be taken. That's going to be a play being rewarded here for ADT. They take out Whoop as early as the 40-second mark, and the Foxen is being harassed here. There's going to be a snipe not connecting from Zhenshao. Botak as well is going to be missing that Iron Hook, but it is going to be delaying Whoop here on the jungle. Maybe this is the moment for ADT. What do you think, Mikos?
Yeah, ADT is making the game for them. They played a little bit aggressive. They have to acknowledge that they had a much more greater early game matchup with the snipes and also with the LCC2 on the Talon and this and the hook coming in for Bota with the Grad pick. They have to fully utilize this this pick and this matchup. If not, Talon Esport could bring the game into late game, and it's going to be hard time for the side of ADT because they cannot secure late game with only Elsu on hand and also that Omen. But if Omen having a hard time onto the top side with the rotation coming in from Move as well as the NTNZ, that top side, that Dark Slay late will be shut down by the side of Talon Esport. Talon could take the Dark Slay first instead of the Abyssal Dragon, but they just want to waste some time. They just want to reset this Abyssal Dragon, but a little bit too late to go outside. But now, like I just said, Slayer will not be a they comes in, but they did take kill on Tony as well. Make it number 2, but the members of Talon, okay, you just want to kill us? Okay, it takes a lot of objective, just want to find farm, but onto the top side, it will be first kill for the side of Talon Esport. They take one onto the members of ADT. They kill down LYL, as what I just said, that LYL is having a bad day.
Man, definitely it was a overcommit for himself. He used his Death's Embrace, but it was countered by iPad Pro. He was able to push him at that opportune moment, and that gave them a lot of room to actually take the kill. And DNZ as well is going to have a bonus for himself whenever he actually he's actually going to be hitting there. And it is going to be Tony again, maybe taken, but LCC2 is going to be coming in hot. He secures that kill again. LCC2 already has a 2-0 on the boards. Moop might be in danger with a lot of pushes. A lot of them are there. He is going to be taken here. Moop uses the Cataclysm. LCC2 misses that Cataclysm. It's going to finish up LCC2. That's going to be a shutdown kill. And TNT spotting out the ADT members, but a lot of the resources of Moop is going to be taken here without any kind of contest.
Ooh, ADT still bring the heat into the game by the side of Talon. This is the moment for them. 4 minutes into account, they still can bring the goal onto level. But this is the scary part. If Move has the items and Move has the ability to just scale away with the members of Talon, then ADT could just finish the game. They just can't. They had 1 kill ahead, but the goal is not far enough. The wide of the goal is happened to be in the side of Talon somehow in a couple of minutes. Look at how the grab with the ultimate has been used, but the stuns can just land for an iPod Pro. The members is still here, but that Zach F tried to secure the kill, but he just can't. The members of Talon is still alive, and ADT takes the bait and lost 2 members with that trade and make it the 4th kill for the side of Talon Esports.
That was gonna be an unfortunate play here where ADT had the advantage, but it was equalized at that one clash only. Boop taking in a lot of the resources for himself. 2-1-2 for his name. 3.4k already has the advantage against XF Severus. The only one who's gonna be holding this together is the Elsu. Zhenshao is actually hitting his shots, but not that consistent in one hero. It's actually mixed up. A lot of the shots that he's been taking is actually spread out to the members of KFC Talon, and it also affects on how they're going to be able to take it, except it's going to be against that dragon, but the objective here is going to be taken on the top lane. This grip as well is going to be connecting onto Botak. No World Devour is going to be used. Death Embrace is going to be used as well. Boop is doing his best to go for the damage. LCC2 is not going to be able to connect his Thunderbird on that low health. Boop is going to be able to safely teleport away. iPad Pro is in the area. And the Cataclysm is still ready. A lot of the ultimates for KFC Talent is still ready here. The Killing Joke is going to be used to clear out and box out some of the members here. XF is going to get a hit maybe, but it's going to be still on the blue buff. A lot of the lead that was built by ADT is now onto the scales of KFC Talent. They have a 1k lead for themselves.
Oh, ADT is been shaking a lot. Ultimate coming in for Bota. That is trying to maybe check the brush on the mid side. But now, if they want to go engage, they need to wait for the ultimate coming in for Bota itself with the 5-man gank. But the members of Talon, they know this is the time they want to shut down this game. That Emily pick for NTNZ is making the play for them as well. So the position that Emily has with the scaling that Moop is having with the active grip is not going to make it for ADT. Talon Esports is eating ADT for breakfast.
Yeah, man, this is the problem for LCC2. Tony is a very proficient Roxy player, and that's how you should play a Roxy. That's how you use an Agnes Grip. You'll get someone that is easy to kill, and even with one member, they're going to be able to burst that out with the kind of damage and DPS that we're going to see. Another Agnes Grip is going to be used. XF was not able to hit his Venom, and it is another kill here for KFC Talon. They get an objective, they get a kill, and they're just going to be safely building the lead up onto an unsurmountable amount. This is already a start. We are seeing a 2k gold lead from the 1k gold lead that they had. ADT is still trailing this, trying their best to get some opportunities for themselves, but the problem is there's not much of an opportunity because of the rotation that we're seeing from KFC Talon. First of all, they are the first ones always in the lanes to get the clear, to get the camps, and the resources are just going to be falling onto KFC Talon all throughout this game.
Oh, I don't know how ADT could bring maybe a 5-man matchup in terms of team fight, but it will be just too hard because this is, oh no, again with the Agnes Grip. ADT could not live another day because of how Tony is playing that Roxy. They are really showing how to play the Roxy in terms of they are fighting Buddha itself. So ADT is crumbling into the ground bit by bit. Talon Esports is still has the patience, but no, Bota, why you're alone into the mid lane? Now the Cataclysm hits one more attack, it takes away Zhenshao onto the mid lane, but this Dawnbringer has been pushed into the mid lane, and the rest of the members of Talon will go onto the Missile Dragon, maybe onto the jungle side of ADT. The goal gap has been widened, but ADT still needs to be broadened onto this kind of matchup. A 3-0 will be sent for the fans of Talon Esports.
Yeah, it is gonna be an unfortunate year for ADT. They're now on the receiving end in most of the clashes. And the biggest part here is that Tony is able to zero in onto prime targets. And LYL actually underperforming on using that open pick, always goes into areas where he is going to be bursted down. Even if that is an open, you have a damage reduction on your skill set. It is not a surefire way. NTNT might be caught out in that spec and it's going to be used. He is going to be stuck here. NTNT outlast him, but it is a trade wherein they're going to be taking an objective that's not going to be replaceable for sure. Heroes can be replaced, but towers can't. Towers can regenerate, and Moop is going to take XF again. LYL does suspense. But without the ultimate, he's not going to be able to do anything. Botak might be in danger as well. That's the canned laughter. And he is going to be taken down yet again. ADT is slowly losing steam. And now we're seeing KFC Talon knocking on the door.
This is not a steam. This is just a smoke coming in for the damage, maybe the heat bringing for Talon Esport. This is a mistake kind of made by ADT. A little bit much too confident versus Talon Esport in that early matchup. They won a couple fights, but it is not enough to bring down this gigantic team like Talon. Talon knows 4 members for the side of ADT inside of the jungle. 2 members for Talon just back away. They cannot take a fight with only Roxy as well as Joker. They can with the Agnes Grip. They can with the Can of Laughter, but they need move with the finishing act. ADT, if they stall this game, is not going for their side because they only have Omen as well as the Elsu for the late game. But what Tulan could do with the Varus as well. This game might sure only 1 flicker coming in for Tony with the Anna's grip could seal this game for Talon to make a 3-0 win. Look at the damage coming in for Snipe for Tony. Does not deal much of a damage, but if he hits it, move, or maybe I put Pro, we know. But aside of ADT, they need to defend mid lane as well as top. 1 flicker, 1 Agnes grip could win this matchup for the side of Talon Esport. Into, oh no, the team fight already been taken away, but Zach F is the first one to fall. But now the members of ADT, do they want to force it out? Do they want to push away KFC Talon outside their base? Is going to be really hard. 1 Agnes grip onto the side. No, Agnes grip doesn't connect. Only, but the ultimate coming in from Bota has been negated. But none of the members for the ADT could defend this. Only 1 member could stand, but LCC2 is still carrying the members of ADT to defend this matchup. They lost Tony, they lose the Foxin as well, and now KFC needs to back up because they doesn't have enough members to match with ADT.
Yeah, but right now, that was a good attempt for LCC2. If he wasn't able to burst down the Foxin, it would have been a different story because a lot of the damage in terms of the long range damage that that is being dealt is coming in from the Foxin and also IFA. From Moop can go and zero in if Botak is in the area. I mean, if Tony is in the area, and that's gonna be a big thing. Moop is gonna be spotted here. Botak attempts that. World's Devourer is going to be used. NTNZ is in the area as well. Goes in for a knockup. XF is going to be missing out that Venom. NTNZ goes for an enrage. He's going to have the damage reduction. He is going to try to tank that damage. But all of the damage is not going to connect. Cataclysm is going to connect as well. But the cleanse coming in from Borak is going to be on time. Tony does his best to pull someone. Moop is going to be teleporting away from the hook of that crack, and it is gonna be a win for ADT. They take 1 kill, and also, I mean, they take that dragon, but XF is gonna be taken out as well. But NTNZ as well was not able to out-sustain the damage coming in from a dope team, and this is it. Right now, ADT is being able to effectively defend from KFC Talon. The problem is when the late game starts to hit for them, where Elsu snipe is not gonna matter whenever it hits Sony and NTNZ. It is clearly going to be a thinking time for ADT. They need to finish this up and take some advantage before that happens.
Cataclysm has been used. That team fight on the bottom side is a lifesaver for side of ADT. When the Cataclysm doesn't hit, that is the moment that ADT could run for their lives to just defend this two last tower for them in this matchup. But the goal is 3K to be chased down, and it will be something. Oh, Edna's grip onto Bota, but the damage is there for the members of ADT as arrived. But NTNZ deals away with Zach F first, but Zach F has the bloody kiss, but it doesn't have much more of a life steal. But one by one, they lost LYL as well as Bota, but move has been taken away. Only 3 members versus 4 at the start of talent. They need to go back. They need some regens because of how Zenza will be taking their heads if they are not going back home.
Yeah, that was a good attempt for LCC2. Here's Brett, a sliver of health, and he was able to safely get out of the danger. Props to LCC2. He has been one of the biggest factors why ADT is still in the game. The Tulin game that he is showing us is definitely impactful here for ADT. And the problem here is that if LCC2 is going to be taken out, the magic damage that he's been dealing to actually negate the Joker and also move and the other squishies is definitely going to be felt. Without LCC2, they're not going to be able to win this. So they need to play this out carefully, where there's a lot of protection and a lot of opportunities for LCC2 to actually deal a lot of damage.
Given the fact that Talon Esport is giving a hard time for ADT, but still ADT could defend this. But now the 3 members with Agnes grip onto the side of Zach F. Zach F still alive, but the damage has been trying for the move. Is trying to mow down the members of ADT. Ultimate coming in for Bota, but Bota cannot survive the damage. One by one will be taken away. Zenzo is the next to fall. Talon Esport is going all in. They had the minion onto mid lane.
Victory
but now, Victory road, but only LYL. He just needs to buy some time, but the product is not giving much of a deal. But ADT will suffer onto the lower bracket, and Talent Esports is going to the semifinals. Woo! I love how Talent Esports takes the game and also takes the lead into a 3-0 win, a 3-0 win for Talent Esports. Switching eras into the Fox scene really makes the game go south for ADT. A good game, an easy matchup, but the last game possible for the side of ADT, they bring the hard game, but the hardness is not enough.
I mean, even if they had errors at that lineup, I think it's still gonna be AFC Talent, so to speak. Look at the spectacular performance. It's an Illumia type of composition, an Illumia pick that doesn't really work that well. But looking at the replay that we're gonna see, the highlights of game number 3, we saw a lot of aggression coming in from ADT. The problem here was that LYL always gave an opportunity for KFC Talent to actually take back some wins, and there was a lot of salty plays as well, wherein it could have been a game that would have spiraled to the control of ADT. The problem is that they go for a lot of risky plays without assurances. If you can't actually go above 70%, you shouldn't go for risky plays, especially in the early games where you already had the advantage. You have the advantage for a reason, and you use that to pressure your opponents, not to actually make some plays that are going to be questionable, like what LCC2 and LYL was doing in the early parts. Yes, LCC2 did a lot of the damage, but the problem here is that one member cannot overturn the tide. That is a fact.
Yep.
Zhao did well with the snipes, but at the end of the day, it's about how the team plays are going to happen, how about the initiates. Sony being able to take out XF, one of the ones that sustained the clashes for them, was a big part there. When they
Yeah.
got XF, it was already a done deal. A 4v5 cannot be overturned, even in the damage that we're gonna see from Zhen Shao. Zhen Shao was not even in the area. He was not able to set up himself where he's gonna be able to help earlier when XF was taken, and that already sealed the deal for ADT. And wonderful win for KFC Talon. Mikos, what are your thoughts? Does ADT have a chance, do you think, even if they face up with one team or BCF moving forward here on the first day of the quarterfinals?
Yeah, I think if they versus maybe Bacon Time, it will be a change onto pace. But in terms of Talent Esport, is too much to be handled with. And maybe if you said that if ADT versus one team or for the side of maybe one team, they could. If one team in this second series bow down onto lower bracket, they need to show it back that ADT still has what it takes to be in this playoffs. So yeah, maybe it's a sad moment for whoever support down ADT, but yeah, we have to realize that Talent Esport has much of a great experience. They have more ability to win the matchup, so it's going to be really hard. If Talon loses to ADT, that is a big problem. That is something that the scenes will have to check what happened in terms of the drops or maybe the energy that Talon Esport bring. But Talon played it well. They takes a lot of lead in terms of early game, and also the third game itself, they waited for the perfect moment to execute the winning matchup. Then yeah, that moment when three members of ADT just check the middle brush, that is the moment that we knew this is going to end. This is going to be the winning match for Talon, because of the Agnes group just grabbed XF, and all the members of Talon Esports just focusing on XF at that particular time. And given XF is the first one to fall, but the damage coming in for L62 is not enough with the Thunderbird as well. So yeah, Talon Esports has a greater game rather than ADT.
They had a good start, but maintaining that good start is going to be a problem for ADT. They always mess it up. Guess the shot calls weren't there. In terms of the draft, I think the draft that we saw from ADT was kind of better than what we saw from KFC Talent. KFC Talent actually just meshed it up. Maybe they wanted to pick those heroes. They wanted to use those heroes. And you could actually see they were on the losing end. They had the edge in terms of the clearing, the damage, but the problem is the sustaining. And Tony on that Roxy is definitely a big menace. Anyone who is, he actually uses the Agnes grip whenever another teammate is actually near who can actually deal a lot of damage, like Moop, who actually got a lot of opportunities because of Tony. You're gonna see here in terms of the kills, there is a 12 kill deficit, and ADT actually trailed here. It's a big number. It's also 8 is also a big number when you're actually losing the game. Remember, if you're losing the game, you usually don't have the opportunity to have this to secure some kills for yourselves, but they were able to, and the gold lead says a lot because they only lost in the latter parts wherein the control was actually spiraling out of control, where they got that one kill on XF when 3 of the members were actually rotating to get a vision onto the Slayer, and that gave a lot of breath for KFC Talon. They knew that if one member was missing, especially if it's XF who was dealing some damage for their team as well, they knew that it was already a done deal, and ADT suffered a lot. In terms of the objectives, you can see Abyssal Dragons and Slayers were actually onto the side of ADT. But it didn't matter because late game, whoever pushes the Nexus always has the last laugh. And the MVP is going to be Moop with 16 kills. Two deaths, 3 assists. MVP count 3 KP percentages is 95%. A very, very big bulk. Why KFC Talon actually got the win is because of Moop actually not letting himself be shut down easily. Even if he is going to be taken as a target, it doesn't matter because he's still going to be doing a bulk of the work, not surrendering to any kind of circumstances, even when he was the first blood of the game. It delayed him a lot going through this game, but he persevered. He was able to take in some opportunities, and he was able to boost himself up. And that is the ending here, where KFC Talent is going to be moving up to the upper brackets, and they are going to be resting. We're going to still see ADT in the third series of the day. Let's see who is going to be losing from the next series. One team versus Valencia CF Esports. And before we move on to that next series, we are going to go for a very, very short break. This is the Arena of Valor International Championship 2022. This is Mikos. My name is Vittorio. We'll be right back. Don't touch your browser.
The young man's search for a breakthrough is fraught with crisis, but this is no obstacle for the battle-savvy Yan, who will hold the brush of the sword of inspiration in his hand and repel the enemies that stand in his way as he paints everything in his path. Passive, Spiritual Spark. When Yan uses Skill 1 and Skill 2, he will gain a stack of energy, having 2 stacks of energy, depending on the difference in the previous skill. Will cause the next normal attack to gain additional boost. After using an enhanced normal attack, his attack speed will increase. Yan's skill will mark an enemy when it hits them. Dealing damage to the same target will consume the mark and trigger additional physical damage, restoring Yan's own HP in the process. Skill 1, Black Jade Sprinkle. Yan will deal damage and apply movement speed reduction to enemies in a fan shape in front of him. Passive Enhanced Normal Attack. After a short delay, deals damage to the enemy in front and knocks them away. He can move during the delay and deal additional damage to minions and wild monsters. Skill 2, Draconic Step. Yan moves forward in an arc, dealing damage to enemies along the path. Yan is untargetable while using the skill. Passive Enhanced Normal Attack. Charging towards the target enemy and dealing damage, he can use another part of Skill 2 within a short time frame. Additional Skill 2 cast has a separate cooldown calculation and does not accumulate energy. Skill 3, Hills of Dream. Yan releases his seal, entering enhanced status and dealing damage to surrounding enemies, receiving a massive physical penetration, and can use the second part of the ultimate skill. He gains super armor and reduces damage taken during the cast. Yan will enhance all of his other skills. The second part of Ultimate. Yan charges forward and deals massive damage and knocks away enemies in a massive range forward. Enhanced Skill 1. Deal 2 instances of damage to the enemy. Enhanced Skill 2. Deals even higher damage. Yan's ultimate skill buff will increase with every upgrade. When ultimate is upgraded to level 1, the skill damage of skill 1 and 2 increases by 50%, and the number of times the mark can be triggered also increases. When ultimate is upgraded to level 2, passive enhanced normal attack hitting enemies will extend the enhanced status duration and can be used multiple times when under the buff from the second part of Yan's ultimate. They aren't affected by cooldown reduction. When ultimate is upgraded to level 3, passive enhanced normal attack will return 1 stack of energy. Yan is a highly controllable warrior-type assassin. His damage will continuously increase as the game goes on. he becomes extremely powerful in the later stages of the match. Thus, rapid growth and increasing level are important for Yan. The key to mastering Yan is utilizing Yan's skill set, launching enhanced normal attacks with different effects, and making use of the short cooldown time of his skill set to continuously dish out skill combos. At the start of the game, if Yan needs to support and gank enemies, he can save a stack of his passive in the bush. Use Skill 1 to slow down enemies who passes by, and trigger Skill 1's enhanced normal attack to knock away the target, to crowd control them and coordinate with teammates to finish them off. Yan needs to save up one stack of his passive while chasing down enemies. He needs to make use of Skill 2 to get close to the enemy first, then uses enhanced normal attack's additional reset of Skill 2 to continue pursuing. Once the gap is closed, use Skill 3, Skill 1, use Skill 1, bring forth a good haul. Yan needs to normal attack, the second part of Skill 3, Skill 2, Skill 1 to finish them off. When there are multiple tank-type heroes in the enemy composition, due to Yan's lack of high damage before using his ultimate, he needs to watch his timing when he enters the battle. Make use of the physical penetration from the ultimate, as the bonus can deal quite substantial damage even against tank-type heroes. Due to marks being able to be triggered multiple times, while in enhanced status, coordinating with Skill 2's movement and Skill 1's damage, you can potentially take down tanks. Yan's passive HP Restore allows him to have decent survivability. Watch your timing on using Skill 2's untargetable effect to dodge enemy damage. Yan needs to improvise in battle and requires careful observation of the situation on the battlefield to choose the right skill to cast.
Hi there, rookie. Welcome to Arena of Valor. This is a multiplayer online battle arena mobile game. This may be your first time with a MOBA game, and you're at a loss about fighting with real players. Fear not. You have Arthur, a trustworthy pal to help you around. He will lead you into this legendary battle and show you the exhilaration of this game. See that crystal over there? Smash it with your divine blade and victory is all yours. Pretty simple, eh? But what about before that? Patience, pal. One step at a time. First, you have to destroy every defense tower in this lane. Of course, your enemies will not let you. They will do anything to stop you. So, do not rush to the tower. Wait! Get back! No! God! Please, no! Well, at least it won't get any worse.
You have been defeated.
Never mind, pal. We cannot run back time, but you will fully respawn as the countdown ends. See? Dying is no big deal in this game. Don't chicken out. Just go for it like a warrior. I see you've realized that you're not even qualified to fight against your opponents. Hurry up! Grab your divine blade. Embark on the journey of getting stronger. There's only one thing you need to keep in mind if you want to become stronger. That is, to get richer. You can buy all these dazzling items with the money you earn to improve your combat capability. Creeps on each lane. Monsters in the fields. Even your enemies are all resources of your economy. The process of killing these targets and improving your abilities is called farming in Arena of Valor. Also, remember that you are not fighting on your own. There are 4 partners standing beside you. You will be a tough tank after you are fully farmed. Charge, hero! Charge! Your teammates will support you without reserve. Let your enemies fight back as all they want, but all in vain. You are no longer the rookie you used to be. Consolidate every step. Break down every defense tower in sight. The glory of victory will eventually shine upon you. Woohoo! But if you keep dying all the time, your side will progressively lose ground. In the end, your base is destroyed by the enemies. Are you really prepared for the Take another round. In AOV, failure is just the experience you need to grow stronger. Come on, rookie. What are you waiting for? Let's go!
I fight for what I stand for, what I stand for. You testing me, then I go Rambo, Rambo.
Hey, I taste the glory, taste the pain, I know what it takes to play. Got the kingdom on my back, I came long ways to engrave my name. Found my pride at the borderline, I will never back down till my dues are fortified. Hit him in the get a little cautious. It's part of the process.
They think I'm crazy, or am I really brave? I don't let nothing phase me, there's no delay. I still survive, I own the confidence up in my mind. I'm running close the light, it's time to shine and go take flight. No pain, no gain, if you don't wanna fade away. Both ways, hope pays.
Welcome back to the Arena Villa International Championship 2022. My name is Visorio. This is Mikos. We're now down to the second series of the day. It is going to be one team against Valencia CFE Sports in the grueling best of 5. After KFC Talon actually won, ADT is going to be waiting in the third series of the day. Whoever's going to be losing here in the second series, they're going to be facing ADT. And if you go into the lower bracket, it is going to be an arduous task to get back into the finals conversation.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard for ADT to survive on the lower bracket in terms of what is coming for them. Maybe one team, maybe Valencia, maybe Bacon time for tomorrow, but for today, maybe Valencia or one team. So it's hard to say who's going to survive the lower bracket, but we are focusing down for this second series here. One team versus Valencia CF. One team has much more particular lineup that they want to bring in this current matchup. They are number 1 in Group B, as same as Talon. Could we see the same result in the series number 2?
Yeah, definitely. I'm very, very excited to see if they're going to be having that same kind of success. Remember, one team is the champion team in the GCS. And definitely, they have that air and caliber that they showed in the group stages. They are number 1, and they are number 1 for a reason. Valencia CFE Sports is going to be needing to throw something against one team to actually convince us and convince the fans and audiences that they're going to be able to beat up one team in this best of 5 series. Whoever takes game number 1 definitely is going to have the momentum. Is Valencia CFE Sports ready for that? Because in that kind of scenario, I've seen VCF actually being weak in game number 1. Even in the best of 2 series, wherein a lot of the picks can be expended. Maybe they're still hiding their fangs, we don't know. But one team definitely showed their dominance. So a lot of the expectations in terms of the power index, I think One TV Sports has the edge on VCF. But VCF can still overturn this if they actually prepared against one team.
Yeah, the preparation will be tedious to just take down one team for the side of Valencia. That we happen to see a lot mistakes coming in from Valencia before this in the group stage as well as the phase 1. So yeah, one team has the greater edge, as you said, that because of the champions of GCS has whatever it takes to take down Valencia CF. So in terms of mistakes, it will be Valencia make it a lot, but we already has a lot of rest time in terms of before the groups, before the playoff. So maybe in these 4 days that Valencia has improved a lot and acknowledge what is the mistake that they made in the group stages, and will trying to just lessen the mistake and trying to take down one team, because the one team is the same kind of power that Talon Esports has. So it takes a lot of guts to take down one team. As for mentioned, what ADT happened, so not met the requirements yet to take down Talon.
One of my biggest takeaways in the AIC 2022 is that the RPL still has that air of dominance. Why could I say that? But because all of the teams coming in from the RPL is still in the AIC 2022. You have KFC Talent, you have Valencia CFE Sports, and you have it's Bacon time. Maybe are we going to be seeing a repeat that 2022 could still be in the hands of the RPL like 2021. AWC and AIC, it was all about the RPL teams. And we already said goodbye to Mad Team from the GCS region, the third placers. And we actually said goodbye to the champions of the AOG region, SGP. So a lot of the chip on the shoulder is that the other regions need to prove themselves to be the better teams here in the AIC. They need to eliminate their opponents as early as now. And if they knock down their opponents on the lower bracket, it is going to be a lot of the matches always being played out. Especially if we're coming down from the bottom. And, you know, those kinds of stories actually accelerate me. Usually the teams are in the bottom are always teams that you want to root for because they're the underdogs. Probably ADT, we could say, is an underdog. But if they could actually stay in the tournament and, you know, show us something better, show us some of a good draft, but I highly doubt it just because I don't like the drafts that they were throwing at a best of 5. Maybe they were flustered. Maybe they're just flustered because they haven't been in this kind of competition in the international scene. Usually in the group stages they get knocked out. But here in the best of 5, we're in a lot of the global fantasy picks that you need to save up your hero pool. It actually affected the way they draft. And I'm not expecting that on one team in Valencia CF Esports who has that kind of experience. They've been in a lot of matches in the best of 5, in the best of 7, and they have the capability to actually have a lot of Euro pool to actually field in any type of composition.
Yeah, it's going to be so hard for ADT to just survive. But in terms of what happened is, if you see for an underdogs, then we know ADT is going to have a hard time. But in terms of Valencia, they are one of the maybe newcomers, but has a lot of experience as well in terms of AOV. But in that RPL region, we need to take to consideration that they won against Buriram United, and that is the number one fact that we need to take into account, because how Valencia plays really different from other teams, and one team still has the upper hand in terms of how many times and how many years that one team in the AIC, despite of Valencia. Maybe this is only the second time, but yeah, Valencia has the newcomers, but they are still as scary as one team. But we cannot say what could happen in the game number 1 because of how one team is not as scary that one team used to be in the early phases. Valencia is much more aggressive in the early phase.
Yeah, and you know, Valencia CF Esports has been one of the mainstays from the RPL region to actually qualify for international tournaments. This is the first time that we're not going to see BRU anymore. They had an overhaul. If you guys aren't aware about the RPL, they had an overhaul on the lineup. F1 and Defoxin, the others are already out of BRU. They actually formed different teams, PSG. But you know, one of the promising here is that BRU has the world's one of the most coveted ADCs in the international scene. So I'm pretty excited if BRU does qualify for the next international event for AOV. But we're going to be starting here in the second series today. It's one team against Valencia CF Esports. You see there on the screen the players of Valencia CF Esports looking ready to battle Taos, Pichu, QQ, Myra, and SRY. These guys are the ones that is going to be propelling VCF onto this best of 5 series. And onto the other side, it's going to be one team esports: Ze, Kai, Wawa, NK, and Lunlun. Actually, NK, one of the best junglers that you're going to be able to see perform here for the GCS region. Actually bringing their talents here in the international scene. We saw NK actually get a lot of the a lot of the good performances. And SRY is actually going to be the key player here for VCF. It is the top laner. Even with the role goal difference, it doesn't matter much as long as you can be able to be effective in most the contests. Wawa as well is arguably you can put into the contention of the best, one of the best mid laners here in the AIC 2022. And the key player here is Zay for one team. He is the support, and one of the reasons why they always have a good look. We've seen a lot of dominating matches where one team was able to take because of Zay always in hair's breadth, always able to make the right plays, the right calls, and able to escape death in the most harrowing confrontations.
Yeah, it is going to be something that the draft could be made up for the side of one team, because they have Wawa on the side as well as the Lunlun, and we happen to see a lot of great plays coming in for Lunlun for the side of one team, and it makes one team is a fearful kind of matchup. Then it will be something that if we saw Lunlun gets maybe the Florentino, maybe the maybe a Yenna to be played in this first matchup, but I don't think that one team could invest a lot more in terms of they want a much more greater matchups with Lunlun. Maybe the Scud could be played in the first matchup, but I would say one team really not really not giving a Lorien for the side of Valencia, because of Valencia really wants the Lorien with the QQ pick. We saw what happened if any teams that gets the Lorien could win the first matchup. So, but given Valencia the Lorien first pick, that they take down Elsu and also the Roxy, it would be something of a hard matchup for the side of one team. They can Agnes grip onto the Lorien, but with the Hayate combination, it would be something that one team trying to find with the Elsu pick here, because they want to prioritize down the Elsu first, but give Valencia a lot more space to play with the Lorien, as well as the crowd control that Lorien could give, and the Hayate. We see this type of composition from Talon Esport before this, and makes the win for Talon, but Valencia has the upper hand with the 3 picks, and one team really need to find what is the number 3 heroes could be bring in this matchup. If not, it's going to be a clean sweep coming in the first matchup. Early game has been secured by the side of Valencia. Mid game as well, they have the Zuka and also the Hayate. So potentially is one team really needs some scaling types of heroes with the Elendor pick here. They have the double ADC. I would say double AD is not famous as it used to be in terms of AIC 2019 and 18, but it will be something for one team. They want to give a lot of damage, as well as they have burst, they have poke, they have DPS with the Elendor. It being something that Valencia could punish. They already have the Zuka, they have the Hayate, and also the Lorien. Teamfight capabilities is too much to be handled by one team. They have the shutdown ability, but they need someone, maybe a Mina to be picked here for Zay, maybe a Mina Dark Slayer with the Roxy support. If they take the Mina, it would be a good game for side of one team.
Yep, and definitely one team needs a lot more protection. The Roxy's not going to be enough with the gap close that we saw from Lorien, the Zuka, and also the kiting abilities of the Hayate, which is going to be very, very hard. They banned out the Iggy to prevent a lot of the damage and long-range damage to be in the favor of one team, because if they pair that up with the Elsu, it's going to be disastrous for Valencia CF Esports. But, you know, this is reminiscent of what we saw from KFC Talent and ADT. One team actually goes in with the same draft almost as ADT. The difference is that it's not much of a pick wherein they're gonna have to be losing, because it's not a wisp pick. So they're gonna be definitely relying heavily onto the snipes of that LSU. Valencia CF Esports has the KFC talent draft from earlier. The first 3 picks, if you actually notice it, it's a Lorian, a Hayate, and a Zuka. It's like they're repeating it from memory. But one team is gonna be adding a mage that could probably give them some control, an Ignis or a Liliana. There is a boundary wherein if a Liliana is being picked out, you're gonna be scared to actually go into a certain area, because a lot of the damage of the Liliana can be affected because he can go for a gap close to anyone. Hayate could be a target here. The stuns and also the pokes he has is substantial, even without the Fox form.
Yeah, I think the Liliana pick is only to just deny the Kuna Blitz coming in for from Pichu, and that is a good thing for the side of one. They had a lot of assassin like what we used to see from Talon, and it made a good fortune for the side of Talon Esports. They have Liliana, they have the Elendor. They need one more champion that could bring any kind of tanky, maybe sustainability. They doesn't have the Crixie or an Iggy. It would not be possible for side of one team. They maybe need a Mina. They doesn't have the Yena just yet, or it's been taken away by Valencia CF, or somehow HG as well kind of works. But if they take down the Mina, it will be much more defensive. But one team said, no, we're not going for a defensive pick. We are going for aggressive, all the way dives in composition with the Richter if they want to pick them up. But for the side of Valencia, they had the Alice as well as the Yena with the hits and fits. Will make a play for them. One of the best, one of the versatile support that Valencia had is the Alice onto Chaos, so they can go for aggressive pick. They has the the hits and fits as well as the stuns coming in for Alice. So aggressive gameplay could be played by Valencia if they didn't respect the matchup in terms of early game. And for one team, they had mid-game matchup. They had the Elendor. They need 1 items for that Elendor, as well as the Liliana. Boomstick is the one to be finished first to make a lot of damage and trying to find a way to take down objective or maybe a couple of kills in terms of that matchup alone. So Valencia, they had much more damage. They had the crowd control they won from Alice as well as the Lorian. So I would say I love the drops coming in for Valencia CF because of the Lorian and also the Alice. But one team is all aggressive damage type of composition with the Roxy onto that Dark Slayer. So Valencia might have been winning a bit in terms of draft from my point of view, but one team is still having the potential with the Elsu as well as the Elendor in terms of mid game.
In terms of having a normal execution, I think VCF has the upper hand on this draft. What changed here is from the KFC talent draft was that the Alice is going to be picked up, and also the Yena. The Alice is going to be the substitute for the Ferris, who has been doing a lot of damage onto that game. And also on the side of one team, they actually replaced the Crixie with the Liliana, and also the ADC was replaced. So definitely this is going to be slightly different, but with all of the things that we're going to be expecting here from BCF is that they are going to have the upper advantage against one team in terms of the lineup that we're going to show, as long as it is going to be playing almost the same. Wawa is going to actually take the advantage of that trade. Taos is bleeding heavily from the damage coming in from Wawa and also Zay.
Yeah, given the draft that have been made by Valencia, they need to play aggressive, what they do in terms of Teos and as well as Pichu on the top side. Lunlun trying to find a way to just steal one member, but no, this is only level 2 Roxy, doesn't have the active script just yet. Going in, Zé with a couple more dashes. It would be something that in terms of early game, it somehow like a pace, kind of try to set some pace in terms of one team, because they know the damage of Valencia in early game. They cannot play it really aggressive. If they happen to be silenced from Teos, maybe SRY, then one team could suffer a much greater loss. But yeah, Teos is following the Myra on bottom side into mid lane as well, giving the speed movement boost a little bit faster for that Zuka. Then Zuka will have an angle grip onto the top side. Teos will lose his health with the metamorphosis onto the back side from NK, and one team claims the first kill, makes this set of pace and goes for the Abyssal Dragon. They want Abyssal Dragon, 3 members from top side just running to bottom side.
They definitely want to actually get that secure dragon, and one team actually left out the top lane. We're gonna see here another, maybe an invade going to happen, but VCF is already in the area, and they're not gonna let any of the resources of the jungler be taken here. SRY is gonna be here on the bot lane, and Charles as well with the shutdown. He's gonna be very, very well aware of the positioning of the Roxy. Lunlun is actually very, very scary on using that Roxy pick. He is going to have that kind of presence wherein whenever he's missing, there is going to be some pressure mounting, because they're always going to be thinking, is Lunlun going to be here pulling us up for the initiation, or is he just on the lane trying to farm?
Yeah, I think he needs to farm. He needs to wait for the Agnes Grip to only have the a couple more damage with the Agnes Grip and the follow-ups coming in for NK. If NK on top side, it will be much of a convenient for the side of one team. They can dive a lot with the Agnes Grip coming in for Lunlun. And look how Zé is trying to play really well in terms of zoning control, and I'll commend that, because of none of the members of Valencia really takes the bait to trying to chase down Zé much of the time. But into the mid lane here, a couple more initiation coming in for one team, leaving Lunlun as well as NK bottom side. Lunlun is, you can see in Valencia, no one from Valencia wants to fight with Lunlun on bottom side. Now Hits a Fits has been pushed down. Zé a little bit too aggressive here, but none of the members coming in for both teams has been taken down, and they could pressure on top side. The Dark Slayer really need to be slain here, but none of the members really needs to go for that matchup, because if Valencia trying to play for objective, they could take the Dark Slayer to just closing the gap in terms of goal, but it's really hard for fighting down the damage that one team has currently. Oh, top side, what happened here? Couple more damage onto Myra, but Myra with the snipes coming in for Kai, a little bit of not the same target as Zé intended, because if it lands onto Myra, they could take the second kill for the side of Valencia.
Right now, we're seeing some advantage here for one team, but it's not an advantage that's, is going to be one-sided. It is still winnable. 500 gold or 800 gold or even 1k gold is still a number wherein you can actually just take an objective and equalize it. The problem here is that if the rotations are going to be the same, one team is definitely going to have the damage that they're hoping for in the mid-game. Myra is going to be harassed here by NK, QQ as well. NK is just taking in all of the advantages that he can easily fit. It's going to be used Star Sky as well to deter NK from securing that kill. And on the top lane, we're seeing Kai and Zé actually giving pressure to SRY. Lulun is just slowly clearing out the lanes. He knows that Pichu cannot even take the kill if he's not going to be able to stack. And the mobility of Lulun is going to be there. NK as well is going to be entering. Lulun is going to be boxing out Pichu, scaring him with that attempt to go in. Maybe there is going to be a chance here. The stun is not going to connect. Wawa as well is just mounting pressure into the rotations. And you can see who is at the upper hand of the initiations of the fight. It is always one team.
Yeah, one team has to take the pace in game number 1 because of Valencia really scared a little bit in terms of how they trying to play this really safe. But one team, if Valencia gives one team a lot of space, it will be a game for one team because we haven't seen when one team is not having a good game in terms of early game, they lost it in the late game because of if one team grabs the opportunity to win, it will be all day long because of I think one team is waiting for that flicker to just happen to under cooldown if they want to take a lot of objective. But now NK on top side, NK takes the kill as well onto Yena. SRY doesn't have to connect the silent just yet, but still Lorian for the side of Valencia is not working for them because of how the movement and the dashes that one team has is not in the favor of Valencia currently. One team has the double kill. They has 2 kills currently with 1 objective taken, 1 Dark Slay, 1 tower, and 1 Abyssal Dragon. The bottom tower is the next objective, and it will be falling down. Orb as well, 1 snipe, it doesn't have to kill it yet, but only 1 health left for that Myra, with the Zuka really needs to run away with no item yet for members of Valencia.
But this is a difference here. One team is actually using this kind of composition to get the pickoffs, to get the initiation, to get the advantage in every start of the fights. And Lulun has been a big part. When whichever lane he is actually located, it's almost a sure kill because he's able to connect the Agnes grip on anyone who defending the towers, and that gives a lot of space and a lot of opportunities for NK to actually capitalize on. He actually finished up his Fafnir already. He also has a Claim Sanctity, and definitely the damage that he's going to be able to deal even onto the tanks is going to actually hurt a lot, and in a matter of seconds he can burst down the squishy heroes like Lorian, the Hayate, Myra as well. SRY is not an exception. We all know Yena can build tank items, but at the end of the day, the defensive capabilities of Yena is still not going to be enough to tank some damage in, and Myra is going to be taken here with Zay with the Mark of the Hunter. Getting a silence and the skills of Myra is not going to be enough to safely get away from that engagement.
Ooh, this is an early matchup. Early matchup on the side of one team. They take the 3-kill lead. 1 Agnes Grip is needed for London. Agnes Grip is still not been using just yet, but looks how NK is chugging down with the members of 1, trying to find a way to take the kill. It takes 1. Maybe only the support will be taken away, but still the Lorian could not make it. Ultimate coming in from Myra doesn't even land much of a help for one team. They trade NK with Teos, and I think Valencia really responded really well in terms of that jumping style coming in from one team. The defense is solid, but how the Valencia really needs to push away the members of one team outside the jungle. It would be hard, but it not be possible for one team to just run away scared because the NK just has been shut down.
Yo, man, that is gonna be putting some pressure into one team because NK is one of the biggest factors why they have the advantage in the earlier part of the engagement. So you see NK actually be aggressive, teleporting into enemy lines and doing some damage onto the front line. QQ, Taos, and SRY has been the targets of NK, and it is clearly being felt. They're giving a lot of gold to the Ellender. NK right now is on the top lane, taking in some waves for himself, maybe taking in some Sentinels as well. Kai is going to be sniping, but he's not going to be able to steal the red buff. But they are holding down most of the members. NK right now is in the brushes, and it is already being mediated. And SRY is not going to be able to connect himself. The silence is not going to be there. But on the mid lane, Wawa is doing some hard work with the pushes that he's been doing. A snipe is not going to connect again. QQ is going to be able to successfully clear the wave. Another wave is going to be crashing, but Kai is going to be closing up the mid lane, opening up the third turret, third tier turret here for VCF. And they are now hard at work on going for a strategy to go for the defense. But till when are they going to be able to hold down? More of the pressure is mounting. They have a lot of range in the side of one team, and that enables them to just get the turrets easily.
Yeah, he's going to somehow. Valencia really needs something that could just negate the Agnes Grips not being caught up with Longland plays a really great Roxy. Roxy just not being in the lane, just hide in plain sight, because one of members only living Pichu on bottom side here versus Longland bottom, and it's going to be something. Okay, now engagement coming from Z again with the Man of Mark, giving the hard time for Myra to just engage on the Dark Slayer. 3 kills to be fine for the side of Valencia. So yeah, if they want to. Only non-objective has been taken away. Pichu on the bottom side trying to find if he can take one objective in the hands of one team. But London is there. London is going to find one possible attack with the Frost Cape that Pichu has. Maybe slows down London a little bit. And I think it's currently one team is trying to find a way to knock down Valencia one by one in terms of how objective taking there is with the Elsu is happen to saving a lot more space with the Lorian just can't go inside, maybe in the front face of the one team members, and that Elsu is going to be a hard time for Valencia. So yeah, because of Valencia cannot play aggressive with the Alice pick. They can, but they would suffer a lot more damage coming in from Kai.
Yep, and now they're knocking into the doors of VCF. They're going for a commit here on the bottom lane. Mara is doing his best. Zay is just going to be deterring some of the damage, but the clear from QQ and Taos as well is going to be amplified with a his effect. But the mid lane wave is going to be crashing yet again. They are maybe in danger. SRY is going to do his best. That's going to be the half press being used up. And they are going to be successfully defending themselves from the push coming in from one team. They're maybe waiting for the next layer. And the Dark Lord Slayer is actually going to be spawning in a matter of 45 seconds. And K is just going back to farming his items, but he's already at 12.5k. He is going to be locking in most of his itemizations. He still has an orb that he can pop up for maybe a turn around play, and that's going to be crucial. Let's see what is going to happen on the next slash, because definitely it is the one that's going to be dictating who's going to be winning this. VCF is in the last straws of their life. If they're not going to be winning the next clash, definitely one team can actually go for a victory run and just go straight to the Nexus.
Yeah, 15 minutes in the game. We have 3k plus gold lead for the side of one team. This Dark Lord has spawned. The damage that NK could give is only possible to just one man kill down this Dark Lord, and the members of VCF, they want to engage, they want to contest this Dark Lord. A little bit too late, but Mira steals the Dark Dark Lord for themselves. But one team make a clear mistake, and Valencia could defend this. They can push mid lane, but one team fight could dictate one or VCF could take the game for them. Mid lane Dark Lord, top side will be pushed by London, bottom side here and mid already been taken by Valencia. One team fight, only one mistake is the opening gap for the side of Valencia.
Yup, and this is VCF, and if you make a mistake, they're definitely going to be capitalizing on it. They had the opportunity to take objectives for themselves. The towers is definitely an option. Myra is just in the area scaring NK away because he knows that the Skyfall and also the his if it actually hits, he is going to be in grave danger. The snipe is going to be used by Kai to shave off some of the health of that Dark Lord Slayer. And we're going to see SRY on the top lane just taking in some towers for himself. The second tier turret is going to be difficult. Lulu's going to be missing that Agni script. He is going to be slowed down. He's not going to be able to walk away with a slow coming in from Pichu and the Hizafin coming in from Taos. And it is a 4 versus 5 engagement that is going to be making one team suffer here. And SRY is now knocking on the door here in the third tier with the Dark Lord Slayer in the mid lane. It's going to be difficult. Zeh is going to be using the Bark of the Hunter. He's not going to be able to silence anyone. And K is doing his best. The Kunai Blitz, though, from Pichu is going to be finishing off, procting down that Resurrection. He is going to be going back. He is still alive and well. Wawa is going to be taken out here by Kaido with a normal attack. Mara is doing his best. That's going to be a snipe connecting, and they go for an exchange. It's a 1-for-1. It's a 3 versus 1 here on the defense. Are they going to be able to go for a victory run, or is it just going to be a successful defense here? With Pichu still having his resurrection, and with the dead timers actually in favor here by VCF, they still can just hold this out. They're not going to be easily taking this since we still have Pichu with the dead sickle being ready for himself here. He is gonna do his best though at
8 seconds.
8 seconds on the clock. Are they gonna be able to go for the defense? The Kunai Blitz is gonna be the mark of the Hunter as well. He's gonna be more position is gonna be used, and the Nexus Clock is gonna happen. One team takes this back. An almost comeback play coming in for BCF, but it doesn't matter because one team is gonna be able to take this back again into their clutches. Game number 1 on one team's side.
Oh, nearly a win for Valencia. We had it coming. We had one team fight made by Lulun trying to find a way to with the Atlas grip, but one team gets lucky enough to defend their core and makes the win for them. 4 losses of members for the side of Valencia at that point with only Hayate is present. I wouldn't say the defense is going to be something is going to be really hard because of how Valencia CF that's still onto Dark Lord. It's nearly a win for Valencia CF. The only moment that we saw Valencia could make this comeback, a dream came true. But now sometimes we can't even chase our dream, and the dream has been crushed by other teams. So maybe something that could bring by the members of one team. The dreams has been negated, but one team secures the kill, secures the game number 1, and makes the first point for themselves. But Valencia really has the ability to win this matchup, but in terms of how, the only first losses that Lorian suffered in AIC.
Yo, man, at that moment, I think it was a very, very good play coming in from VCF, but it was just not enough. What happened there was that they overestimated themselves. They were not able to calculate the damage coming in from Kai, and Kai being able to secure a lot of kills for himself in that last minute of the game was one of the key to why one team actually won that. Yes, they lost a lot of the towers, but in the late game, dead timers are very long, and a 1-minute defense for Pichu alone wasn't going to cut it. It's either you could have go for a cut lane, but that's not also possible because we saw 3 of the members of one team actually walking with that creep wave, and even in that moment, it's just pretty difficult. Kunai puts the damage accumulating for the ultimate of that Hayate is just going to be hurting as it progresses. So he was not able to clear that wave, and that was the turnaround there. Not much that they can do. There was a metamorphosis ready for the Elder as well. So basically, props to BCF for that almost comeback. But a better congratulations to one team because they were able to keep calm and they knew how to win back the game. And even with the pressure mounting from the BCF, they did not falter. They just went in and did their work, and they were able to take game number 1.
Yeah, the game number 1 be taken by one team makes the game possible for them. But in terms of how Valencia waiting for the opportunity to take a steal onto Dark Lord Slayer, making they can push mid lane, and they force one team to make a lot of mistake there, and it's possible for one team loses that gap a lot. But yeah, one team really defended pretty well. They suffered a 3 turret loss in mid lane and also top side, but yeah, the respawn timer is in the favor of one team rather than Valencia. Only 2 seconds behind for that Yena to respawn. So one team takes the counting game pretty well and makes the game number 1. But Valencia still has what it takes to bring the matchup in game number 2 because of how the drafts has been invested. Not much, but it's a lot with the Lorion pick. Now, game number 2, one team does not have to ban the Lorion. So one ban has been open for the side of one team. What could be banned next? Maybe the Nacross, maybe the Omen. So yeah, only Valencia needs to ban out the Lorion. In terms of what happened in this game, only 9 kills and 3 in respawn for Valencia, but the goal is not too of a gap with the 2k goal lead that one team has. Only for a second that we saw on the goal different graph is that one pointy side is when Valencia had the Dark Lord steal and happened to still have one team on the lead, and maybe one team is telling the world that they are the best team in the world.
Yeah, definitely that win was not that crystal clear, but at the same time, not all teams are able to actually just handle that kind of pressure, and one team actually did it, and they have that kind of mentality. They have a strong mentality to actually just stay in the game and do what's needed. Going into the graph though, you're gonna see a lot of white swings. VCF almost had that swing after they got that Dark Slayer, but it wasn't enough. They needed a wipeout, and one team was not gonna have it. And the MVP of this game is gonna be Kai on that Elsu. Actually, that kills that he had, that 2 kills, was a very, very crucial because he got that on the last minute, and it actually helped one team stay in the game and take that spectacular win. In a 3v1 fashion, there's not much Pichu can do. You're gonna see here the damage he's dealt is 32.4%. So he has been suppressing a lot of the heroes of the BCF, and it's clearly being felt here. It's a well-deserved MVP. If Kai actually plays like this more, then definitely one team is still gonna be staying on track. We're not seeing a weak lane here, not like what we're seeing. The difference from the lineup is that when ADT pulled this up, it was only one lane that was doing the work. And in terms of one team, we all know teams coming in from the GCS are very, very well known, not for their solo plays, but in terms of their team play capability. In terms of the clashes, you always see a lot of those good looks and also good positioning. That's what defines the GCS on the team play that they can actually show us. In the BCF, there's a lot of spectacular skills. There's a lot of those strategies as well, but not as evident as we saw one team actually just doing the bulk of the work all throughout game number 1. In game number 2, I'm expecting a lot from BCF. They did have an almost close win. It's an understatement to say that it could have been a game that tilted to them if they did not overestimate Kai. If they were able to actually just take out Kai at the earlier onset in that last clash, it would have ended. But they actually committed to actually proc that resurrection from NK, and that did not bode well for them because there was still another ADC that one thing could rely on, and that was Kai on that Elsu, who just did a lot of the bulk of the damage. You could see the snipes. Whenever it hit, 1/4 of the health of that Zuka was always there, was always shaved. Even on the Lorian, QQ was mostly suppressed. He could not use the SAR Sky because in the opening minutes, in the opening seconds of the clashes, he was always hit by the snipes as well.
Yeah, look at how the investment coming in for one team. They had the Elendor, they had the Elsu in terms of game number 1, but I'm really scared for Valencia CF because they takes down the Lorian and they lose game number 1. So it's open one ban for side of one team. That Lorian is not a threat anymore. Maybe one want to take down the Lorian for them. Maybe the Aya been taken out for one team. We don't know what could happen in game number 2 because of if this momentum is playing well for one team. This could be the same result as the matches number 1.
In the best of 5, yes, they did invest heavily onto game number 1. They picked up the Elsu, they picked up the Elender as well. They also had a lot of the Roxy pick actually there for Lunlin, and definitely it is going to be an investment that is well placed because you actually secured the win. If they actually lost that would be disastrous for one team moving forward in this best of 5 series. But since they were able to win it, and they actually had a lot of spending as well on the BCF. You can see here in the global Bannon picks, they picked up a Hayate, a Zuka as well, who has been part of the meta, and a Lorian pick. Yena is situational, Alice is situational as well. So big 3 picks for BCF. For one team, it is the same 3 big picks. You can put the Elender, the Elsu, and also the Roxy, and you can actually consider Liliana as well as a big pick. So they did have 4 big picks here on one team, but still, if they win game 2 and game 3, it doesn't really matter if they're gonna be expending these picks on game number 1, because as long as they have that lead advantage, even if they invest in game number 2, as long as they're gonna be able to win it, game number 3 is gonna be a cinch for them. Not like what BCF. They need to trail. They need to think about game number 4 as well, because they are the team that needs to catch up.
Yeah, they are the team that need to make something different in game number 2 because of how investment has been made in game number 1. It could be something that Valencia really needs to think about of the drafts that they want to make in game number 2, is that they have a lot more potential with the momentum when the late game itself is the side of Valencia. But one team played it really well in terms of defensive. Now one team trying to end this game pretty early with the Necros pick here, with pick number 1. I would say this is the good pick if they want to open up with the doesn't have the Roxy, maybe a Baldum and a Laville if they want to, but a Crixie and Iggy is open for Valencia if they want a Iggy, maybe a Crixie, but Telenas and Crixie, I would say they want to pick Telenas and Baldum first if they want to Telenas, but I think the Caffney, the Baldum will be still away for one team if they didn't pick down the Baldum first. They could get Iggy, they could get the Crixie if they maybe on the third pick, because none of the members of one team can pick the same kind of composition, maybe same type of hero into the mid lane. But now Natalia has been hovered away here for one team. This is maybe something that one team can spend much less in terms of mid lane matchup versus a Crixie with the Natalia hover. Maybe they want to Iggy. I think if the Natalia has been picked by one team, I would rather see an Illumia versus Crixie. But the Illumia pushback is the same. It would not make a lot of difference versus the Moonfall coming in from that Crixie. So if they want to pick Natalia, I would say it is a no. Going in with the Violet for the side of one team, and one more with the UA pick here for Wawa.
That's interesting to see. This is the first time we're gonna see a UA pick here on AIC 2022. You know, UA has been nerfed a lot, but still, if you're gonna be able to hit your skill shots at a very long distance, UA is definitely a hero that's gonna be a threat, especially in clashes. If you're actually having a lot of free looks with that hero, you can make the front line of your enemy team, and you're gonna make them pay for sure because of that insane range. And then you add in a Violet as well, so it's a very scary combination for one team, especially in the clashes. If we do reach the late game, they're definitely going to be falling off in terms of the sustainable damage that they can throw. But in terms of the ambush potential, Quixie is still going to be the top tier hero. Once you actually ambush someone, you just need to proc your first skill and then also your ultimate, which is the Moonfall.
Yeah, the Moonfall could be something that Valencia really need to think about with the UA presence for the side of one team. It would be hard for the side of Valencia if they did not bring any kind of burst damage kind of jungle. They already have the late game securance onto the Crixie and the Caffrey, but bringing out the Baldum with the Caffrey, I would say I understand. But with the Ari hovering, something is they can chase down Violet, but it's hard to kill the UA, maybe a Necro as well. So the Ari pick here kinda sus to me, to be honest. Versus they already take down the Ari first. It doesn't give a lot more information in terms of what jungle. Yet for Valencia, maybe an RV jungle, but that is so season 4 type of champions. But one team, I nearly saw double Baldum there. I'm maybe tripping, but it's now a lumber for the fact that one team, if they got a lumber, maybe one more. Maybe they want to bring a Lubu though. I think a Lubu or a Zuka. They doesn't have the Zuka yet already, but if they want to bring a Lubu, maybe a one more jungle that has sustainability, I would say it's okay because they can go on the back line. But versus a Nakra and also Yena, maybe it's going to be really hard game for Valencia.
Yep, right now they're actually hovering onto a Lubu pick. There is gonna be some kind of boost here at early mid game, but late game I did say that Lubu is gonna be falling off. And in terms of the capabilities though, there are a lot of late game heroes for Valencia CF. You have the IRV, you have the Kafini as well, and you have the additional damage coming in from Crixie. And what's interesting to see is that Crixie is a hero that you don't need much. You don't need to actually have a lot of skill to use. You just use the Moonfall, you hit your knockups, you hit your first ability, and you usually that usually translates to a successful kill. So it's a hero that is full of utilities as well. You have mobility because you have a speed up whenever you use Moonfall as well. So it's a very, very safe hero. Not like on Yue, wherein if the user is not going to be that skilled, you're actually just going to be wasting your skill shots as well. But I have confidence that with Wawa using the Yue, it is going to be a hero that deals a lot of havoc. In terms of the in terms of the composition, you're gonna see a lot of mobility and of course range on one team. On the other side, it's gonna be a more balanced composition. From early to late game, you'll have a lot of heroes that's gonna be popping up for Valencia CF. While on one team, mostly late game is definitely gonna be their key here. Even in the mid game, as long as they're gonna be hitting their skill shots.
Yeah, who's scaling up faster in terms of this game number 2? And one team has a late composition, but we have to know that for the side of Valencia, they had a Cafney to the late game composition. So they only have one Cafney, but if for one team they have the Yue, they have the Yena as well as the Violet. So maybe in terms of draft, I would say I like what one team is doing with the Yue pick here, with the Nacros as well. But if Valencia trying to make this work, they can play a lot more aggressive with the evades. But yeah, we saw what happened. If everyone picked down Lubu jungle, Lubu is kind of a slow jungle and has been nerfed a couple of times, not having a lot more damage to deal with the Nacro speed and Nacro critical in terms of jungle matchup. But still, Myra has what it takes to be one of the fastest jungle in this AIC. But they need to think it pretty well. One team fight, it could give one team a lot more space to play. But yeah, early game is not so good for one team. If they want to play aggressive, it will be a mistake versus Valencia in this current matchup. Yes, giving Pichu a lot more. If one mistake coming in for one team in this current matchup in early phase, it would give a lot more time and a lot more goal for the side of Pichu, and having one item is enough to scale a lot more in this early matchup with a couple more seconds for the side of both objective. Fusilat is not available just yet. He doesn't have a lot more experience. He just steal, so it's kind of hard for the side of Valencia to steal this Abyssal Dragon.
Yup, NK is actually starting here in Abyssal Dragon. Myra is gonna be entering the fray. Are they gonna be able to successfully take this to their hands? They are gonna be starting it, but not much of commitment is gonna happen here, as they know that 4 of the members of VCF is in the area, and the Slayer is gonna be traded out as an objective, as they let the other members of Valencia CF to be there. They know that they are actually at a disadvantage against Alubu with the Conqueror ability in the early game. Not much that NK can actually do at that moment though. And Luna is going to be charged here. He is going to be knocked over, as he's not going to be able to connect his first ability.
Woo. I would say it's going to be something that one team is making a play. Because one Abyssal Dragon been taken by Valencia, but if one Dark Slayer for the side of one team, they could trade in this early matchup. But in terms of composition, it would be one team on the late game, and it's hard. But now Judgment as well as the Splitter coming in to take the first blood onto one team. The kills is given for that Lumber in this first matchup. I'm just loving the enchantment that be using by Zay. That is not the normal enchantment using by a Lumber. That is giving a much more damage in terms of early game. Just trying to match up with Valencia. Oh, been caught up here, a couple more dashes, a little bit late, but now ultimate has been pushed by Myra. That is kind of a waste. Look at the damage from Ryue. That is too much, and this is a retribution coming in for one team. Takes the kill number 2 as well. it kind of looks the same as game number one.
Yeah, right now, it's just whenever one team has the advantage, usually they don't actually make the mistake. They just use it to pressure the VCF in terms of the rotations. If they are very, very sure, they're 70% sure to actually win the fight, that's when they actually commit. And that wasn't a very extension coming in from Myra, so to speak. He actually went in hard against Wawa without any kind of information from his teammates. And that gave a lot of room for the counterplay to be initiated by NK and Lulin. QQ as well was being beat up on the bottom lane, and that was unfortunate. The damage coming in from Kai is substantial, and the rage as well is just too much for QQ to bear in most of the instances. They're giving a lot of resources to Myra here, but I don't know if that's gonna be a good idea, as we're seeing a lot of the range is here on the bot lane. Talos is doing his best wild charge as well. It's gonna be used. A knockback coming in from Zay is gonna happen. Myra as well spots out NK here. There's gonna be an exchange. Conqueror is gonna be used, but after that, he's not gonna let Myra get some lifesteal over the exchanges, and that's basically what Nacrot is just gonna do. He's just gonna be baiting out the ultimate, and then after that, it's already the end. And Zé and Kai are going to be securing the first objective of the game. They get that bottom lane turret. And they were able to box out and zone out Pichu in the area.
Yeah, I just love seeing how much Archer or ADC played objective gameplay, living the jungle as well as the Dark Slayer to play it really aggressive, and that pick onto that Necroth is really making the play for the side of one team. They take the lead onto 2 kills and as well as the 2,000 gold lead in terms of how one team is going all over the places. They takes one tower first instead of Valencia, still not giving much damage in terms of one objectives. It's going to be really hard for side Valencia if they're trailing a lot. If they did not give a funneling strat for Pichu, it would be a disaster in the mid-game matchup. That Pichu will not has a lot of damage. We know that Pichu already had the Clips of Santi. He needs the bow. He needs one more, maybe Saber 2 to be in the damage area. So if Pichu is paying a lot more pressure, it will be hell for the side of Valencia. Now coming in onto the backside here with a couple more dashes, but no, the ARP was saved for the full slot has been pushed, but none of the attacks will make a positive impact. Bottom side, we have an objective gameplay coming in for NK as well as Lulun, but no, it will not be enough. But now the kills comes in with the Crixie. Oh, the Jury Fury takes the kill onto one more member, and that QQ is not going to live long. The death is going to be registered a lot more. 3 kills into the accounts of one team, only 0 in respawn for Valencia.
And this is basically a difficult pill to swallow for VCF. It's just that they don't have the capability right now to actually catch out the mobile heroes that we're seeing from one team, and they're doing their best in every situation, but it's just so hard to get the one-up over one team who is currently having a 3k gold advantage. And all of the heroes from one team as well is going to be scaling very, very hard. It's a composition where the defensive capabilities that they have is definitely way out of the roof. And on the mid lane, we're seeing NK actually taking in the wave, while Lulun is actually starting here the Holy Dragon, which is going to be difficult. NK is in the area. Myra as well might be attempting to go for a steal, but it is still going to be taken here by NK. A nice attempt by Myra though.
Valencia really needs to pick up the phone. They need to answer. The damage from Yue is a little bit too much. the projectile is hitting every corner for Valencia. Mid lane, a little bit too defensive. Still has the tier 1 tower, but in terms of tier 2 on bottom side has been taken down. Tier 1 on top is still alive. They're focusing up to give Lulun much more ground to split push. So it's going to be having a gap for Dogs late. Yeah, the Iron pick, I've questioned it before, but now the team fight comes in with the damage coming in for Wawa. Takes the kill, and they trade 1-0. It's going to be something that Valencia really thinks about that. This draft is not a conversation to be taken by one team.
4-0 right now. A very, very strong game here for one team. I know VCF can actually pull this off if we reach the latter part of the game where everyone can be bursted down in slightest mistake. But right now with one team, they're taking in the objectives, and this is one of the problems here for VCF. Are they going to be having the optimal condition whenever the late game starts? Because whenever the late game starts, it is going to be a fact of the matter that the damage from one team is just too substantial enough for them to last long, and the rage as well is just VCF being punished for it. Zed, Wawa, and also Kai in the area. This trio is actually unapproachable for VCF.
Yeah, I would say VCF is unapproachable currently because they are defending a lot, but not much of okay. That damage is still registering, and now Yue is one fearful hero. Could be banned by Valencia after this, because they are not giving answers for that UA pick. I've said it before the game itself. Look at the tactical roll coming in for the side of one team that takes one. Only Pichu been taken away. No damage left to be given for the side of one team. Valencia is in the brink of losing. That Nacroth making the play for the side of one team. They take starters on top side. The mid tower will be taken down as well. Bottom will be taken down in the next, but now the core is exposed for the members of one team. Valencia really needs to defend this. With and K on that Nacroth itself is going to be a troublesome here with the Judgment Fury coming in. One more member, they lost Mara in the process, and now QQ is the next to fall, but QQ still alive. Losing the trade by one team, they take away Wawa, the members of one. It takes a lot towers, and now it's time to go back. Only the core is the one left. One team after regen. Maybe Abyssal, maybe the Dark Slayer, and after that, that core will be taken down.
Yeah, definitely. It's a 12-minute mark, and we already have an open base here from HCF Esports, and we've seen a lot. It's either they actually have a wave to actually push with, and they need a wipeout as well. QQ is going to be using everything that he has. Third split is going to be used. The wild person is going to connect. They are going to be in a position. Ryu is going to be used. SRY is going to be dealing a lot of damage as well. Lulun might be entering the fray, but NK is going to be a casualty here for VCF. But still, with 3 of the members of one team still alive, they're not going to be able to go for a victory run, to go for straight to the Nexus, since all of the turrets of one team is still alive and well. The Dark Slayer is going to be spawning into the map. They are going to opt to get the dragon instead of going for the Slayer. And at this point, most of the time, BCS is going to stay onto their side of the map. And one of the reasons is that all of their turrets are already gone out of the map.
Yeah, Valencia's still alive. They take down the Baron, but they lose it along the Abyssal Dragon onto the bottom side. Yes, the Dark Slayer could play it really well, but in terms of how the objective is too much for the side of one team, that that super minion will tear down the time for the side of Valencia. They need to defend pretty a lot, but only one member could give a lot of damage. That is Pichu. If one team could kill Pichu in the process, it will be something for the side of one team. Only the left is one, maybe Mara, maybe SRY. They could not take a 5-man 5v5 fight. It would be something that one team really needs to think about. Only one member that they need to kill, and that is Pichu. If they take down Pichu, leaving NK on top side, no one is currently tipping back. Okay, then NK is trying to chase away Myra first, trying to bait out the ultimate, but now the Dark Slayer is not making any progress for the side of Valencia, and the fight is going to start in a couple 25 seconds left for the Dark Slayer. The next Dark Slayer, it would be tedious for the side of Valencia.
Yep, Dark Lord Slayer is going to be spawned in 13 seconds. So it is going to be crucial. Is VCF going to be able to steal this again, or is it still going to be in the hands of one team? If one team is going to be able to secure Dark Lord Slayer, we could actually seal the fate of the VCF team. We see Myra here going in for a clear, while Taos is going to be spotted here by Lulun, but he is not going to be harassed here right now. Boom, the Earth Splitter is going to connect, while Prison is not going to connect to anyone right now. And one team is now just near here. NK is going to be starting it. And again, Myra is going to be spotting out Ze. Ze is just going to have that vision secured for himself. And the Dark Lord Slayer is not going to be contested anymore, as one team is going to take that. It is going to be a very scary prospect, because when Myra, if ever Myra actually enters and he gets taken out, he knows it's going to be a disaster waiting to happen for VCF, because they need a full 5-man right now. And if the waves are going to be pushed in unison, definitely one team is going to be taking this already. And yes, the red buff is going to be still into the hands of Pichu. One team now is going to be having the Dark Lord Slayer accompany them here on the mid lane, while NK is going to be clearing up the bot lane to maybe show the lanes for themselves. Myra as well as RY is going to go for the shuriken. He's not going to get a hit. NK is just going to be playing as safe as he could and just take in the creep wave. And it's a 4v4 at the moment. Two of the heroes of VCF are on the top lane with the Kafeni and also the Baldoom. Myra is going to be going out. Earth Splitter is going to get a hit. One more hit, and QQ might be taken out, and that's going to be a flicker from Lulu. Wild Prison is going to be used as well. Myra is going to be in enemy territory. Look at the damage coming in from them. And Irene, SRY doing his best to burst down the Yue. Wawa might be in danger. SRY is going to be missing that, and he is going to be taken out. The Resurrection is still there. He is going to be one hit, though. NK is coming up with Jury Fury, and he gets down again, and Earth Splitter is going to be going for a knockup. Myra is doing his best. Conqueror is going to be used as well. He is going to be pushed back, and that is going to be a signal for another entry here. Pichu is doing his best. Resurrection has been procced out here. NK is still alive and well. Myra is the only one left, but it's a Nexus lock. One team closes out the first two games with a strong 2-0 position.
Well, yeah, one team played really well, takes the game number 2 for themselves, make it a 2-0 win in the best of 5. Only one game away to giving Valencia CF to face down ADT on bottom, or maybe on lower bracket after this. But one team secures the game pretty much fine with that trade. But look how Valencia really made the comeback when they had the late game for themselves. They funneled it pretty well for that Kafli who has damage, and only one initiate coming in for Wawa takes down QQ health. That Crixie is not a living thing versus that Yue coming in for that Wawa. Only Crixie is not making the game pretty well, but I should tell that Ahri pick here is not working for the side of Valencia CF. It has better days, it has a better game, but it's not crucial to pick the Ahri in this kind of matchup. Yes, the defense is pretty well, but that combo is not making Valencia wins in game number 2.
definitely you can see how the effectiveness of the violence in the U with the range is just so insane. And if you don't kill them in the opening seconds, you're not gonna be able to have the advantage because in terms of the range, it's gonna be difficult for Pichu to actually zero in. Myra as well is just gonna be punished as he goes in, and that is the fact of the matter why they actually are struggling in game number 2. Much of the fights are always in favor of one team because of the advantage that they have. Even at the start of the clash, that they're gonna be able to deal a lot of damage to whoever the front line is. And if they do commit for an entry for the IRE, for the Lubu as well, yes, they can approach, but you're still going to be worrying about the Earth Splitter of the Lumbur and also the pushback and knockback that the Lumbur has in its kit is one of the biggest things why it's so hard to approach the backline of one team.
Yeah, because the Lumber is too much of a CC, and as well as the armor that Lumber has, as is making the game for the side of one team. They had a little much of a struggle in terms of late game, but that is a Nacross. We haven't seen a loss of Nacross just yet. But yeah, giving Nacross first pick for one team, that is too much ambitious coming in from Valencia. They drove it pretty well, but in terms of the last 2 picks for Lubu and as well as Irie is not making the game for them, then that is something that Valencia really needs to change about what heroes could be bringing other than Irie, maybe a Lubu, because of how the energy and also the synergy that they're bringing by one team is too much to be handled with. We came for a part that this is the same kind of situation like ADT. ADT gave the game number 3 is a hard time for the side of Talon. But could Valencia do the same thing? Maybe take one game from one team, or maybe it's a 3-0 win for one.
Well, that is something that's gonna be difficult. Remember, there's still a lot of picks that is going to be available, and with the leeway to actually just field any kind of composition that you want, maybe go for a already GG play for game number 3 and expend a lot. And it's either we're going to see BCF actually having 5 priority picks, and even with that, yeah, they could take one game, but what about game number 4 and game number 5? That is already a big problem for them. And we saw Violet and also the UA being picked out. And that's basically it. One team still has a lot. You can still use Orion. You still have a Hayate. Picks that could actually that could still make a difference. And that's the biggest turnaround here, because this kind of compositions that we saw from one team is more of the compositional advantage that they have during the draft. And they made it work because that's how good the composition that they had, the range that they had, and the assassins that they put into the long range actually sealed the deal for them. Because once the damage coming in from the backline was actually being felt by VCF, you would have NK and Lunlun just finish off the stragglers. And you can see here on the game stats, it's a 6 kill deficit in favor of one team. In terms of gold, not much, because we saw in the last parts of the game, before the Dark Lord Slayer, that there was a lot of objectives being closed up by BCF, but it was already a little too late because all the lanes were already open and lane management was also against them. You can see most of the towers being taken here by one team. All the towers were taken out, as well as the Nexus, Holy Dragon Slayer, Dark Slayer, and Infinite Slayer. You can see the gold difference over time. It was built to 7.7k, and it was actually mitigated in the last parts of the game. And we're gonna see the MVP of this game is going to be Ze, one of the biggest focal points on the defensive strategy that we saw from one team. He was a big part on why Violet and Yue had the leeway all throughout the game.
I think that is not a 100% defensive strat. When you have that enchantment, you have a lot of damage, and you are hard to kill for that Lumber. So that is one of the we rarely see Lumber use that kind of enchantment, because of usually on the green side the not the Avata, but yeah, MVP. I think it's deserved for the side of one team because of how he dictates a lot more pace for the side of one team. He roams a lot. He wins a lot more battles in terms of vision. But yeah, that is game number 2. But we are going to game number 3 after this. But before that, we are going for a short break. My name is Mikos and I'm with Vittorio. See you after the break.
Yue brandishes a fan as her weapon, retaining her elegance even in battle. Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher allow her to easily control the whole battlefield, and Borrowed Might allows Yue to unleash endless attacks. If an enemy dares to offend Yue's grace, then they will taste the power of Rising Wind. Passive skill, Borrowed Might. Every time Yue uses Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher, she will gain a stack of Borrowed Might. When she has 2 stacks of Borrowed Might, Yue will reset the cooldown time of Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher and strengthen the next Aqua Force or Mountain Crusher. Skill 1, Aqua Force. Yue throws 2 bone fans at close range, dealing damage to enemies in their path. After strengthening, Yue will throw out 4 bone fans when using Aqua Force. Aqua Force will deal several times the damage where the bone fans converge. Skill 2, Mountain Crusher. Yue throws 2 bone fans at far range, dealing damage to enemies in their path. After strengthening, Yue will throw out 4 bone fans when using Mountain Crusher. Mountain Crusher would deal several times the damage where the bone fans converge. Skill 3, Rising Wind. Yue knocks back nearby enemies and deals damage to enemies in its path while pushing them back slightly. Yue will gain additional vision. Yue is a long-range mage with a powerful ability to exhaust the enemies, but is complicated to operate. To deal perfect damage using Yue, you need to be skilled in combining her skills to deal damage multiple times stronger. However, when Yue overlaps with the enemy, both Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher can deal full damage. When in the lane period, Yue can quickly clear enemy creeps via refreshing her skills through her passive skill and then assist the side lanes. In team fights, Yue needs to use Mountain Crusher multiple times to exhaust the enemies and frequently use Aqua Force to charge up her passive skill to look out for chances to kill or exhaust fragile enemy heroes. The core combo of Yue is to save up a stack of her passive in advance and instantly use Mountain Crusher twice to deal burst damage. But be cautious. Yu's ultimate is the only life-saving skill, so she needs to save her ultimate to be aware of enemy assassins' heroes in team fights.
I fight for what I stand for, what I stand for. You testing me, then I go Rambo, Rambo.
Hey, I taste the glory, taste the pain, I know what it takes to play. Got the kingdom on my back, I came long ways to engrave my name. Found my pride at the borderline, I will never back down till my dues are fortified. Hit him in to get a little cautious. It's part of the process.
They think I'm crazy, or am I really brave? I don't let nothing faze me, there's no hold of delay. I still survive, I own the confidence up in my mind. I'm running close the light, it's time to shine and go take flight. No pain, no gain, if you don't wanna fade away. The both ways, hold pace, heroes moving silence when they say the day. Yeah, I'm not
welcome back to the Arena Valor International Championship 2022. My name is Vittorio, this is Mikos. We're already in the second series of the day, and actually the game number 3, one team already has a 2-0 lead. They need one more to clinch the series and get a sweep for themselves. And you're gonna see in your screens the global ban and picks as well. Mikos, what are your thoughts? Is BCF able to go for a comeback, or with the lack of commitment on the heroes of one team, they did not expend a lot of big picks and they still have a lot of firepower on game number 3? Do you think they're gonna be closing this out?
The information that I had for game 1 and game 2 is that Valencia still has Laville. Maybe they still has the Elsu to be played in game number 3. But yeah, Iggy in the mid lane. But you know, sometimes when the investment been made by Valencia, none of the games work for them. I would say one team is going to win it all with the 3-0 win because of how. Look at you can see Valencia is picking on the blue side, and they are the one that have to ban out the Lorien. That picked Lorien in first game, and did not win the first matchup. That is biting them so hard because they have to ban the Lorien first, and now open for the Aya to be banned for the side of one team. Necroth could be taken away as well because of one team doesn't need to ban out the Lorien and will already be banned by the side of Valencia. If they want to give the Necroth, sure, but the side of Valencia, they only have the Laville and the Elsu, so maybe Necroth and Elsu could be banned by one team. And if Elsu been picked for P2 here, I would say it would be something that one team is hoping for because they opened out Iggy and also the Elsu. We haven't seen a lot of Elsu plays by Valencia, and it could be something that is not a priority. So they still have the Iggy. Iggy versus who? One team already used down the Elsu. Maybe the Grixie could be picked here as well as the Baldum if they want to, but already picked down the Baldum first. One team, they bring up the Zuka. Tachi is nowhere to be seen from today. It could be hard for the side of Valencia though, because if one team played it really safe in this current matchup, they bring up maybe Ryoma and also the maybe Ryoma of Florentino. It could be hell for the side of Valencia.
And right now, in this kind of composition, Iggy does have a lot of utilities, has a long-range magic damage. Still in that kind of lineup, in that kind of composition and kind of matchup, Grixie excels in ambushes, dealing a lot of damage as well while being mobile, and also the capability to deal damage while moving and having that minimal skill shots is definitely one of the biggest things and biggest factor of Grixie. Basically, you can just walk around and deal a lot of damage using that Grixie. And they added Zuka, who so far can also deal a lot of damage in an instance and with a lot of ability in his skill sets as well. But looking at the long-range capabilities of Valencia, they're banking very hard here on game number 3. And I do hope that they get the advantage that they're hoping for with the snipes and also the long-range ultimates and the shadow bombs from the Iggy. Because if they lose game number 3, game number 4 is not going to be possible. And even if they do win this with this kind of commitment here on game number 3, I don't think that they have a bigger chance to take the win unless they secure some bright picks like the Lorien or the Omen or the Nakra.
Yeah, I think the Lorien, they already used down the Lorien in game 1. So if they win this with all the investment that they made, in terms of game 4, we can talk about, okay, Valencia has Talent. Valencia still has the maybe the Violet, maybe the Whips onto AD carry. But onto this side of support, they already still, maybe in this game they go for Tain. And after that, maybe a Roxy to be played here. Florentino as well, but the gaps from investment is too big for one team. One team is not really invest a lot in terms of the two games, and now the game number 3, they're going to invest a lot here. They already have the Zuka, the Baldwin, and also the Crixie. So if they want to bring down maybe on the top side, maybe a Yena or a Chi to be possible to play aggressive versus a Richter, it could be possible. And maybe Kilgroth also can for the side of Valencia if they want to. But the Slims, look at the investment that made by one team. They bring out the Slims. Look on the faces, man. They are laughing Slims. Oh no. Valencia is not believing this. That Slims is the one first to be picked by the side of one team. And Yan, as well as the Zenil, has been picked by Valencia.
It's actually being over there. They're going to be committing to a Yan pick. On the recent patch, it got buffed. I don't know if the patch was applied here, but I think not. But in terms of the Slims pick, it's a pick wherein you can substitute this as a Laville pick as well. Laville excels in almost close range, so it's gonna be different with a Slims. Usually when you pick up a Laville to counter a Elsu, you actually rely on the double trouble. But on the Slims, you have a mini double trouble waiting for you, the Flying Spear, which is definitely almost gonna get a hit on a stationary Elsu. And that's one of the biggest factors why the Slims is being picked out here by one team. It's a classic counter that they're going to be using. But on the 5 picks that we're seeing, a lot of late game potential for one team. But on Valencia CF Esports, from early to late game, they're definitely going to be feeling the heat. And they're going to be packing it on one team.
Ooh. It's going to be really hard right now because of how the drafts coming in for one team. Only the Slims and the Irie is one of the not so investment coming in for one team, but only the side of Valencia. They had a better draft. They had the biggest investment in terms of game 3. But what if they lose this match? They lose is going to be something. It's a 3-0 win for side of one. But if they win it, it would be a loss of investment in game number 4, because it will be resetted in game number 7, not game 5. So this match is do or die for the side of Valencia. If they had a lot more champions could be played, it's okay for them. But for side of one team, they are chilling. They still have the whips. They still has the ability to bring a lot more AD on the side. They still have Lindis, they still have Morin. But what could happen in this current matchup is going to be really hard for the side of Valencia, but they had the better draft. Could they execute it? It's up to them in game number 3. Valencia CF versus one team.
Yep, and we're going into the game, and big expectations of VCF. We're seeing Yan being used here on this game number 3, and probably if it's gonna be used effectively, maybe we're gonna see something as Yan entering the AIC meta. But right now we're seeing a standard start for both teams. They're just luring away the camps, so they're not letting anyone take it easier, and Kai is going to be taking some of the gold. Pichu is just controlling the lanes right now, and the flying sprint is not going to connect. He is going to be taking that gold. The wild charge is being used, but Pichu predetermined that wild charge, and he's going to be able to take it. Safely get away.
Yeah, in terms of early game in the side of Valencia, they could play a little bit more aggressive, trying to find onto the red buff on top side. And one team takes it pretty well, trying to give only one smite coming in with a punish. That now the disengage comes in for the side of Valencia. The red buff has not been secured for the side of Valencia. That kind of rotation may be a little bit too ambitious for Valencia. If they goes for the blue buff first, maybe they can take it, but also for an early come with the Richter and so the Zaniel, they need to win it pretty well in this early game, because if not, the Slims could have more damage with the ultimate that Slims has. The snipes coming for Elsu. I talk a lot in terms of how if you play down the Elsu, you need to take the lead. You need to take a lot more possession in terms of position. But if you are defending, it will be hard to play down the Elsu. Now the engagement coming in, and now a couple more damage, but NK takes the first kill, and now the second kill's been taken away from Valencia, makes it number 2. They traded 2-1. It will be the best side for the side of Valencia currently, too aggressive, and it is needed in this kind of matchup.
And now they're going in for the aggressive play here yet again. They are going to be securing that blue buff. NK right now is in the receiving end with VCF having the kill count advantage. They are trying to get a lot more of the resources of NK. They're preventing NK to actually fulfill his pop-off stage, wherein he's going to be able to deal a lot of damage in a short amount of time. He's an assassin, so definitely it is going to be effective. There is going to be the replay where NK got the first blood in the Abyssal Dragon as well, but they got 2 kills in exchange of that, and they were able to take the blue buff. So not much was taken by one team with that secure. Still, a nice attempt for NK because he was able to get all the objective and a kill for himself.
This is hard for the side of one team because of the momentum is on the side of Valencia. It takes a lot of objectives. They want it pretty thoroughly, but now with the Richter pick is making the play for them. But they trade on in terms of objective Mr. Dragon and also the the Slayer in this current matchup. It's okay for Valencia because they had a lot more objectives in terms of goal and also kills. But if one team played really safe with the Zuka pick, late game it will be a monster in action. But the Zaniel could not deal more damage with a couple more damage here with land. Now the trades has been put. Oh no, they just goes in with a couple more damage. But now the Yan is onto the backside. They still have a lot more defensive mechanism, but one team is not going to receive and enough damage to kill away one members of one. Valencia had a good game here. They had a lot of more potential with the biggest draft they bring. But I'm scared about how the mid game will dictate because of how NK and Wawa could have more damage and already going for the Tome of Reaper. After that Tome, the team fight and also the Moonfall will be more disaster for the side of Valencia. They need to take this and punish a lot in this early game matchup. If not, one team could bounce back in a couple of minutes.
Yup, and Lulun is now going in for a push here. We actually saw SRY give some of his creep wave again to Yantan. Wawa's gonna be the Moonfall, Ember's Case is gonna be there, but NK finishes off the SRY in the mid lane engagement. They're now open to take the Abyssal Dragon, but Taos is going to be able to safely jump away from danger. Kai is not gonna be able to connect that line spear as well. We're seeing here that Myra is actually looking in for more resources for himself. He went for a cut lane, so SRY is not going to be in the top lane contention. They're actually funneling the gold onto Myra's hands. Is this going to be a good idea? Still going to be seen. Wild Charge is going to be used while prison as well. The orb has been procced out, and it might be a disaster waiting for to happen with Wawa going in and draining a lot of damage into the side of VCF. QQ has been taken away with that engagement.
Yeah, with QQ death, that one team already won ahead of kills and also in terms of goal, and one team again in game number 3 they takes the lead. They punish a lot in terms of objective. They still have no no trade just yet, but none of the towers have been taken away from Valencia as well. But now look at Lun played really well in terms of these 3 games, and as we can see, SRY has a lot more space to improve versus Lun, and we saw how one team, if they get the lead they want, it will be punished a lot. Look at how aggressive Wawa is on bottom side. The boomstick is arrived for the side of Wawa. That Moonfall is 1 overheld damage coming in. One team, they want to find one objective, and which is the one? Do they want to go for the Dark Slayer? Maybe for the Beast Dragon on bottom side? Is still pressing on mid and also bottom with 2 members. No, the mid lane will engage first on under the turret, but now the ultimate has been refused by that Baldum. They secures the kill onto the side of Valencia. They trade 1, but now they takes 2 for the side of Valencia, make it QQ 1 kill as well. One team lose 2 members with that trade, bottom and mid.
And now VCF again is going to equalize the advantage that one team had in the early engagements, and still with this kind of leeway for themselves, they still have the capability to deal a lot of damage mid game. You're gonna see a lot more damage coming from the AG, from the Elsu as well. If this actually spirals into the control of VCF, they're going to be able to suppress one team. One team needs to have some kind of advantage to actually equalize the moments, because if they're not going to be able to, they are always going to be in the receiving end before the clashes starts. Taos is going to actually go into the area. In this case by QQ is going to hit Wawa as well. The snipe coming in from Peachy is going to be forcing Wawa to get back again. The suppression is definitely going to be felt here. Knockup coming from SRY. The Flying Spear not going to get a hit coming in from Kai as well. Not much of any luck on the skill shots of Kai at the moment. Maya is going to be starting here. The Slayer, Lunlun is going to be spotting him out. SRY and the others are going to be boxing out Lunlun, so it is definitely going to be into the hands of VCF.
One team is trailing in terms of goal and kills. Mid lane will be taken away with a couple more damage once Snipes comes in with Pichu on the backside with the Wall Praiser with secures 1. But the ultimate coming in for Zaniel trying to save the members, but damage is not secured just yet. Chaos will be taken away, but no, the Orb will be save himself. The turrets in mid will be taken away, but Valencia is okay with that trade, with Chaos nearly taken down. But one team, what is the answer for the question being asked for Valencia? Mid aggressive gameplay for Valencia, because they had a lot more possession into jungle, but one team is not responding pretty well. Right, one dash coming in for SRY. They lost 1 turret on top side, but they cannot just push bottom here because of that Elsu on top side and also the Yan on bottom. That Myra plays it really well in this game number 3. We see it happen before this with ADT versus Talon, but could one team do the same as Talon to win the game number 3? Is good. It's going to be hard, but Valencia is going to run down this matchup. One dive in from Teos doesn't hit the optional target he wants. The objective is to take down the top turret. Bottom turret is no one to be pushed. Mid lane is been pushing away, but the Wild Prison is not connect, but Zay have been taken away first. Ultimate coming in for NK. It's a red 1-1, but NK doesn't have the ultimate just yet. He cannot just take the kill number 2. The Irie pick from Lun is not making the game for one team. He needs that ultimate. He needs that sustainability coming in from that Irie. So one team really needs to play this on the later stage of the game. If not, this is going to be game for Valencia.
Yeah, but definitely it is still a game of contentions. No one is actually on top of each other. Yes, kill counts, PCF is still riding on their coattails, but it is still a manageable lead. The gold isn't going into the control of BCF just yet. Portland and NK are gonna go for a clear wave. The Holy Dragon has been secured here. Not much of any type of contest. They know that they are not yet ready to actually match the firepower of BCF. Pichu, as long as he's gonna be able to snipe safely, is definitely a threat. That's definitely gonna be a thorn on the side of one team. In regards to what the rotations is, BCF is now grouping up. The Slayer is gonna be up in a few seconds. They're starting it up yet again. There is gonna be some damage reduction because of the penalty of taking the Holy Dragon. So it is still, if they are gonna go for any type of contest, they could get an easy steal, but Myra and the others are just going to take that Slayer without any type of contest. Styles is in the area, still has his ultimate available, and he's the best side split pusher for the side of BCF because he can just have a usage of his global ult, and he's going to be able to join the clash immediately.
Valencia is on the brink of winning, but aside of one team, they need to stall this game and take a lot more resources. Longlan, one more dash is available, where the ultimate is still present from him. Need to run away, but none of the members who want it really need to clash this. While Prison does not connect, did they lose one here? None of the members is still losing his life, but the turret has been taken away. But Myra takes the kill onto the face of Lunlun, and Valencia is knocking on the door of one team. Bottom side is on the brink of losing, with the door bringing a bottom side as well. Mid lane will be pushed by NK. Is not enough. The starter will be taken away. Moonfall has been initiated, but the Moonfall will not give a lot more damage. A chunk down on the Teos first, but Towers is still alive. But what is the cause? One team, they doesn't even give a lot much of a fight in this game number 3. Valencia could win this. The Koreans are exposed right now. 5 member, they lost Wawa. They doesn't have much more damage, but still one hit onto the back wall charge. But one member really needs to run away with the snipes comes in from Pichu from the backside. If giving her time for the side of one team, the core is exposed. The members of Valencia really needs to kill the core, but I don't think this is the right time to go full on, because it could be a mistakes coming in for Valencia.
But that was a very, very clean play coming in from Valencia CF. They are now the ones knocking on the door of one team. It is going to be an exchange after the loss that they had on game number 2. It is now the tables has been turned, with BCF the one dictating and has the advantage over one team who is being pressured with 2 holes in their base. They need to manage this well, or they're going to be losing against the Winions. We all know the split pushing capabilities of Sentinel is going to be playing a big part on how they're going to be doing their rotation. The bot lane has been started here. Not much of anything that they can do against the Sentinel at this point.
Wow. Did one team really want to take this contest into retake the side of this Infinite Slayer? But now the engage has been made. The main of Mark already been popped. NK a little bit too scary there. He needs to run away. But the movement comes in. Maybe they lost Wawa first. Next is Z. And now NK really needs to run away. And in Valencia, they can't win this. They take the Infinite Slayer. But I think if they push the mid lane, it would be game, because only 3 members for the side of one team is available to defend this. They had a great amount of people and also a great amount of damage, but Valencia takes the low road to win this. They take it cautiously, and if this is going to be their mistake, one team could make this game for themselves.
And Yan has been a pick that is actually doing it for VCF. And Taos is going to be stunned here. Chain stunned actually by one team. But it doesn't really matter much. It's a tanky hero. He's just gonna be soaking up the damage, and most of the contest is just gonna be popping up the shield. Probably have a problem for himself. Kai as well. He's now been hitting his flying spears, not as well as Pichu is actually hitting his shots. And with the Dark Lord Slayer marching here on the mid lane, it is a very, very scary concept, since it is gonna be harder with that buffed up Dark Lord Slayer actually in the mid lane, and another step is gonna get a hit, crowd charge as well. That's gonna be a knockup in this case because the Wawa is gonna be able to get away safely. Myra is gonna be taken out, and another knockup is there. Kai is doing his best. Look at the damage. The snipe is gonna connect though. He is gonna be taking out Kai here. Ultimate for Pichu. It's a 4v3, and they're not going to be able to actually stop here, as one team is going to be successfully defending the Dark Lord Slayer here on the mid lane because they won that clash. That was a very, very close clash there for one team. Good thing Kai went all in.
Yeah, because they really need Kai to be connect here because of how the damage been traced out with the spear coming in. And they need to wait for the Wild Prison coming in for Z. If Z can land a Wild Prison like it used to be on top side, it will be a win for one team because we saw a lot misplaced Wild Prison on bottom and mid, and that makes the win for the side of Valencia. They win the trade because of that Wild Prison. Only one Wild Prison connect, it will be the win for one team, and they need to treat this carefully because of how damaging it is. And our ultimate has been pushed onto the top side. Now London really needs to run away because the members of Valencia has restored their position on the top side. 1 minute into the second Dark Slayer will be spawned in this current matchup. Who takes this Dark Slayer will be taking the game for themselves. One mistake could be made, and who's going to be the name onto the scoreboard.
And now BCF is now trying to group up and play as smart as they could. They're going to be showing the lane, scaring the ball lane with Myra actually in the lead. We're going to see Ivy actually go in for the 1v1. Are they going to be able to secure this? But Myra is doing a lot well there with the intervention coming in from Taos, helping him up in that desperate moment. He is almost taken out by NK and Lulu, but with the added resistance there, he's not going to be taken out that easily as long as that Sentinel is going to be living, unless it's a 5-man ambush wherein Wawa and Kai are going to be able to deal a lot of damage. But Lulu right now is going to be definitely felt at that moment.
I would say this is going to be really hard for one team. They need to defend the top side with their remaining lives. But if Wawa been taken out in the first team fight, it will be somehow a win for Valencia because of that Moonfall is a crucial component for the win for one team if they want to make this a 3-0 win. So Valencia, they are careful but patient to winning, giving the Richter on the top side to just push a little bit, but they doesn't know where Z is. And one member for Valencia already spotted Z in the jungle, so maybe SRY not pushing a lot more. Bottom side has been secured by 2 members of one team. Now Z has been chased. 3 members, 4 members chasing Z. 1 Wild Prison will secure this win. The members, okay, it takes 1, but no members from one team is really going to cope with that because this is a retreat for members of one team. The Dark Slayer has been spawned. London trying to play it aggressive to try and find a way to steal this Dark Slayer. Could they make it? Because this is going to be really hard because they spotted NK on bottom side. No punish for the side of one team. This could be easy Dark Slayer, but they need to really pay attention for NK that is on bottom side.
Yep, it's another start. That's gonna be a jump from Taos, getting a hit. Look at the damage on Kai. He might be in danger. The spear is not gonna connect. The snipe as well is gonna be missing Kai on that shot. Now they have an open opportunity to start the Dark Lord Slayer yet again. But on the moment, Zay is just there. Wild Charge is gonna be used. They're gonna be chaining the stun scene. That's gonna be a shot in as well. Infinite. The resurrection has been used as well. QQ is gonna be taking out Zay, and there's gonna be an exchange, but resurrection is still up for Myra as well. NK is doing his best. He's running for the high heels. Kai is gonna be taken out. Still has the resurrection, but there is gonna be a resurrection still for QQ as well. Wawa does his best, but with this type of momentum, NK is the only one alive. Is he going to be able to keep one team back here, or is it already a GG well played, already cold game? He still has the Skyfall to maybe clear out the waves. He's going in for the jump, going in for the commitments here. He is going to be taken out, and that's a wipeout for one team. BCF is going to take game number 3 with a dominant finish.
Wow, 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 wow. Valencia, they are still alive in this matchup. 2-1 result in this best of 5. Valencia played really well in terms of patience and also picks that they invested in game number 3. They make it possible for them. Only one game left they want to play. If they can give a 2-2 draw in the game number 4 is the question, because it's going to be really hard for them because of the investment made in game number 1 until game number 3, and it could be possible if they still has some heroes that could be played in this current matchup, because one team with the slip picks and also the IRE pick, it's not going to work for them, so they need to change it up in the game number 4 if they want to win this matchup and end this forever.
Yeah, but I mean, I think this is the strongest lineup that we've seen VCF so far. But after this, it's going to be interesting to see what they're going to be showing us, as there's still a lot of things available for one team in this regard. They haven't used the Iggy pick yet as well, so the Yan pick as well is also going to be an option, as we saw that it is a pick that is very, very strong.
Yeah, the stronger that is, the powerful that is, the couple of more heroes could be invested for game number 4, but I would say I'm looking forward to what Valencia could bring in this current matchup, because it's going to be something that Valencia really need to think about, that not enough of a hero could be bring in the game number 4. Then somehow one team is trailing by 1 point and on the match point exactly. So if Valencia wins the game number 4, we are going to see game number 5, and could be really hard for both of them. But yeah, still Valencia has stayed, has the whips if they want to, but the Lind is on the jungle as well. Yeah, they already invested on the Sinistria, maybe in their arsenal if they want to bring it. But onto the DS, the Dark Slayer Lane, who could be played. Maybe Roxy could be banned as well. But yeah, one team still have the Lorian though. That is still one hero could be played by one team.
And looking forward, Game 3 was a roller coaster for one team. They did not. They did have a lead, but at the end of the day, it's the counterplays coming from BCF, which was a very, very strong composition. They were just ready to show, and always with Yan coming in, they were not able to secure the kills just because of the help coming in from the Sentinel. The boost of the magic resist, the defense, the physical defense as well, and also the heal was a big part on why they were not able to close anything. And they already always commit themselves in those moments, but they were not able to close out. And that says a lot on how sustainable Yan is, on especially on that jungler who has been initiating left and right, and one of the biggest factors why they actually won game number 3 game number 4, that's not going to be an available hero, but a lot of heroes are still available for BCF. We still see Nakprod as well on the jungle. Ellender is definitely going to be out of the question for one team. BCF still has the Ellender for themselves, and a lot more picks are going to be available. We're now in a stage wherein this picks can actually go well, since there's a lot of picks that you can build up with the composition. A lot of the heroes that are out, especially the long range capabilities of VCF, is already down and out of the window.
Yeah, because somehow we saw that one team has the better draft that they can win, and that mid game they had a couple of lead. But when we talk about Slims in the matchup, it would not give you much more of a punishment for the side of Valencia. So the damage that would been dealt by Slims not much, is only 99,000 only, and it much of a difference coming in for Elsu that be played by Pichu itself. So yeah, one team had a bad game in game number 3, but I think they will bounce back with the Iggy pick coming in for QQ. 209,000 damage. That is much. That is so much to be handled. And the Zuka coming for NK, it was a little bit too ambitious. I guess saw the goal difference over time. That is when we see one team has the goal lead in terms of maybe 7 minutes into the game. But yeah, it been taken back from Valencia throughout the whole series, and it's going to be something that one team really needs to think about, the initiate and also the draft that could be made in game number 4, because game number 4 will be harder than any other matches, because only if they win it will be okay, but if they lose it's going to be forced to game number 5.
And definitely BCF has the bulk of the damage here. You can see the damage dealt. And the MVP here for VCF is going to be QQ with a 200k damage on that Iggy. 39.6% on the damage dealt. The heroes on this team was carried here by QQ. And with a 5-2-10 KDA and a roll goal difference of 1,100. The kill participation he has, it's at 93.8%. Only one kill that he did not actually participate in. And that's a big thing. QQ on that Iggy is definitely a monster being unleashed against one team. And this is the momentum change that they're actually looking for. BCF gravely needs this. But it is still going to be an arduous path. Getting another 2 wins in a row is a daunting task for any team. Counter sweep, so to speak, is definitely difficult. You need to expend a lot of energy to go there. But they want to have that luxury here in the upper bracket, that even if you lose in the upper bracket, you're just going to be relegated to the lower bracket. Not like when you are in the lower bracket, you are already in a do or die. It's a lower bracket. There's no bracket left after you lose in the lower bracket.
Yeah, because the lower bracket will be much of a hard time. Whoever are going to face down ADT, and it's going to be something that we're going to look for after this series. But game number 4 is somehow, I see, is going to be something that's hard to predict because of the global bans as well, and what could be used by other matchup and other teams is something to look for. But yeah, I just want to point out something that did you see from our stage that when the little details is one of the banners has Valencia CF logo, the details that is, because I already a couple of days and just saw it, because I'm just looking into the details that one of the banners at my back is they have one Valencia logo though. That's kind of cool. What is kind of cool is maybe we're gonna see some Lindis, Lindis action in game number 4. Maybe I love to see Lindis, man. It just somehow for a couple of seasons, Lindis has been a monster inside of jungle, but now maybe it's not the time for Lindis to be shine.
Yeah. Definitely, it is a hero that's not gonna shine much because there's a lot of mobility in the heroes. A lot of the counters are as well. A lot of the heroes we see right now are assassins in the jungle. So if you do use a Lindis, it's yeah, you have fast clear, but in terms of capability, you do have your dashes when you go for when you have your ultimate up. But that's basically it. And after that, you're just gonna be running in the bushes. But when you're not in the jungle area, you're not in the river area, it's actually hard to maneuver the Lindis, and that's a big factor.
Right now, Valencia still has Teen, still has a lot more supports they want to bring to. Maybe they still has the Roxy to be played in support, but in terms of one team, they doesn't have the Roxy. They still have Teen. Maybe Teen is one of the heroes that could be worth of stealing for both sides. Roxy will not be played by one team, and a couple more. Maybe Itachi will be one of the heroes that is still in the arsenal to be played. And Aya will not be banned, but Valencia really needs to ban out DeLorean. If they give DeLorean Brasan of one team, it could be done for them. Aya, DeLorean be taken away. Omen might as well taken out by side of Valencia, as one team will ban down the Nacross. And first pick, who it will be? Maybe a lumber pick here from side of Valencia, because they still has a lot more champions. Maybe Raz, maybe a Tulan to be first pick. And I would say it's hard to predict. Or maybe Sinistra, maybe last pick possible for the side of Valencia to be in support role. Liliana, yes, I think this is possible because of we still don't know what is the composition that Valencia want to bring in this current matchup. But open side, two picks coming in for the side of one team. Do they want to bring a support out earlier or mid lane matchup? Do they want to bring maybe a Varus mid or a Talon pick here? Maybe onto Talon jungle, maybe Talon mid. But Ryoma early matchup kind of good versus Liliana. So if they want to pick something like a Raz mid, it will be something to be paid if they want to take a lot of lead in this matchup.
And they're actually hovering here on the Ryoma and the Joker on one team. In terms of range, Joker is actually a good hero. In terms of being able to burst, it's one of the heroes that can deal sustainable damage as well as damage that is characteristically for assassins. So for me, Joker has been a perennial pick against the same archer pick, because one of the biggest reasons there is that Joker is actually immune to physical damage whenever you use the second ability, and usually you see that as a trump card against other archers, but they actually are going to hover onto a Valheim that is going to be dealing some magic damage, but they're maybe opting into a level pick, because the double trouble is one of the biggest factors why you actually pick the level. But if the double trouble actually does not work for you, it is going to be detrimental. The double trouble with the Agnes grip is definitely a combination that you don't want to work against you.
Yeah, something, because they have the double trouble, they have the Agnes grip coming in for Valencia. I would say this, we have seen this composition wins a lot and makes the game possible for the side of Valencia. But when we saw a couple more, we have to see what is the pick coming in for one team, and they bring out the L'Oreal. Here, I see the L'Oreal is good versus a Roxy because of how Roxy really negates the Agnes grip, and also the dash that L'Oreal has could negate the Agnes grips, and also with the Purify if L'Oreal takes it, so it's okay for the side of one team. They really invested a lot with the Wonder Woman and also the Joker, but L'Oreal, maybe 5 DC members could be played here with the Flash and Batman. I don't think that they're going to do so because somehow Wonder Woman is still on the meta as well as the Joker, but in terms of Batman and the Superman, maybe Superman could be big here. They need something that could push any members of Valencia inside of the Ring of Fire coming in for that L'Oreal though. And somehow the third pick that we saw after this, the third ban for a side of one team, they banned the Chi because of the L'Oreal pick. They doesn't want any crowd control and maybe burst damage coming for Chi that could disrupt the ultimate coming in for that L'Oreal itself. So banning is good. Florentino be taken away as well from Valencia. So one more left, who could be the jungle for the side of Valencia. They could ban out the Kira if they want to. Maybe a Elendor before this, that hasn't using the Elendor just yet. And I think the banning on the Elendor is pretty much understandable. And for Valencia, they could ban Kreknak maybe onto the side of jungle. Maybe when the woman will go jungle, they still have support. Maybe a Tain to be banned versus a Roxy. It would be hard for Tain itself. I think if they pick down the Alice, it could be something for one team. If they want to bring out Alice, a early matchup and also early aggressive play for the side of one team.
Yeah, we've seen Wawa use the L'Oreal before, and he was the MVP on the last time he used the L'Oreal. So I'm pretty excited to see on how they're going to be able to make this work. One of the biggest things and one of the disadvantages that I'm seeing here in the mid lane is the range of the poking potential of a Liliana against a L'Oreal. L'Oreal, yes, can actually negate some of the damage as long as he's going to be able to time his dashes right, but that's a harder thing to do. It's easier said than done in most cases, but I do have confidence on the skill of Wawa, since I do acknowledge Wawa as one of the perennial mid laners that you need to look out for next to iPad Pro.
Yeah, one of the best mid laners currently in this era. If they want to, that the Tain could be a trouble for the side of that L'Oreal itself. Early matchup for one team. They doesn't have any. They only have the L'Oreal for late game, but they still need one more that could defend this matchup into the late game. Maybe a tank that could take a lot of skirmishes in terms of zoning. They still have one more question to be answered, because if Valencia takes down Tain, and it will be something that they need to look for. Yes, Glory could dash away from that charge, but it could be hard for one team if any time that Tain can just push with the ultimate, and it's going to be something that one team really need to think about. So one team, they with the respawn onto the Vera support, I would say is somehow a best pick for the side. Oh no, the Vera's jungle and support Wonder Woman. Aggressive, a little bit aggressive. Coming in for one team, they want to win the Abyssal lane matchup versus a Tain and Laville. One team is bringing out a lot more question and also something that doubt from the fans, but I can't see this is going to work for them. But in terms of how the Wukong, in terms of Valencia draft is, the only that Wukong will be questionable. They have the Liliana as well as Laville, and the Tain and the Roxy is hardcore matchup for the side of Valencia. Valencia maybe wins with four picks, but only that Wukong could be questioned, a little bit sus. But now, game number 4, Valencia and one team who's going to take this matchup into their accounts and takes the lead here is going to be something that we need to look for. Who's going to win this matchup?
Yeah, a big question is how are we gonna see the synergy of one team? Because I don't doubt these guys. I've seen this kind of composition before. The only thing new that I've seen here for one team is the Wonder Woman pick, and I've seen NK use the various jungle before, and you know, at this moment, it's about how they're gonna be connecting into each other. That's how. That's the best thing that you can actually say. They're going in for an invade, and they have something strong here. Taos is going in for the push as well. There is going to be hit here. There's gonna be a crit already, and SRY as well. Lundlund and the others are just slowly going here, and that is gonna be a secure for NK. He does not let the steal happen from Myra. And the blue buff is actually taken by the Joker on their side. So that's preventing any kind of advantage to the side of BCF.
Yeah, that is advantage for the side of one team as well because of that blue buff, and it takes a lot more chances to just stay on lanes because he can just spam away the rockets with the time left for that blue buff. So it's going to be something that one team has an early advantage. But Roxy versus Ryoma on top lane, we saw a lot of Roxy wins and also damage. Ryoma is not connect onto Roxy. We've seen this kind of matchup in matchup number one. One team versus Valencia itself, the Roxy onto the Dark Slayer lane. I think it's going to be something that really need to think about. That one team is trying to be much more aggressive than it used to be in the game number 3, and trying to find with the lasso as well as the ultimate coming from Joker. One hit left, really needs to run away. Kai, bit too ambitious there. If give one first blood for the side of Valencia, it could be scary in terms of early game. They have the early composition. If they lost this, it will be somehow a big win for the side of Valencia.
Myra is going to be trading up his objective with the Abyssal Dragon. They take the Slayer. Their Railing Blade is not going to get a hit from Lundlund, but that was a nice attempt. He's trying to harass the Myra to actually, pressure him up, deal some damage, prevent any type of rotations to happen. Kai is in the area. They're going in for a jungle invade here. The red buff, that's his racist submission being used. Avalon Sword as well is going to be used here. Zay is going to be missing that. It's going to be a Cat Laughter being used. There's going to be the Brilliance being used as well here by Wawa, and they get that kill. 2 kills for themselves. A 2-0 already up in the board for one team.
I'm liking the 5 cooldowns shoes that they are using currently right now with the magic reduction in terms of how one team is playing really aggressive. Then they need something that can secure them, and the first blood comes in pretty well for the side of one team. They had an early composition. They need to play aggressive. If not, it's going to be something that Valencia could punish in the later stage of the game. So one team, they leave Joker on bottom side, and Valencia has been clearing wave with 3 members, and all the members of, oh no, with the lasso has been hit, but pushing comes in. Dashes with the Wonder Woman trying to clash away with the Valencia members, but it's not enough. It just secures 1 kill because of the Joker is not there as well. So as you can see, Valencia, they farm on bottom side with 2 or 3 members, and it will mean something. Oh no, it has been pushed away. Is it Joker still alive? The Can of Laughter saved his life because of how the animation is. He's not being pushed back a lot more, but no damage has been dealt by Tate. Now the members of one team trying to find a way to take this red buff. Oh no, it's not going to be resetted. And also Swan Stuns comes in. The Rocket and the Can of Laughter gives lows to that Liliana. QQ really is thinking about this advancement and gives the red buff to and K lays a little bit aggressive on bottom side, trying to secure a lot more objective. But yeah, given the fact that Joker has a lot more goal rather than that, Loville is going to be something that could be pushed away for the side of Valencia CF.
Yep, and we're seeing a lot of rotational plays where invasion is aggression for one team. Wawa is just dealing some damage to SRY while they're giving the top lane into the Wukong's hands. They're going in about a 1v1 with the Ryoma on the top lane. And in terms of that, when crits are not hitting for the Wukong, it's actually a hero that doesn't really excel. You actually take into consideration the chances that you deal with the skill sets of a Wukong, but because if he's not gonna proc a crit when you're very, very unlucky, you actually tend to not get the right kills that you want. And Avalon's sword again is gonna be used. SRY is going to be harassed here with a pinwheel. Lun might be in danger. That's going to be an ultimate coming in from Myra as well. The double trouble is not going to get a hit, and he safely gets away. There is going to be a rotation here coming in from Wawa. They're not going to let an easy push happen on the top lane, while NK is going to be taking the bulk of the creep waves here in the mid lane, and the top lane is going to be Wawa. Apple Sword being used there, doing his best basis submission, but there is going to be a cleanse being used by Taos.
2 kills for the side of one team. They had a better draft, they had a couple of games, but now being pushed away with the team itself. Taos is still alive with a couple more damage, and no DPS has been present. Ultimate, they trade 1, it takes 2. Kai, who's taken away as well, but no damage left on Zed to take away Teos, but they lose double ADC here. They lose Pichu as well as Kai. The trade has been made, but onto the top side, they kill onto the mid, they kill 1. They lost QQ in mid lane, and top side, Lulun is making something that is going to be giving a hard time for the side of SRY, because SRY has to be in mid lane, has to be on bottom lane to just secure a lot more objective. But look how one team focusing on the top turret, and after this maybe bottom side, and also the Mr. Dragon will be spawned. Dark Slayer will not giving any intention for any members of Valencia and one team. Can of Laughter again, the clash. This is round number 2. They give a lot of damage also, as well as the gaze, but now Joker is still alive. The killing joke has been given as fact that one more Venom coming in for NK will secure the kill, but the clash has no deficit. They are still alive, and they are going back home. Because of 22nd, this Abyssal Dragon will spawn, and the Dark Slayer will be in contestant as well.
Yeah, but they can go for a fast clear in the mid lane and try to get the mid lane turret, but the Roxy's gonna be rotating here with SRY on the charge. Myra as well is gonna be helping, but the rotation wise, one team is actually on top of VCF. We're gonna see here. That's going to be a jump again. Zay is going to be in the thick of it. He is going to be in danger. Vesarva is going to be connecting that Agus grip, but he was able to use the cleanse. And Taos might be in danger. He is going to be taken back again with the last of truth into the hands of the members of one team. They are now the ones knocking here on the bottom lane. They're going to go for an objective take here, while we're seeing Lun Lun just slowly pressuring the top lane and mid lane.
It would be hard for the side of Valencia because of this draft. It's making the play for them, and this is going to be something that one team is going to teach with Valencia. This kind of matchup, the L'Oreal is making a play as well with the 3 assists that he has currently, with 3 kills for the side of NK. The crowd control and also the damage L'Oreal could give is something that one team is ready to find a way. It takes a lot of courage to bring L'Oreal into a team fight, so we need to wait for what happened into the Dark Slayer later. Missile Dragon will be already taken away, and it's not going to intention. Now the Agnes Grip, the clash will be start off. Ultimate, the Ring of Fire has been pop up. They lose one member. NK has been taken away. Dashes and also Flash and Flicker coming in. Wawa is still alive, and also for the side of Valencia, they lost 4 members as well as the mid turret after this. With one more lanes comes up, that Ryoma and the dashes makes the game go smooth for the side of one team. And Valencia, they make a little bit of an oopsie to go for a 5-man gang.
That was a good attempt, but the problem is that they didn't have enough damage to actually just burst down NK at that moment. NK is packing a lot there. Double Trouble is going to be used. He's going to be using the cleanse as soon as it hits. And characteristically, this is what happens. VCF didn't use it into the right moment. They got the NK with the Double Trouble, the Agnes Grip as well. But with the orb still ready for NK, it was just too much. They were not able to just zero in, and they had to wait for the orb's effect to dissipate.
Wow. This is going to be something. Oh, the lasso hits, but now the dashes with Z will disengage pretty quickly, giving some space for London on bottom side. Agnes Grips connect. Now 3 members versus 5. Could this 3 make this possible? But only loses 1 on the backside. The way the killing jokes comes in for the guy with the kind of laughter as well. Oh, and K is on the side, on the left side, trying to bring this turret onto the ground, but giving the fact that London also pushed the turret on the bottom side as well. Ultimate is still present for Wawa. 1 clash is possible for Valencia. They could force this game for an end because it takes a lot more courage to do so. 1 by 1 will be taken away with the damage coming in for Rockets once more, but that Wonder Woman is giving the defense that one team's need. They still have him bringing on top side. Bottom side is the towers left for the side of Valencia. They will go 1 by 1, will be taken away, and this is going to be the objective for the side of one team. They need to win this. The core is exposed. Bottom title will not be an objective. The core will be 1 by 1. Only Mara left, and Mara could not do anything, and that is an ace for one team. And Valencia is going down for the lower brackets, and one team is proceeding to go for the next stage.
Yep, one team closing that game 4 with a very, very dominant scoreline. That's a 15-2, 13 in kill deficit. And that's an advantage that one team is showing the other teams that they are one of the perennial teams to look out for here in the AIC 2022. A very, very convincing win in this series. They close it out to a 3-1, not a 3-0 sweep, but still, it is a win that shows dominance on how they play.
Yeah, dominance, but with 1 game loss. After this, they are going to face with Talon Esport. Can they do it? The question, the $1 million question. Oh, 700,000 question. Could they do it versus Talon Esport? They take down Valencia, and Valencia will go on the low bracket and waiting to fight down. They will fight away with a dope team on the low bracket, and we will see Valencia or a dope team will be taken away from this AIC because one of them will stop their journey first rather than the one team. And also Talon Esport, they are wait for a couple more days to go for the semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, that's a question that's going to be answered as soon as it's going to happen. But in terms of how fluid it is, I think KFC Talent is way up beyond Valencia CF Esports. And it's great to see in this kind of matchup that it is very, very hard for VCF to actually execute some of their matches. I felt like they were too, I don't know, what is that term? They were just saving themselves for, they weren't too aggressive.
Respect the other team?
No, it's not respect. It was a conservative approach for VCF. I didn't see a lot of the rotations being marked up here. Although we saw the combination that they did, they tried to connect the double trouble with the Agnes grip, but I guess if you're not gonna be rotating into that top lane, the Roxy isn't really the best pick to actually field. And you know, we've seen some Roxys being used on top. KFC Talon was able to use it at TNT. I mean, Tony was able to use it very, very well. In terms of the matchup as well, Lunlun was able to actually use it in a better light. He was very aggressive whenever he used the Roxy pick, not like what we saw coming in from the Dark Slayer later on VCF. He was very, very passive in the usage. And one of the reasons there is that he is not the lane that was prioritized in the rotations of the mid lane. And if you want to actually have a Roxy shine, it's where you actually are going to be able to use the Agnes grip. And it was a Ryoma being faced off with the Roxy, and that gave a lot of threat because in the Ryoma versus Roxy, Ryoma is just going to be using his range to harass Roxy from afar, which Roxy can only deal damage when she's actually near, where she's going to be able to use the skill set to burn any units that are in close proximity.
Yeah, that is the problem when we saw Roxy is not winning against Ryoma on top side. That is making it be, in early game, yes, we saw Ryoma going to win, but the rotation coming in for NK just secures a lot more possession for that Ryoma to win, and we saw a lot of Roxy great gameplay coming in the AIC, but that moment itself, not everyone could play Roxy at a top level with the Agnes grip. We saw a lot more sadness coming in, but as we said before this, a lot has been invested by Valencia CF in game 1 and game 2. In game 3 they invested more. In game 4 they had a lot of a kind of late game composition. They had a lot more team fights, but it's going to be really hard when one team plays a lot more early matchup. They had Ryoma, they had the only reason for late game is that L'Oreal. If L'Oreal skills up early, it will be a win for the side of one team, and it wins pretty well with 12 minutes into the game. That Joker as well as the Wonder Woman early game matchup has made the game possible for the side of one team, and most damage is Sky with the Can of Laughter as well as the rockets he gives, and it make it possible. But Valencia in game number 4 does not respond at all in terms of towers, Abyssal Dragon and Holy Dragon, because of how one team is all over the map. They are too fast, they are furious, and also they had a lot more damage to be dealt with, and Valencia could not deal with the power that one team has.
Been looking at the stats over the graph, it's just too one-sided here for one team in game number 4. Not much that you can expect from VCF's kind of rotations, the kind of the plays that they're showing us. They weren't too aggressive, and I got the term right, they were too conservative on the early game that they had. Once a Roxy goes for a level 4, you want to actually create a play with the Agnes script, because that's the only thing that a Roxy can bring into the table. She can soak up some damage, but
you have one job.
Yeah, that's the only job that you can be expecting from a Roxy. But you know, you're gonna see here the MVP for one team. It's gonna be NK on that Varus, who has been very, very proactive in the rotations that we saw coming in from one team. They were very, very active. He was very, very calm and collected in taking the invade strategy that we saw from one team. He was able to always take the retribution at the right moment, always stealing the objectives under the noses of VCF. Especially Myra was not able to scale well because of what they were actually doing in the map. He had a lot of KP, 73.8%, and that's basically one of the reasons why they were on top. Myra was always stuck in one lane, and that actually affected it. But anyway, that concludes the series. We're going to see more of one team in KFC Talon as they move up in the upper bracket. But we're actually going to see in the lower bracket, ADT is going to be facing against Valencia CF Esports in a best of 5 series. Let's see who's going to be knocked out in the quarterfinals. But before that, we're going to go for a very, very short break. This is the AIC 2022. My name is Vittorio. This is Mikos. We'll be right back. Don't touch your browser.
Them in the preparation slot to create an Arcana combination best suited for their hero. The appropriate combination of Arcana can give players a clear advantage when the battle is begun. Arcana is split into 3 categories based on its functionality. Red Arcana focuses on increasing the hero's ability to attack. Purple Arcana focuses on increasing the hero's ability to self-recover. And Blue Arcana focuses on increasing the hero's defensive abilities. Arcana of each color is further split into 8 categories based on their bonuses: attack, life, defense, function, lifesteal, attack speed, critical hit, and pierce. Each independent Arcana has 3 levels. The higher the Arcana level, the more bonus it grants the hero. On the Arcana page, players can freely pick as they wish to create the combination from red, purple, and blue Arcana. Players can create their Arcana combination on the Arcana page based on the role of their hero and their own playstyle. After choosing your Arcana, you can click the top right of the Arcana page to rename and save your combination. In addition, the system has recommended combinations based on roles and playstyles for the player to select directly and use. Depending on the different combinations in a match, Arcana will enhance a hero's performance in different ways. Even if the player uses the most advanced Arcana for their combination, the bonus provided for the hero will not greatly affect the balance of the game. Then, how will the Arcana system help players? During the early stages of the match, the basic attributes of heroes are quite low. Even if the Arcana did not offer much bonus, it could bring about a considerable and substantial difference. Such a change will help the player decide their early game strategy and playstyle while adding more variables to the battlefield. Arcana combinations are not absolute. According to one's understanding of the hero and their playstyle, players will all have different combinations. Should you focus on certain enemy heroes or making up for the shortcomings of your allies? Should you take the initiative in teamfights or increase roaming efficiency? It is entirely up to the player. This marks the end of our video introduction to the Arcana system. Thank you for watching, and good luck on the battlefield. Class Introduction. Welcome to the class introduction of Arena of Valor. In Arena of Valor, the 2 sides will confront each other in teams of 5, and the heroes are the avatars of the players on the battlefield. Your knowledge of your hero and class is the first step towards victory. For your convenience, heroes are divided into 6 classes in the legendary duel: Tank, Warrior, Mage, Assassin, Marksman, and Support. Due to the unique abilities of some heroes, they will have multiple classes. Players can clearly see the characteristics of the 6 classes in the hero interface. Aside from this, players can also check the class of their chosen hero at Choose Character screen in a match. Tank class heroes. Tank class heroes fulfill the role of the meat shield of the team. If you're a fearless warrior who wishes to charge through the forefront of battle, then tank class heroes are undoubtedly the best suited for you. Disrupting the enemy's formation and drawing their fire is the core use of tank heroes. Thus, they also shoulder the heavy burden of initiating team battles. Warrior class heroes. Warrior class heroes excel in close quarter melee combat, combining the ability of dealing damage and tanking. Warrior class heroes are the backbone of the team, and they're suited to fight in any situation. At the same time, they have multiple item sets and play styles. In a real combat situation, we will prepare item sets based on the team's composition and battle situation to balance the team's overall offensive and defensive capabilities. Mage class heroes. Mage class heroes are the core of the team's offensive capabilities, dishing out large damage via magic. Using their spells and abilities to obliterate everything in their way is what all mages desire. Normally, mage heroes all have powerful magic damage capabilities and a certain amount of control abilities to ensure that they can quickly defeat enemies with very high armor. But due to their poor survivability, they can be vulnerable targets for the enemy's attack. Assassin class heroes. Assassin class heroes are the masters of burst damage. Thus, they are quite difficult to use. If you're someone who enjoys the thrill of seeing the enemy fall to zero almost instantly, then the Assassin class heroes are your best choice. Assassin class heroes often combine excellent movement abilities with damage abilities. However, due to their lower basic HP than other heroes, Assassin class heroes rely on other players' ability to assess the situation and timing, as well as their mastery over the hero to maximize their potential. Marksman class heroes. Through steady and consistent physical damage, Marksman class heroes are also the core of a team's damage output. Different from the ability based on burst damage of mages, Marksmen prefer suppressing their enemies from afar and dishing out non-stop physical damage. But their fragility and lack of survival skills are their biggest shortcomings, putting them in a position where they are dependent on the protection and support of their allies. Support class heroes. Support class heroes value functionality. Normally, they are unable to deal substantial damage or have noticeable defensive abilities, but they have the important mission of protecting their allies, supporting their attacks, and guiding the initiations of team fights. Support players can also be the MVP. According to the different styles of the team, some teams require a tanker support hero, who can share the burden of the tank with higher offensive capabilities, whilst other teams require a functionality-based support hero, who can protect teammates in dire situations and provide buffs to control and enhance magical damage. Your choice is closely tied to the team's needs in real combat. A team will need to choose 5 out of the 6 classes above to form. Utilizing different combinations of heroes can bring forth different chemical reactions for the team, and the right mix of combinations will allow you to demonstrate your advantages. This concludes the class introduction for Arena of Valor. Good luck on the battlefield, and we will see you next time. Welcome to our video introducing the ping system in Arena of Valor. Arena of Valor is a fast-paced competitive multiplayer game. Communication and coordination within your team are vital to ensure victory. To help players communicate conveniently while reporting and delivering quick, accurate information on the battlefield, Arena of Valor has a context-sensitive built-in ping system that is easy to use. The ping button prompt is placed on the top right corner of the screen in a match. To use it, long press the ping button and point your finger to the triggerable area to send your team the corresponding ping. In addition, players can click the map button on the top right corner to expand the map and send pings by tapping the corresponding location on the map. Of course, players have the option to block ping sound effects and voiceover from other players to prevent interference during the battle. Battle alert pings. When players are on the move, they can send their estimated arrival time to teammates by tapping their location on the map. Players can request support from teammates by dragging the ping button prompt to their own hero. When the player is hidden in the grass, drag the ping button prompt to the grass to instruct teammates to hide themselves and ambush together. When a player is outside of the grass, dragging the ping button prompt towards the grass will notify teammates to be careful of an enemy ambush. Wilderness status ping. When Abyssal Dragon, Dark Slayer, or your own buff exists on the map, players can give corresponding attack commands to their teammates by tapping the corresponding monster directly on the map or by dragging the ping button prompt to the relevant monster. If a monster has yet to respawn, dragging the ping button prompt will notify the players of the corresponding monster's respawn time. Personal status ping. Players can notify teammates their skills are ready by dragging the ping button prompt onto their hero's skills. Dragging the ping button onto a skill and cooldown will alert teammates of the cooldown timer. When a hero dies, the player can drag the ping button prompt onto the death countdown to inform their teammates how long it will take to revive. In addition, players can inform teammates that they're returning to base by dragging the ping button prompt onto the recalling button while in recall. Enemy status ping. When the enemy has disappeared from a lane, the players can send an enemy missing ping by tapping on the lane. When the enemy reappears, Tapping on the lane will signify how many enemies are present. Situation Alert Ping. Players can prompt teammates to defend structures by tapping their defense tower on the map or by dragging the ping button to the tower. When the player is not in a mid-recall state and drags the ping button prompt to the recall button, it will remind teammates to return to base. Furthermore, players can send scores to teammates by dragging and dropping the ping button prompt onto the scoreboard. There are hundreds of different ping options in Arena of Valor. Players should use them strategically to give themselves and their team a leg up on the competition. Be aware that the ping button is only a notification. The key to victory lies in making the right informed decisions. This marks the end of our video introduction to the ping system in Arena of Valor. Tell us your favorite thing to ping in the comments. Thank you for watching. Good luck on the battlefield. Welcome to our video introducing the team communication systems in Arena of Valor. Arena of Valor is a fast-paced, competitive multiplayer game. Communication and coordination within your team are vital to ensure victory. To help players communicate quickly and clearly in game, Arena of Valor has introduced team communication systems, such as pinging, quick messaging, built-in real-time voice chat, and emojis. Players can press the context-sensitive ping button prompt on the top right corner of the screen to instantly notify teammates of their status on the battlefield. Players can also drag and hold the ping button to various elements in-game for different alerts. Depending on the context, pings can be divided into types such as battle alerts, wilderness status, personal status, enemy status, and situational alerts. Check out our ping system introduction video to learn more about how you can use the ping system in Arena of Valor. Players can use the in-game quick message system to plan and communicate. Quick messages first appear as part of the pre-battle strategy screen.
Rally for a team fight.
Before the match, the player can set selections and adjustments within settings. These pre-made messages can be split into 3 major categories: defense, offense, and communication. Players can select 8 messages from these 3 categories to use as quick messages within Arena of Valor. Some quick messages even have voice lines that play when being used.
Let me get the buff.
In the event you want to communicate in more details with your teammates, you can also tap the box beneath the quick message window to enter text. Keep it clean. Aside from quick messages, voice chat will always be the most accessible and concise way to communicate on the battlefield. Players can use the game's built-in real-time voice chat system to speak and converse with their teammates directly. To use voice chat, tap the microphone button on the left side of the screen. When the player is queuing with friends in a pre-made party, they can choose the voice chat to be party only. Emojis are a fun and expressive way to communicate within Arena of Valor. Before the start of the match, players can equip emojis with their customization suite. Make an emoji selection while in a match to use the corresponding emojis. When triggering certain scenarios, heroes will automatically release their preset quick emojis. If there are teammates nearby that use an interactive emoji, and the player responds with an interactive emoji of their own, a new effect will be created for both emojis. One last thing to note, emoji displays can be seen by your enemies. Use your smileys wisely.
I picked Dragontail. Not the other way around.
Painting genius Jan. Since his childhood, the exceptionally talented Jan has reached the pinnacle of painting as a teenager. But when inspiration dries up, causing the talented young man to fall into infinite anxiety, his master sends him on a journey to find inspiration, taking with him the Rivers and Mountains Dream Scroll and Sword of Inspiration in his path to find materials. The young man's search for a breakthrough is fraught with crisis, but this is no obstacle for the battle-savvy Yan, who will hold the brush of the Sword of Inspiration in his hand and repel the enemies that stand in his way as he paints everything in his path. Passive, Spiritual Spark. When Yan uses Skill 1 and Skill 2, he will gain a stack of energy, having 2 stacks of energy, depending on the difference in the previous skill. Will cause the next normal attack to gain additional boost. After using an enhanced normal attack, his attack speed will increase. Yan's skill will mark an enemy when it hits them. Dealing damage to the same target will consume the mark and trigger additional physical damage, restoring Yan's own HP in the process. Skill 1, Black Jade Sprinkle. Yan will deal damage and apply movement speed reduction to enemies in a fan shape in front of him. Passive Enhanced Normal Attack. After a short delay, deals damage to the enemy in front and knocks them away. He can move during the delay and deal additional damage to minions and wild monsters. Skill 2, Draconic Step. Yan moves forward in an arc, dealing damage to enemies along the path. Yan is untargetable while using the skill. Passive Enhanced Normal Attack. Charging towards the target enemy and dealing damage, he can use another part of Skill 2 within a short time frame. Additional Skill 2 cast has a separate cooldown calculation and does not accumulate energy. Skill 3, Hills of Dream. Yan releases his seal, entering enhanced status and dealing damage to surrounding enemies, receiving a massive physical penetration, and can use the second part of the ultimate skill. He gains super armor and reduces damage taken during the cast. Yan will enhance all of his other skills. The second part of Ultimate. Yan charges forward and deals massive damage and knocks away enemies in a massive range forward. Enhanced Skill 1. Deal 2 instances of damage to the enemy. Enhanced Skill 2. Deals even higher damage. Yan's ultimate skill buff will increase with every upgrade. When ultimate is upgraded to level 1, the skill damage of skill 1 and 2 increases by 50%, and the number of times the mark can be triggered also increases. When ultimate is upgraded to level 2, passive enhanced normal attack hitting enemies will extend the enhanced status duration and can be used multiple times when under the buff from the second part of Yan's ultimate. They aren't affected by cooldown reduction. When ultimate is upgraded to level 3, passive enhanced normal attack will return 1 stack of energy. Yan is a highly controllable warrior type assassin. His damage will continuously increase as the game goes on. He becomes extremely powerful in the later stages of the match. Thus, rapid growth and increasing level are important for Yan. The key to mastering Yan is utilizing Yan's skill set, launching enhanced normal attacks with different effects, and making use of the short cooldown time of his skill set to continuously dish out skill combos. At the start of the game, if Yan needs to support and gank enemies, he can save a stack of his passive in the bush. Use Skill 1 to slow down enemies who passes by, and trigger Skill 1's enhanced normal attack to knock away the target, to crowd control them and coordinate with teammates to finish them off. Yan needs to save up 1 stack of his passive while chasing down enemies. He needs to make use of Skill 2 to get close to the enemy first, then uses enhanced normal attack's additional reset of Skill 2 to continue pursuing. Once the gap is closed, use Skill 3, Skill 1, enhanced normal attack, Skill 3's second part to finish up. In team fights later in the match, make use of the buff effect from the ultimate to bring forth a good haul. Yan needs to attack from the flank. Use Skill 2 first to close in on the back row, followed by Skill 3, normal attack, Skill 1, normal attack, the second part of Skill 3, Skill 2, Skill 1 to finish them off. When there are multiple tank-type heroes in the enemy composition, due to Yan's lack of high damage before using his ultimate, he needs to watch his timing when he enters the battle. Make use of the physical penetration from the ultimate, as the bonus can deal quite substantial damage even against tank-type heroes. Due to marks being able to be triggered multiple times, while in enhanced status, coordinating with Skill 2's movement and Skill 1's damage, you can potentially take down tanks. Yan's passive HP Restore allows him to have decent survivability. Watch your timing on using Skill 2's untargetable effect to dodge enemy damage. Yan needs to improvise in battle and requires careful observation of the situation on the battlefield to choose the right skill to cast.
You're fighting a losing battle.
Jade Fan Beauty Yue. As the princess of the Dragon Kingdom, Yue brandishes a fan as her weapon, retaining her elegance even in battle. Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher allow her to easily control the whole battlefield, and Borrowed Might allows Yue to unleash endless attacks. If an enemy dares to offend Yue's grace, then they will taste the power of Rising Wind. Passive skill, Borrowed Might. Every time Yue uses Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher, she will gain a stack of Borrowed Might. When she has 2 stacks of Borrowed Might, Yue will reset the cooldown time of Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher and strengthen the next Aqua Force or Mountain Crusher. Skill 1, Aqua Force. Yue throws 2 bone fans at close range, dealing damage to enemies in their path. After strengthening, Yue will throw out 4 bone fans when using Aqua Force. Aqua Force will deal several times the damage where the bone fans converge. Skill 2, Mountain Crusher. Yue throws 2 bone fans at far range, dealing damage to enemies in their path. After strengthening, Yue will throw out 4 bone fans when using Mountain Crusher. Mountain Crusher would deal several times the damage where the bone fans converge. Skill 3, Rising Wind. Yue knocks back nearby enemies and deals damage to enemies in its path while pushing them back slightly. Yue will gain additional vision. Yue is a long-range mage with a powerful ability to exhaust the enemies, but is complicated to operate. To deal perfect damage using Yue, you need to be skilled in combining her skills to deal damage multiple times stronger. However, when Yue overlaps with the enemy, both Aqua Force and Mountain Crusher can deal full damage. When in the lane period, Yue can quickly clear enemy creeps via refreshing her skills through her passive skill and then assist the side lanes. In team fights, Yue needs to use Mountain Crusher multiple times to exhaust the enemies and frequently use Aqua Force to charge up her passive skill to look out for chances to kill or exhaust fragile enemy heroes. The core combo of Yue is to save up a stack of her passive in advance and instantly use Mountain Crusher twice to deal burst damage. But be cautious. Yu's ultimate is the only life-saving skill, so she needs to save her ultimate to be aware of enemy assassins' heroes in team fights.
Dubs elite, I bring it. Yeah. 50 feet step back, I'm about to speak my G, I'm with it. Yeah. Sun shines, I dream bigger. Believe in myself, I maintain rigor. Be what I wanna be, don't be little. Me.
No pain, no gain. If you don't wanna fade away, look both ways, hope pays. Heroes move in silence when they see the day. Yeah, I'm a queen. I overcome relentless pain, and I got it in my genes. I pass through anyways crisis, no matter what the price is. Prepare.
Hey, send me up at any location, I hold up and mow them down. Look at the constellations for consolation while I retain my crown. Back in the background, I'm a background, what goes gon' come back round. I'm self-made, built every day from the ground up, I say it proud.
No pain, no gain. If you don't wanna fade away, look both ways, hope pays. Heroes move in silence when they say the day. Yeah, I'm a queen. I overcome relentless pain, and I got it in my genes. I pass through anyways crisis, no matter what the price is. Prepare. Protect my people, always beware. There's always the rivals everywhere. From your order, I declare, I'm riding to the air.
Welcome to the Rita Villa International Championships 2022. My name is Vittorio. This is Mikos. And we are down to the last series of the day. We are at the lower bracket. It is going to be Valencia CFE Sports against a dope team in the grueling best of 5. Whoever loses is going to be saying goodbye to the AIC 2022.
But we'll don't scare enough, because if the one of them lose, they will bring back 40,000 US dollars. So it is okay, but it's not okay if you can just bonus it up with the next stages with the win, and also rank it up with 70, 80, and maybe 100 US dollars. 100,000 US dollars to be played with. But now ADT versus Valencia CF. Who's going to take the win? We have seen a game that Valencia bring before this, and a little bit of an underwhelming performance coming in for ADT. It could be a grueling and hard game for ADT, but can they do it? Is the question to be asked for them.
Yeah, I mean, that is a question definitely if ADT can actually be on par with the big teams right now. Although we've seen a lot of improvements on ADT. They actually beat up one of the competitors that they had in the AWC, which is Dewa. They eliminated them in the group stages, so that's already a big step. Because a lot of the people, a lot of the fans, a lot of the analysts say that Dewa would have won against ADT, but ADT proved them wrong, and
Same
that's
as
already
you,
a
bro.
big yeah. I thought it was going to be Dewa because ADT, I don't know, they don't really have the flexibility of using the heroes that they draft. They draft poorly in terms of hero picks. I think they just copy the drafts of others, and the way they copy it, they don't know even the winning factor, why that kind of draft is being used, or is there something special on the draft. It's just that whenever they draft, I feel like it's a copy, and they don't even know which draft it actually counters. And in the drafting, you always have to think about what kind of composition are we going? Are we going for a strong composition in the late game, in the early game, the mid game? Are we going to draft this kind of composition because we want to counter their composition? Like, those kinds of drafts don't make sense. Like what we saw on KFC Talent against, I think it was game 2, where we saw it was a Lorian, it was a Zuka, it was a Hayate, and they picked up double marksman, and it was a Wisp, who is actually one of the detrimental. We already have an Ellender with kind of short range in terms of the range that he has on his normal attacks, and then you add a Wisp whose only long range is probably the Napalm Strike, and after that, that's basically it. He has the same range as Ellender, so no one had the advantage. It was like, yeah, you could probably kite someone with that kind of composition, but once there is going to be a hero that closes the gap, two of your ADCs are basically dead.
Yeah, because of how in the first matchup for ADT they draft really poorly, and they had a little bit of a investment going on in game 1 and game 2. It is giving the hard time for game 2. They have the whips, they have the Elendor, they invest a lot of ADCs to be played, and they haven't get much of a profit in terms of that game. So we saw how Valencia CF invest in the second series. They invest a lot in game 1 and game 2. So in terms of this matchup alone, I would say if Valencia still doing the same investment, it would be hard for ADT. ADT really needs to invest a little bit less in terms of what Valencia could bring in the game number 1. This matchup will be something that Valencia could not let their hands off, because of this is the matchup that they need to win if they want to secure their places inside of AIC. It's going to be something that Valencia really needs to invest, maybe 5 heroes to be invested in this matchup. So it's going to be something ADT really needs to think about. ADT needs to find a way to bring this game into up par what they do for Dewa and also by Katopia. That kind of composition and that kind of dynamic needs to bring in this matchup. If not, Valencia will mow down ADT with a 3-0 win.
Yeah, I mean, the problem here is that in terms of having the leeway to pick up the compositions that you want, you actually need to plan it out of best 5, and basically ADT can't actually go for a commitment. It's either they invest they invest half and then they lose 2 picks just because they think they're gonna be losing. I think that's not the strategy that you have in mind. If you're gonna be investing, you need to take a risk. It's either you invest all in or you invest half-heartedly. And in terms of that, you have games like that you need to invest, wherein you're gonna be destroying the picks. For example, you're gonna be letting the other side expend the valuable picks, and then you're gonna be able to win the next game. That's a valid strategy. But in terms of what we're seeing from ADT, it's not a valid strategy because we know how big of a hero pool these guys have. One team had a big hero pool. VCF definitely has a big hero pool as well. KFC Talent had a big hero pool. But in execution-wise, ADT can use that hero, but not as masterful as the other teams. One team did the almost exact composition, and they were able to know the strengths of that composition. We saw them using the Ellender, using the L2. They went for very, very high speed rotations. They were harassing people left and right with the Ellender, and that was giving them a lot of space because the Ellender was the target of most of the heroes on that game. And because of that kind of pressure that the Elder was doing, he was being targeted by BCF. But at the expense of, they get the Elder, but the other heroes has a lot of free looks.
Yeah, the other heroes takes a lot of objective, the other heroes killed onto the back line, so it's going to make sense for the Elender pick for the side of one team. Now, in terms of ADT, we saw a lot of misplays and also not enough energy to be played in this kind of matchup versus Talon. So maybe after a little bit of rest, because that early matchup versus Talon, we can see LYL is a little bit sleepy. Maybe he just get some sleep and maybe going to be refreshed a little bit. In terms of ADT powers versus Valencia, I would say that Valencia is in good hands versus ADT, and the odds is for ADT to win is a little bit low. But you can see if Valencia do a lot of mistakes that can be punished for the side of ADT, it could be something that ADT have good chances to win that matchup. But all in all, is in terms of drafts, what could ADT bring? And also Valencia, we saw a lot of more capable of drafting other than ADT has. Like you just said, that copying a lot more drafts rather than fully understand what the draft could possibly do and what draft could be defended with, because it's a lot more counters had to be played rather than plays. Oh, this is the draft that we want, and maybe we have to force this kind of heroes to go out, maybe force the hero to be first pick. And the only draft that I think that ADT could win, either that they get a Nacroth or maybe onto that Zuka pick for Zach F. If not, it's going to be something that Valencia, if they want to ban it, it's okay, because we see Omen being picked by LYL. It's not going to make it as after all. Then Valencia has no ability or obligated to ban out the Omen, and they just have to ban out the Necroth.
Yeah, I mean, LYL being able to secure Omen and not being able to utilize that hero with his team was detrimental to their chances there. Omen is very, very effective.
Yep.
But you actually want the effectiveness to happen when you can actually lock in. It's like a Roxy pick. The only difference is that Omen is a very, very good hero for split pushing. But in terms of team fights, the only thing that he can actually do is to try to lock down a priority pick. And LYL was not able to do that. One of the reasons is that he always goes in with a 1 versus 3. He doesn't have Vish. Whenever there is no information on the heroes on the opposing side, he still goes and goes into the bushes, tries to actually take some vision for his team, and it always ends up to LYL being picked up. And that is a thing that made it very, very hard for them to get a comeback, because they needed everyone hands on deck to actually contribute to that win. But we're not going to be starting here. The draft, Adobe Team is going to be the first pick. Second pick is definitely going to be Valencia CF Esports. Let's see if Adobe Team can actually has what it takes to take down Valencia CF Esports and knock them out of the AIC 2022. And we're going to see on your screens the members for ADT. It's going to be Botak, Zenshao, LCC2, XF, and LYL. So far, we don't see anyone from the side of ADT popping up except for LCC2 and maybe the Grak of Botak. The only time Botak was actually felt was when he was playing Grak. And that's his line. And for BCF, it's Taos, Pichu, QQ, and Bang SRY. And the difference here is that we had a one-sided stop up from ADT. VCF, yes, they were actually in the losing end, but whenever they find a chance, they actually take it and try to go for comeback wins.
Yeah, because of how, for the side of Valencia, they had a lot more comfortable picks with their lineups, and it makes one team defeat one match. That is the possible energy that Valencia brings that makes Valencia is a great team. But for ADT, like we just saw in this first series versus Talent, that only LCC2 is the one who carrying ADT, and not a lot of members coming in, giving a lot of more potential and has a lot of space to play. And I would say that Zach F as well as LYL is having a lot more trouble day because of how the performance they showed in the first series is not capable. It's not the same as they're doing in the phase 2. So it's something that the ADT really needs to look up is how they want to hype this thing up. Because of Valencia, we can see Teos versus versus a Zenzao has a lot more KD, but this is a support, is the key player introduction. So if Teos has the key player on side of Valencia with the Roxy and also the Tain play, it will be something that ADT really needs to think about with the bans and as well as the picks. You need to just don't give the Roxy and as well as the Tate. Maybe the Baldum is the most suitable kind for Teos, and we see the Alice play also pretty well in terms of the first game before this. He nearly get the win for the side of Valencia with that comeback, but in a matter of time the luck has run out and it give one team the win for them as well. So ADT, what is the game plan here? What is you want to do versus Valencia? Because Valencia, for sure, they will invest a lot in this current matchup. Maybe a Richter pick, maybe a Zuka, Atachi, as well as the mid lane Iggy, or maybe a Grexy right off the bat, a Laville, like what they do in the game number 1 before this. So if Valencia has much of a easy counterable comp and early composition, a dope team is always play early damage and early invade. So if Valencia could handle their early invasion, it will be game for Valencia, because a dope team has trouble for late game. That is one of the troubles that a dope team currently having, that mid game and late game is not their stronghold. They cannot just scale it away when they had a couple of leads, like one team in the game number 1 as well as Nova. So if a dope team has secured their early game, it will be matter of time for Valencia making a comeback.
Yeah, but I think a dope team really does well on taking the early game. They have an early game strategy, but if the control comes to Valencia CF Esports in the early parts of the game, they don't know how to come back. That's one of the problems for ADT. They don't know how to take the game back into their control. They become very, very conservative on their rotations. They become, they become very, very tamed in terms of the plays that they actually do. And with the first pick of the draft, it's going to be an Elsu here for ADT. And the answer of Valencia CFE Sports is going to be a Roxy and an Iggy to counter the Elsu pick. As long as they're going to be able to zero in onto Elsu with the Roxy pick, it's definitely a no-brainer. But we're seeing ADC actually take the Lumber to give some protection to the Elsu. Lumber or Tane is definitely a choice for them that they can utilize against any picks that are going to enter the range of the Elsu.
I'm not loving it, but I don't hate it as well for the Elsu pick for ADT. That it's pretty decent that ADT picked down the Elsu. Yes, Elsu has much more damage with the book, but in the recent history, that if ADT takes down Elsu, it would means that ADT currently is playing on the meta picks rather than they are playing on with their comfort picks and winning strat, because of how we've seen a lot of damage coming in for Zenzao. The snipes is not going, maybe like a 10 snipes, it will be hit like 7 or 6. It not as detrimental as Kai or maybe Defoxin with the snipes, but yeah, they are playing safe in game number 1. The investment coming in for ADT, they bring out the talent for LCC2. We saw this talent has bossing around from phase 2, so I kind of like the Lumber as well as the talent. For the Elsu is not so much, but aside from Valencia, they had a Iggy to counter down the Elsu. They have the Roxy as well as the Laville, the Episode Dragon kind of composition. I like it with the Double Trouble and the Endless Grips. So it is something that Valencia bringing with a Wombo combo instead of a dope team still has a combo that is not 100% reliable because of snipes, and also the splitter coming in for Lumber, and also Thunderbird coming in for that talent. So it's kind of shaky for the side of ADT. They had for something that talent and also Lumber a better draft for these this matchup for ADT, but versus the Roxy and the Laville is going to be really hard for the side of ADT. But they continue on to the bans of Elendor and the Kira for side of jungle. Superman as well as the Florentino will be taken out by Valencia. Pena on the maybe been picked by Valencia, but I think if they want to pick up Pena, Roxy will be on to the Dark Slay lane, and I like it for Valencia because they have done it and they make it happen. But it would be something that is hard to deal with because they doesn't know what Dark Slay yet for the side of ADT versus a Roxy. Maybe they want to force out Chi, and maybe they want to force out maybe a Yedna for the side of ADT. But yeah, the last two picks here, maybe a Chi and also the jungle. It's hard to say currently. I think the Emily is better for ADT, but who's going for the jungle? A Talon jungle might be if the Kali been picked.
That is I think it is going to be a Talon jungle if they do pick on the Kali. Kali is kind of good in terms of the range. She's definitely going to have the upper hand against the Iggy if she has his ultimate ready. But that is still a what if, since it's more one-dimensional. You're just going to be using your ultimate in one direction. And sometimes that is something that makes it hard to maneuver that hero. But there is going to be a Raz being over there by Valencia CFE Sports. I hope they don't pick that up. But anyway, they're still missing up a jungler for Valencia CF. It's impossible that we're going to see a level jungle since it's a very, very slow starter whenever we see... it used to be a meta wherein we're going to see a level being used in the jungle, but everyone found out that it was just too slow. So Valencia CF Esports is going to be locking into a Volcat. You have three heroes that definitely is going to be your setter for Valencia CF Esports. Someone that can actually make some boundaries as well with the Nature's Rally coming in from the Pena, the damage coming in from the Iggy in a certain area, and then you have the Roxy that can just use Agnes Grip, and also someone that can wreck the backline whenever the ultimate from the Volcan is ready. On the side of a dope team, it's a mismatch. It's a mishmash of long-range heroes. You have someone that can actually go close range with the Tulin, but definitely not someone that can tank damage. The only sustainable heroes on ADT is gonna be Amelie and the Lumber. I'm pretty curious on how they're gonna be able to execute this. They're gonna be relying heavily again onto Zhen Shao's Elsu.
Oh, this is going to be something for ADT. The game number 1 versus Valencia CF. Better draft? Maybe. Mismatch? Maybe. But in terms of how they have range and also has damage, it's going to be something for something to be punished for the side of Valencia in terms of this game number 1. The Volcath is already a couple of days. We haven't seen the Volcath in action, but now being placed by Valencia CF. They want to just give a little bit of investment onto the jungle role. They put much more of maybe a damage and late game kind of Volkov in this matchup. So ADT, they bring up the Tolan, but not in the hands of LCC2. It's gonna be something for the side of this early game. If game number 1 wins, whoever wins this is going to take the momentum and dictates a little more of the game plan. But now a couple of trades in the mid lane. Kali trying to clear the wave, but a little bit too early for the Pena as well as the Iggy. Too much aggressive. Oh, QQ is not giving some space at all for the members of ADT. They want to steal away with the buffs. They take the buffs, and now the members of ADT doesn't have any buffs just yet. They only have the blue buff, but they doesn't have the time to go on the red buff top side. One stuns comes in, maybe a first blood, but no, the healings comes in for Teo. Teo is still alive in that matchup.
And this is definitely going to be harder since they do have a Pina and they don't have someone to actually secure that. Pichu is going to be suffering from that snipe. Zhen Shao is going to be hitting that into the right spots. He's going to be forced to recall, but not much. He was able to clear out the wave. QQ is there to actually give pressure to LYL. SRY and LYL are in the top lane. Well, there is going to be a rotation here happening for VCF. They are going to get a miss on the second ability of N-Bank, and it's not going to be connecting as well. For Sentry, it's going to be used to get that mini stun in. Taos is just relishing himself in that AoE field of effect coming in from the Kali. A snipe might be connecting again, and the answer is no.
Yeah, it's going to be something because of how ADT currently been watched. Every movement comes for Valencia CF. They take a lot of Mr. Dragon currently, and if Adbang has the potential to be much more aggressive on bot side, as if on the top side here, members of Valencia, they sure know that the ultimate has been pushed a little bit too early with the healing comes up for Teos here. The ultimate has been pushed. I don't think that is necessary for the members of for LCC2. Maybe trying to kill away the monster camps, but I don't think that is much more needed with the ultimate with Stargazing as well. So Valencia still has the upper hand in terms of goal. Really make it slow and onto bottom side. Elsu with the range he doesn't have. Now ultimate has been pushed away by Bolta, trying to dash in but not damage, and also the health comes in for Zenza a little bit too low, and as well as Bolta with a couple of seconds left with Bolta. It really made it a lie, but too much of a damage coming in for Valencia. The goal gap and as well as the DPS coming in for Laville is making the play for Valencia CF. ADT doesn't have enough more information to deal with, but Tulan has none. red buff currently because I have been camp wave coming in for the players for Valencia's. Yeah, he cannot do anything, but the ultimate has been pushed here by Bota. But now the disengage is really needed for the side of ADT.
Yeah, but right now that's gonna be a contest here again. And back is entering the area, but XF is now gonna be able to secure it. And this is a problem of having the Kali. You don't have much of crowd control. You have some slows as well, but most of the time, if someone flickers right out of the area of effect, it's an easy skill to dodge. Just like this, he needs to adjust himself just to hit that ethereal pulse, and it's not a skill that's gonna be flexible enough to actually fight it out. But in the late game, definitely when you're in a defensive setup, it is gonna be felt. The ethereal pulse is gonna be an effective way to go for the defensive strategies, but that's basically it.
Yeah, it's gonna be something that ADT really needs to think about. This early game, they lost a lot of resource. Bottom side here, but the two tower has been pushed. Ultimate comes in with the combo, has been landed by ADT, but deals no damage at all to the members of Valencia. They just amputate the abyssal lane for ADT. That Zenzao doesn't have enough space to just deal and also farm, and not enough speed to just chase away the members of Valencia. Look at the ultimate coming for Kali. That is a desperate move coming in for ADT, because of how not enough damage, not enough steals coming in. ADT is playing like they are still waiting for something, but I don't know what are they waiting for, because Valencia is all over the map. Valencia is happily invade. But the ultimate from Lumber and also Kali has been placed a lot, but not enough casualty just yet. And still, we haven't had any first blood. Bottom tower tier 2 has been taken away. Mid tower is still intact. Top is still okay for the side of ADT and as well as Valencia. They try to push away, push SRY to the back, but it's going to be something that is really hard. Next is the Abyssal Dragon, the second Abyssal Dragon, and now the Dark Slayer will be taken away as well, but no retake coming in for ADT.
Tower has been destroyed.
Yep, and right now we're seeing gold being piled up here by VCF. They don't need kills to get this gold up. Taos is gonna be regenerating the health being lost here by the Laville, but there is gonna be some confrontation here. You're gonna use a Thunderbird. It is gonna be blocked out, and the first blood is gonna be on Pichu being taken out. XF is gonna answer it with a kill of his own. Nback is gonna be entering the fray. Botak is gonna be pushing him up. That's a bomb being used here. That's gonna be the heal as well. Ultima has been procced out here by Nback. He's trying to go hard and try to get the kill, but that is going to be a successful Ultima. He is not going to be taken out as easily here. Zenshao tries to go for a snipe, but here in the mid lane we're seeing SRY going for a push. Even if it's just our Roxy, it is going to convert to a first tier tower push.
Yeah, a first tier tower push for the side of Roxy in the mid lane. But I do like the trade comes in with that team fight on top. That yes, we saw the first blood been taken away from side of ADT, but Valencia, they respond with the 2 kills. That is something that ADT really needs to play it really conservatively, because of how damagey is Valencia currently with the healing that Pena had. Is going to be hard to execute, because if Teos has a lot of heals, it will give Nbang a lot of health, and it's hard to kill with the ultimate itself. Okay, ultimate has been pushed with the Ring of Fire currently been used, but now Shargis coming in for that Kali, but chuck a lot of damage, but just not enough. Comes in with the Talon, but the Thunderbird a little bit too early here. Just try to secure the second kill for the side of ADT, but re-engage comes in for Nbang. Trying to scare away the members of ADT on top side. They're eyeing for this Dark Slayer tier 1 turret. Dark Slayer is still alive, but the members with the flicker and also ultimate And the supports onto the backside here with the ultimate has been pushed coming in for Ambac. One by one members of ADT been taken away. They lost mid lane, they lost the AD lane as well as the support. Only LYL is present in the arsenal for the side of ADT. 6 kill has been produced for the members of VCF. They are in a chill game and also in an aggressive type of mentality for the side of VCF. Game number 1, it could be VCF, but ADT still has no answer.
The composition's not working well for them. Dead throw pulse they've been doing has not been that effective. It usually is blocked off by Taos and uses just the Nature's Rally and the Healing Light. And the damage that is consistently being procced out here by LCC2 is actually very negligible as long as it doesn't hit Pichu or QQ. That's why Taos is always in the front. And then as SRY, that's going to be the double trouble being used. He is not going to be able to use the Agnes Grip with the push coming in from the Lumber. And VCF still is knocking onto the door of ADT. The central pulse being used again. It's not really being felt by the members of VCF, especially Taos and SRY. We're going to see Zensha doing his best to go for a push here while Nbank is just farming up the lanes. Pichu is going to be releasing the Doombringer here on the bottom lane. They're trying to go for a push right now. While on the mid lane, that's going to be the Agnes Script being done by SRY to LYL. Enteral Pulse used by LCC2. That's going to be a lot of damage. Healing Light and also the Nature's Rally is going to be procced up. The Ember's Case as well is going to be forcing Botak and XF to get back into the base. LYL is going to be spotting out and back there, going for a push here. The top lane, they are not able to contest that. There is a snipe coming in from Densha. Look at that. No damage at all coming in from the L2. Ember's Case is going to be used for Sentry as well. That's going to be a lot of minutes. It's going to be used. SRY is going to be doing his best. He is going to be catching a lock-in onto LCC2. He's not going to be able to live. And XF is doing his best as well as Zensha. That's just too much damage. And vulnerability is there for Redback. He is going to get all of the kills that he could. All of the carries are down right now. LYL does his best. Pichu is going to have that ultimate 4v1. They're going in for the Nexus lock. Grapes are going to be barreling down here. And it's already a done game. And VCF is going to take game number 1 against ADT.
Wow. 11-12-minute games for the side of Valencia to take the first point versus ADT. It could be respectable for the side of Valencia, played it really well. For ADT is going to be something that they really need to think about because of they lost the game number 1 with the investment that they made, not so much. But it will be something that could be punished by Valencia CF. Like we said, Valencia really invest in game number 1 and game number 2. But game number 3 will be detrimental for them as well. But first game wins with style. With a late first blood. First blood on the side of ADT. But all the kills has been transferred to the Valencia accounts. One by one been taken away. I don't know how they managed just to take tier 2 titles on bottom side, and at an early moment before 6 minutes in the game. That is something that Valencia is telling that this is their game. They want to survive. But for ADT, they are calling for help, but that Carly pick is not making any statement in this matchup.
We saw that ADT actually went in for investment again. 2 heroes that are definitely going to be used, like the Tulin and also the L2. And after that, that's basically it. They invested 2 heroes. While on VCF, they actually took out the Iggy, the Roxy, and also the Laviltic. So not much of the picks were expected. Only 3 picks is actually seen to be on the VCF side.
Yeah, because if I just want to point it out, if you guys heard me laughing, it's not because of it's not because of how the picks has been explained, but because of someone is making me laugh at the backstage. But yeah, investment has been made. Game number one, 11, 12 minutes into account, and all targets has been taken away by Valencia. So you have a lot more to become in the game number two, but instead the level of Valencia showed here in this lower bracket is out of this world. ADT could not push back. ADT could not get the red buff because it already been camped out by the members of Valencia. They had the much more comfortable pick, but if Valencia had Richter, Valencia had Ryoma, I would say it's going to be an early game as well. It would be something that we saw from Nova itself. 10 minutes matchup already done with that game, so it's going to be hard for ADT. Game number two will be much more mental game. What could they bring? I just want to see stats. How many damage that the LCC2 dealt in this game, because he pushes a lot of ultimates, but with the Kali pick, with no Hekates, I think that is too much of asking for the side of ADT because of how that Kali can push, but not enough damage to be dealt with that ultimate itself. Because only we can see it's a Pena. Pena has a healing. Pena is just receiving a lot of ultimates coming in for that Kali itself, because he thinks that, oh, the ultimate doesn't not enough damage yet. He can just heal everybody else. But Zach F again, nowhere to be seen in the rotation on bottom side.
Yeah, definitely. It's, I don't know. It's just so hard for ADT right now. They don't want to invest much in game number one, and you always want to win game number one. Why? You want to add pressure to the other team. You want to invest a lot in game number one because you want to have that capability to dictate what's gonna happen in game number two, game number three. You can plan out what kind of lineups that you're gonna be fielding on game number two and game number three. Not like this you just give game number one, and now more resources can be expended here by VCF to secure game number two, and then expend another for game number three. And with that kind of mindset, I don't think ADT is gonna be taking this series anytime soon.
Wow, that is some bold statement coming in from Victorio. So ADT, if you're listening to this, please prove Victoria wrong on this side, because I've been holding the Malaysian flag, but I've been fighting alone here. I need some help with the gameplay, but because I had high hopes for ADT to win in this matchup, but when it comes to reality, the reality is they need to do the better draft. They need to play on their hands, and also an early composition suits them pretty well. They need something that could win the early game, the early matchup, the invades that they always do. That is something that they need to do again, because Valencia is not Valencia has played aggressive. Valencia can play pretty well, but in terms of ADT, you only had one game. Played back the early composition, the early invades, and play aggressive as possible you want, but be patient in terms of mistakes that you could make with that aggressive, because we've seen how Nova do it, and Nova gives 3 kills just like that to the side of Flash. ADT is not the same as Nova. They can play aggressive, they make less of a mistake, but with an early composition they can manage to do it. But with this type of composition, they have burst damage, they have family, but with the Kali and also Elsu pick, it's kind of questionable in terms of picks. But I can say yes, Talon is maybe a finisher type of jungle, and also they have support mid lane. But in terms of maybe they need something else. Maybe they need something that could support along with the Zach F Talon pick. But it is not enough in game number 1. And now the MVP is QQ. Nonetheless, with the damage coming in with Umbral and everything, takes the game number 1 for Valencia.
Another MVP here for QQ. The only most of the times that we see earlier we saw QQ actually become the MVP when he used the Iggy pick, and it says a lot on how proficient he is on using that hero. He's been countering the Elsu so far. Every time you see a sniping position from Elsu, he's just going to be putting the Empress Case to actually harass him and, move to a deeper space where he's not going to be able to snipe comfortably. And at this moment, I still stand to VCF actually having the bulk of the power index onto their hands. I just don't see ADT right now as a competitor to these teams that they're actually fighting, and it's just the drafting is just horrible. I don't see ADT actually winning this because of the draft that they're actually showing us. Maybe they need a breath of fresh air. Maybe they need to get more picks that they are comfortable with.
Yep.
Zenchao on the Elsu, yeah, it is kind of okay. It's just that whenever there is some synergy on some of the lanes of ADT, is some of the lanes like LYL's lane actually falls off, or the jungler doesn't is not able to contribute anything, except on the Tulin. There was always having a fluke. He was not able to secure kills for his team. And it also says about the draft, because what can Akali do to help the Tulin at that moment? He can't hold people up. He can actually deal a lot of damage in a straight line. Only in a straight line, though. We saw he was able to connect the Ethereal Pulse on the Laville. And what did the Laville do? He just flickered far away, and then the straight line was,
Here comes the healer, Pena, on the other side. Okay, you lose some health. All right, I give you some health. All right, now we can play aggressive back. that is the gameplay.
I mean, whenever we see a low health hero, Pena is just gonna come with a healing line, and then we go for another round. Ethereal Pulse again, low health hero, healing from Pena, and then we go back into action again.
Yeah, because alright, strategy number 1 doesn't even connect. Alright, you have all health. Come on. I'm your nurse. I'll give you some health. Yeah, go again. Just do it again. Maybe this time we get a kill. But in terms of how they go for Kali and also the Elsu, and they didn't even ban onto the Pena, I would say that is kind of bold for the side of ADT. They got okay, we don't need the Pena to be banned. We need to ban in terms of maybe the Kira and on the Elodor, we are more friend onto the jungle rather than the support save. And as we know, before starting this match, is the key player for Valencia is Teos itself. So if Teos is really the saver for the side of Valencia, that Pena has really showed up in the game number 1. So if game 2 ADT wants to bring it back, they cannot play it on to the safe kind of support mid lane. They need something to a finisher. They need to give XF kind of maybe a tank jungle. Maybe they go for a Varus jungle again. But I don't know how ADT could survive this, because if Valencia really needs to, Valencia still can play the same kind of composition because of ADT doesn't have the answer for game number 1. So Valencia, early composition with Ryoma, maybe a Raz could be picked here, maybe a Superman could be taken away. But now ADT, they have to just force down ban onto the Lorian as well as the Aya. So open up, doesn't have the Iggy, maybe the Crixie to be picked first. If Valencia doesn't ban onto the Nacross, ADT, maybe a Lorian, maybe a Nacross could be picked here, because they have to ban down the Aya, and one ban left, Nacross and Lorian for the side of ADT. Because Valencia, I would say they want one from them. They want Lorian or maybe the Nacross. They will not give to XF.
Yep, and definitely, curious to see if they're gonna be banning out the El Su at this point with the Aya, since it's one of the bans that actually we consistently see. It's either the Nakrot or the El Su is gonna be banned out here by adult team, but El Su is definitely gonna be a over ban here. They're banning the El Su and they're opening up a Lorion and a Nakrot. And Lorion is the poison of choice here by VCF.
You only seen one Lorion losses in the AIC. And that is from Valencia.
Yeah. The way you said it made it look like it's going to be a bad thing for Valencia.
That I would say, this is the history, man. You cannot disbelieve the history been made by Valencia, though. But for Valencia versus ADT, I'm convinced this Lorion will be okay, rather than the losses with the Lorion in the game versus one team. Yes, versus one team, we know if you give the Lorion, if you give Aya, they always have the answers to play with. Alright, first pick for Valencia is the Lorion, but it's the first two picks for ADT. I love it with Liliana and also the Elendor. If they bring up the whips again, this is going to be 2-0. They need something, maybe a Richter on the side lanes, maybe a Varus onto the Dark Slayer. Support, Varus is okay for Bota. Bota excels with the support, but they had the opportunity to take down Nakros, but they don't want it. They give two major picks for Valencia and as well as Yeda. This is an early composition for the side of Valencia. They had the early dashes. They happen to have a crowd control better than anybody in this game. That is a Lorion. So two picks coming in from Valencia. They doesn't want to give a lot of investment. Maybe on the side they have the Cafney. Nakros is not the main stage for Valencia as well, because of game number 3 we want to play it fast. Maybe Nakros could be picked there. Maybe they want to ban up Nakros. But side of ADT, if they ban out this Nakros, it's going to be really hard because of Valencia. They invested a lot. Lorion, Yena, as well as Cafney. 3 major picks coming in for Valencia. ADT, Elendor, Liliana. One more pick. So I'm trying to determine what is the game style here. If you want to pick a support, maybe a Baldum, maybe a Varus to be picked first for Bota.
Yeah, Baldum is still open. Dane is still open here for Valencia CF Esports. Paina is not going to be an option. It would have been a good synergy for the Capeni. But yeah, there's still a lot of heroes that you can pair it up with. Sentinel can also be used up, like what we saw that they actually fielded against one team where they got the win.
Are you sure, ADT?
So there is going to be a Violet. Violet pick could actually be so-so. You have the range, you have the mobility as well. So Violet can work for them, but they need a lot of protection as well. I'm curious to see what they're going to be pairing up with. Are we going to see a Richter and a Roxy pick? Because if they do go for a Richter and Roxy pick, I'm going to be going to say it's already a 2-0.
Oh, it's a little bit too early, but understandable for this kind of matchup because the double AD comes in for the side of ADT. Yes, I see a lot more understanding on the side of Elendor pick, but the Violet here. What if Valencia picks down the Tain? What Violet has? What if they go for the Kha'Zix play onto the supports with the Gaffney pick? They play it on the aggressive gameplay. It's going to be something really hard. They ban out the Nakros. Yes, it's okay. But they still have the Kira. They still has the Yue if they want to. The Yan as well. This is too much possibility, man. ADT, double ADC again. Is something to look for. They need one, maybe two, that could just be the body block. It doesn't have the Baldum just yet. Maybe a Varus to be picked as a support. And also the Wonder Woman for the side of Dark Slayer if they want to. But I think it's going to be really hard. It doesn't have the Yena just yet. The Zenial support maybe for Bota, as you mentioned. And the Zenial pick. if Zaniel versus Hyena, as well as if the team to be picked by Valencia, every time Zaniel wants to go for the ultimate, he can just get pushed by Tain and just.
Yeah, if they do pick up the Senyo, it doesn't make sense yet again. The Ellender just dashes out of danger.
Doesn't make sense from the beginning, though.
I mean, even with the Senyo coming in with the ultimate, it just doesn't make sense because he's just gonna be bursted down. This is a Lorian, a Kafeni, and a Yena on the other side. So if they catch out a Violet, they catch out an Ellender, they catch up the Liliana, then it's already a GG well played. So I don't think that, you pair it up with a Senyo is gonna make it work. You pair a Senyo with a hero that can tank. Maybe like the Yan that we saw from the earlier matchup from Valencia CF Esports. That could have worked.
Okay, they saw the Zenial and they instant lock onto the Alice as well as the Crick deck. So Crick deck has one job and one only, to kill down the Violet, as we know. And as well, if Zenial uses the ultimate, we have the Starry Knight coming in for Lorien. Stuns, knock-up. We have the Silence coming in for the Yenna, and as well as the Silence from the Hitsifits. But now, ADT, last pick possible, they want to bring up the Florentino though. Zenial could have a better drafts, but with the Florentino LYL, yes, we know LYL, if he gets the Florentino, he is a beast. But in terms of this draft, with the synergy that this draft has, too squishy, and with the burst damage that Valencia had, something could think about. Because they already have the Yena in third pick, that they brought the Florentino back. Yena versus Florentino with the silent as well as the burst damage that Yena had versus Florentino. It's a bad matchup for Florentino. I'm not gonna lie, it's a bad matchup though.
Yeah, it's a bad matchup. One of the known heroes that you want to counter a Florentino is a Yena and also a T. And in this instance, we see a lot of damage coming in from Valencia CF Esports side. Zenial is a very nonsensical hero unless you're actually gonna be able to time everything right down to the down to the stats, and that's basically almost impossible in this kind of moment. It's just a lot of squishy heroes, a lot of squishy objectives are gonna be found here, and whenever the Senyo lands, his fit could actually be propped there, and he's just gonna be silenced at the first opening seconds of the clashes.
I want to know if that Alice uses Frostcape though. If the season 5 kind of Alice, Frostcape Alice.
Frostcape still works for Alice, definitely. You have additional health, you have additional movement speed, and then you have slow and some magic damage as well. So that synergy is there.
So what do ADT have? They cannot have the speed. They have damage, but it doesn't have too much of a defense. Look at the damage when Tejas gave onto Bota. Bota having trouble right now with the QQ on mid with the Lorien pick. ADT need to show something here. If this draft could work for them, is something that telling that an unorthodox kind of draft is the best for ADT, and they have to show it. Prove us wrong. That ADT could even stay in this game. Because of an early and burst damage is Valencia is still on the odds for Valencia. So if ADT plays aggressive and takes a lot more scaling type of composition, he could win. But look at how LYL plays the Florentino. It's pretty convincing. This game, LYL has a better game. So the problem is with the team fight. How do ADT try to cope with the team fight that had one stance comes in, a couple more damage, but the red buff is not going to land. Oh, there goes Zen with a couple more bursts down with the shields coming in for Zenio. They secure the first blood. ADT says otherwise in the first early stages.
They have the advantage right now. Let's see if they're going to be able to build it more. Botak is going to be using Malleus to get out of the way to leap forward. And Angelic Splendor is definitely going to be a key here. LYL is definitely going to be one of the biggest recipients of the ultimate of the Zenio.
They have to wait, and now the side of ADT, they want to be drag of the Fusilage onto the backside here, but has been steal away by NPAC. And now Retribution comes in with the ultimate. LCC2 takes down Teos first, and they kills the number 3. Makes it. They kills down the Crickneck, and now Crickneck has to buy back from now the members of the side of ADT, trying to fill away the void inside of their hearts, trying to go for an aggressive invade, but now has been spotted first for the Zach F, and now N-Bang onto the side takes down the blue buff first, and the Zach F is still be mad at the members of ECF. Early gang, early composition, this is what I'm hoping for. This is what I'm asking for ADT. Plays early aggressive, played it really well, forced down Valencia into the jungle, force it away into the late game itself, and they take the lead much more. But in terms of 3 kills that ADT has, the goal gap is not widened enough.
I mean, VCF is just controlling it to their side. They're not letting the advantage actually go out of control. They're just going back into the farming lanes, trying to get more resources, even if they lose some of the resources in the jungle. Zenshao is in the area. Pichu is just going to be using the railgun to put some damage into Bodak, but it's not going to be proccing the crit. He needs a Claim Sanctity first before A is definitely going to be felt here. And the Slayer is going to be taken by VCF. Botak is still going strong here. He is just going to be tanking the damage. This is the key period here. Until the moment that he cannot sustain the damage for his team, he's definitely going to be effective. Not like on the side of VCF, who's definitely they're not gonna rely on someone sustaining for them. They need to have a set, they need to have an ambush for themselves. N-Back is just in the area watching his blue buff be taken again by XF. There is gonna be a start here. SRY is in the area. He's gonna be taken with the Angelic Splendor. That's gonna be a bad decision making for SRY. That's a 1.5k gold lead on the side of ADT.
Yep, they still had the lead. I'm starting to think that Valencia really had the curse on DeLorean though. Because when Valencia has DeLorean, they will not have a good game. They're trying to come back a lot, but this is determined by the early game itself. Botak plays it really well with the Zenio, but in terms of goal, it's not too far, but has the lead for the side of ADT. 4 kills to 0. And Valencia CF is still waiting for the items for QQ. They try to play it really well on the bottom side here. A couple more damage left with the Fusilage. But now Zenzao did not land the stuns, the burst damage that Zenzao has. Trying to find a way, but the Episode Dragon will be taken by VCF. This is the moment they force bottom side, and ADT will back off a little bit.
But XF is gonna go hot. LCC2 is gonna be connecting the tiles. He's not gonna be able to get out of the way. Botak uses Angelic Splendor, another assist to his name. And it's a 0-5 game, but you can't really feel that the advantage is in the side of ADT. It's just that 1k gold advantage is Volunteer, and we're gonna see QQ go for an outplay with a Starry Sky against LCC2 and finishes off XF. That is a shutdown definitely here. Botak might be in danger at this point. SRY is not going to go for a rotate here. They're now going in hot, and back is going to be using the drone drop for sure if he catches up Zenshao, but he safely gets away. The objective though is going to be secure here on the bottom lane, and the gold has been equalized in just one swoop. And that is a misplay coming in from XF, thinking that it is still going to be an easy blue buff for himself.
Yeah, I can sense the smile coming in from Vittorio himself when the VCF got the first kill, and now the upper hand is on the VCF. They try to force onto the mid lane here. Zenzao on the side. Boda is the first one to fall. ADT is shaking up and falling, crumbling into the ground. Zakaf cannot do anything in that moment of time. VCF, they are trailing in terms of 3 kills, but the goal lead is on their side. Still into the mid lane. Maybe a couple of more mistakes been made, but VCF trying to pull this off with the LCC2, with a couple more blinding light with the shining light itself. But now the combo wombo has been done. 1,235 hit points left for the mid turret, and the force on top turret itself. LYL still has no death. The drone drop is needed coming in for Anbang onto the backside here. Goes in with the gentleman's duel. Takes first kill, maybe the second kill itself, but the orb has been negated onto that drone drop. But still, the fight goes on. Anbang will take the kill first. LYL's been taken away. One stun comes in from Teos. Teos has more mana to be taken. Drone drop again. Bolta is trying to find a way to just bring the members of ADT go home and trying to waste some time, but Bota will be taken down as well. Now the goal gap and the kill gap is not much of a gap, and it seems only a couple of hundreds and only 2 kills to be chased by VCF.
With the SRY, zero beyond to except he is gonna be in a stun lock. He's not gonna be able to run away, and SRY is gonna be shutting down except yet again. He's been in that kind of slump ever since the first death happened for ADT, and now there is only one kill deficit in favor of ADT. From a 0-5 to a 6-7, it is definitely gonna be a bad feeling for ADT.
Yeah, times just feel so fast right now because, yeah, day by day we are getting older. Minutes by minutes, the kill getting stronger. But VCF, they want to go in with a QQ, which every night is still available though. He needs to find a way, but the day takes one member. Zenzao is first one to fall. Now Bolta really needs to run, and they lost tier 2 turrets on top side. Tier 2 bottom is still not on contents. This is what happened. Zakaf can run away with the Madam Force, is still alive. Now, again, with a couple more butterflies onto the back, they doesn't see SRY, but now the lava kills, takes the kills for Anbang. A little bit more too ambitious to kill down at Zaf. The slums has been widened and also been the death of the world here because of Valencia is on the brink of mad, and ADT, one mistake takes the game all around. LYL trying to go in with a couple of gentlemen's duel, still has the blossom to pick up, but he cannot deal more damage. He can just kill, but he can trade for the members of Pichu itself. They lost 1, they trade 1, and also Bota will be fall down. Zakaf trying to secure a skill onto the Anbang. Anbang still has the death sickle maybe, but still QQ is too healthy to be dealt with the members of ADT.
Yeah, but now, after a very, very hot start for ADT, this is what I'm telling you. They don't know how to capitalize on the lead. And them being too aggressive without any kind of support helping them in the invasion costed them a lot. It is a fault of XF. He thought that he was a god, but gods do fall, especially in this game.
Yep, gods do fall because we saw a couple of gods, Dewa, already been taken out by AIC. And this is going to be really, really uncomfortable moment for the side of ADT. One single mistake will push their members to in game number 3 with deficit points of 2. They have Valencia focusing on bottom and mid. KQ has been chased down, but with a XF. But all damage has been landed with the drone drop itself, with the Fusilade with the backup. They takes down Bota first. And now VCF versus ADT, 5 versus 4. What is the outcome? Maybe the gentleman's duel coming in for LYL could save the day. 5 seconds left. This tower will be taken away. Now, QQ is still alive, and every night is not present, but now coming in, LYL been taken away as well. 3 members of ADT is low, only 2 left. They only have LCC2 as well as Zach. What can they do? They cannot do anything. One by one has been slain by VCF. None of the members could run away. And Bang been taken down by the Fountain of Life, but this car will be taken as well. And to the graves of ADT in game number 2. 2-0 for Valencia. And we are going for match point in game number 3.
Oh man, from a 0-5 to a 12-minute finish, it is just VCF going for a wonderful comeback. Not much that we can expect from ADT at this point. They already lost it at a 2-0 and a possible 3-0 sweep by VCF. I'm sorry, Mikos, but I think ADT doesn't have the will, doesn't have the steam left to get back into the game.
Wow. It's hard. It is hard to just know that this game will be in the hands of Valencia after that cruel game in game number 2. Early phase is on the hands of ADT. Only one mistake gives the momentum for Valencia. Zagaf a little bit too aggressive on mid and as well on bottom side. The combo coming in for that Yena gives the kill and also a couple more damage left. They wait up for the Lorion, and the only win coming in for the Lorion for the side of Valencia is this matchup versus ADT. It's hard to just realize that ADT, this game is better for them. They have the will to win, but one single mistake give the game to Valencia, and all the momentum is left. Is only left is game number 3, match point for Valencia.
Yeah, I mean, that was a problem that was occurring. I already predicted that the problem here is that Botak is not going to be enough to actually suffer from to actually tank the damage coming in from the VCF members. That's a lot of the heroes. That's a Yin, you have a Kafeni, you also have a Lorian, then you have a Quicknack as well. So, yeah, in the early parts of the game, they had the advantage of having the Ellender for them, and they had the Florentino for them as well. So that's one of the reasons why they were actually winning the early parts of the game. They had that advantage. They were not able to keep that advantage, and one of the reasons there is that the Ellender XF made a crucial mistake there. He thought, like, I already actually said this in game, but he thought that he was invincible, and there are no invincible heroes against 3 members. In a 3v1 situation, you're just a marksman, and you're facing an assassin, a mage, and another assassin. That's 2 assassins that's just gonna be bursting you down. And the Quicknack wasn't even able to join with the drone drop. It was just all the Yena and the Lorian as well, and they already secured the kill. That is one of the biggest factor here. He went into the brush without the help of Diseño, thinking that he could have done it, and without the help of the Florentino as well. They were just trailing behind, and he was just, I'm a marksman and I can tank. No, you can't.
I'm a marksman, I can kill, I can tank. That is the problem. It's just too hard to realize that they want to give him away to living at AIC for ADT, but they still have time. They still have the drop they could do. That game, not gonna lie, ADT had a better game in the early phase, but yeah, maybe sometimes when Valencia is waiting for the opening and they grab the opportunity really well, it makes the win for them. So ADT, one more game, one more time.
Yeah.
Can you make it?
I still can't remove from my head thinking that XF thought, I'm a marksman, I tank. I mean, that was the only turning point that I saw for VCF. I mean, it was a 0-5, and then they got the kill. And XF, that was a big boost on their gold. You could actually see after he got taken out, almost all of the gold lead that they built came crumbling down, and BCF was ready to actually take all the gold from that shutdown. After I was just one after another Botak actually not being able to withstand the damage coming in from BCF, it was already understandable. LCC2 again is going to be leading the charge for ADT, but only with that 65k damage, definitely not enough. Yeah, you're not going to see a lot of tanks beside the BCF, and that already says a lot, because you can see the kills here. We reach a scoreline of 16-9, and that's 7 kills in advantage for BCF. It used to be a 0-5, ladies and gentlemen. And you can see here on the side of in the graph that we had ADT leading all throughout, except for the 4th buff tank. Remember, if you have the advantage, never be complacent enough that you're actually going to use your assassin or your marksman to actually go into the brushes, because if you have no information, it is a vital strategy, the vital decision point, wherein if you don't have information, play it as safe as it could. You need to group up if you want to go for a vision war, and even in that moment when you check for the brushes for the vision, there are a lot of instances that you're just gonna be wiped out when you are ambushed, and that's definitely what happened here for ADT. They got complacent. They thought that they were always going to be in the lead. They thought that they were unkillable because of the damage that they could deal in that short amount of time. And the MVP of the game definitely is going to be Pichu, dealing a lot of damage for his team. 29.3% on that ADC, 75% KP, 646 on that KDA. Definitely a good game for Pichu, being able to overcome the obstacles of, the enemy being overfarmed. But we're going to see more of BCF against ADT in game number 3. Because at that moment, we're gonna see if we're gonna say goodbye already to ADT, or do they still have some fight left for themselves. We're going to see soon enough as this series is going to progress. And of course, as we go to game number 3, we're gonna go for a very short break. So this is the Arena Valor International Championships 2022. My name is Vittorio. This is Mikos. We'll be right back.
To attack. Easy peasy. Now, raise your weapon and smash that crystal. No! God! Please, no! Well, maybe your gaming life is not so smooth after all. Don't be nervous. I know you think you've learned everything about winning, but your enemies are not sheep waiting to be slaughtered. To get your game victories easier, you'll still need to learn some little tricks. First, you need to know about the 3 lanes. In AoV, there's the Abyssal Dragon Lane, Slayer Lane, and Middle Lane. Don't forget about the Vast Jungle, which is a special path between all 3 lanes. Now choose your lane and march onwards to victory. No, stop! I know you're trying to be different, but as a rookie, you should begin by learning the most common and easiest ways to start the game. Once you're partially in the lane, you'll face an equal opponent. Do your best against them and level yourself up. Of course, there will always be enemies coming after you. Don't worry, AoV is a team game. This means you must focus on team fights, fight alongside your teammates, and eliminate your enemies. During team fights, you must cooperate with your teammates to find every opening and opportunity to kill your opponents and ensure the survival of your own team. Victory lies ahead of you after you wipe out all of your enemies' defense towers standing in your way. That is, if you are still standing after the team fight. Oh, dear lord, don't ask me what to do if your rivals have respawned. Just repeat what you did earlier until you have won this match. That is how you win a game in Arena of Valor. You must be in harmony with your team every step of the way. Understand, rookies? Okay, I know that you cannot communicate telepathically. To be more effective at each stage of the game, maybe you need to know some terminology in order to communicate with your teammates. Carry, leading or majorly influencing leadership on a team.
Double kill. Bloodbath.
Gank, a surprise attack on an enemy hero. Buff, status effect that gives a beneficial boost. Debuff, status effect that gives negative impacts. Farm, gaining levels and gold by killing creeps. KDA, kills, deaths, assists. CD, skill cooldown. Poke, to damage enemies from range with minimal risk to you. DPS, damage per second. That's all the rookie training for today. Let's start a match and get fully absorbed into the world of Arena of Valor and win glory with your teammates. What could be more enjoyable than praise from your team?
I fight for what I stand for, what I stand for. You testing me, then I go Rambo, Rambo.
Hey, I tasted glory, tasted pain. I know what it takes to play. Got the kingdom on my back. I came long ways to engrave my name. Found my pride at the borderline. I will never back down till my dues are fortified. Hit him in to get a little cautious. It's part of the process.
They think I'm crazy, or am I really brave? I don't let nothing faze me. There's no hold up delay. I still survive. I own the confidence up in my mind. I'm running towards the light. It's time to shine and go take flight. No pain, no gain. If you don't wanna fade away, the both ways, hold pace. Heroes moving silence when they say the day. Yeah, I'm a queen. I overcome relentless pain, and I got it in my genes. I pass through anyways crisis, no matter what the price is. Prepare, protect my people, always beware. There's always the rivals everywhere. Bomb you on the light declare, I'm riding to the air. Fight for what I stand for, what I stand for. You test me, then I go Rambo, Rambo. I'm quick to grab the grip and go. I'm best with it. Okay, I'm lit. My mind's on fading mode. I'm flexing it. Okay, I'm wild. I'm tripping on my mind, investing it. I'm still high-minded. My destiny, you'll find it hard to find it.
Winning streak, my dubs elite, I bring it. Yeah. 50 feet step back, I'm about to speak my G, I'm with it. Yeah. Sun shines, I dream bigger.
Welcome back to the Arena of Valor International Championships 2022. I'm gonna be your caster. My name is Vittorio. This is Mikos. We're back again for the last series of the day. It's already game number 3 in a 2-0 in favor of Valencia CF Esports. There's a lot that we're expecting here. Is ATT going to be able to go for a comeback, or is this already conclusion gone where BCF is going to take game number 3 and closes out with a strong 3-0 sweep? I already have the power index, and I think VCF is the more likely team to win based on performance, based on the consistency, and that is already a fact. We saw in game number 2 that ADT had the upper hand, but they let that kind of lead slip away, and VCF was able to go for an amazing comeback.
Yeah, I would say that ADT is still not going to bow down to Valencia because they had one more game to be played here. And also, if they can win, bring this game to game number 4 is the question to be asked for ADT. Do they want to bring down Detail Nas and as well as the Baldum for Zenzao and also Bota? They want to play the Varus onto the support for Bota as well, because we've seen a lot more composition that if Bota has a good game with the support play, it would be a better game for a dope team. But Valencia CF, the Hadi Hayate to be played here, they still have the Baldum to be picked, and still they can fire up the Baldum and also the Tate. But now the dope team bans onto the Elsu and also the Aya, opening for the Omen for the side of Valencia CF. We happen to see Omen could be picked by LYL because of how Valencia still want the Crixie first. They ban out the EG, doesn't want to fight down the Crixie. Omen will be taken by LYL. This girls onto the Dark Slave first, and after that maybe a Varus pick here, or they want to go for the mid lane push with maybe a Yeah, Necros sounds pretty good as well for the side of a dope team. They still have a. They want to bring out maybe a Dirac, maybe a Lumia in the early, in the mid, or maybe a Raz for the early matchup. Maybe a Zata could be played by LCC2. We haven't seen a lot more combination coming in for a dope team. These two picks is really strong for them, but could they do better with the last three pick possible? Because if Valencia only have the Crixie, they could play the Baldum pick, and also maybe the Telanas can be played by Valencia as well.
Yep, and they're still hovering it, but they are now locking it with a timer already expiring. A Nakrot and an Omen, that's a big advantage usually.
Oh!
Usually, that's a big advantage. If you have an Omen and you have the Nakrot, that usually boosts the win rate up for your team in taking the game. But ADT has failed me so far in that kind of expectation, so I'm not going to be expecting anymore. And we're seeing here a Crixie, a Florentino hover, and also a Yan hover. We've seen this kind of lineup before.
Yeah.
And definitely it's going to be in favor of BCF if they pair it up with a Sentinel again.
They can do this with the Zenial, but I do think that Dude team has a bit of potential to ban out the Zenial because they cannot pick down the Zenial. Is somehow the ADT needs to ban the Zenial here, but they take down the Hayate first. They had a better draft, 3 best draft for ADT. They had the Judgment, they had the Kuna Blitz, and as well as the Lock coming in for Omen. This 3 draft has better understanding in terms of early game. But the last 2 drafts, do they want to go full on? I think this is the time to take one game from the hands of Valencia. Hayate, just lock it in. Mid lane, maybe you get Raz, maybe you get a Lumia to be played here. Maybe a Zata could more okay to be played by LCC2 because we saw that happen before and Zata just killed down the Dark Slayer, trying to make a comeback for versus by Utopia. And I do think that they need to ban out the Zenial, and if they don't ban out the Zenial, then Valencia still has the upper hand with this current matchup in game number 3. They ban out the Teen first, and giving up Baldum maybe by the side of Valencia. They need to ban a Zenial, or maybe ban out the or take the Baldum for themselves. But if they want to pick the Baldum, I don't think that versus the same composition that they had with the Hayate and also as the Nakros will be crucial, because they seems like if they had an Alice, maybe a Toro could just play it pretty well. And I don't think that they want a Varus or maybe a Mina to the side of a dope team. So it still has a lot of contention. Look at the phases of play for Valencia. They already know what's going to be banned, and they already trying to predict what is going to be picked by ADT. So the Zenial could be the number 1 potential to be picked here.
Yep, they banned out 2 big supports like the Baldum and the Tate. I mean, there's a lot of ADCs left that you can actually use. Joker hasn't been picked out just yet, and it's one of the direct counters against a Hayate and also the Nakrot as well. So definitely that hero is a pick that they could utilize here. So to speak, Thorn could actually be used as well. We haven't seen a lot of Thorns just yet here in the AIC. It's not a hero of choice that we've seen so far for
I want to see a Slims, man.
Competing, maybe not a Slims. It needs a lot of items, and you need to hit all of your spears if you really want to use that hero. But Azada pick here for LCC2 is actually been marked out. I don't think that they're gonna be using the Preta pick since they already have a mage already here for VCF. But it would have been a sight to see if we can actually see a dominant Preta. A marksman could actually, or maybe they're going for a Preta marksman.
Now you're going back and forth, man. If it's a Predator pick here, it would be something because of already have the Crixie, maybe the Predator side lanes. Yes, because if they want to pick down the Zenil, they need someone that is going to clear some wave that is faster than anybody, though. So Predator has speed in wave clearance. They doesn't have any ADC. They only have the Yan onto that jungle. But Rui, oh no, they bring out the Rui from the side of ADT. They could play it really well. They want to just shut down that Predator early, and also the Crixie. They can't. They have an early advantage for the side of ADT. But for Valencia, do this Rui Mei. I remember what Goyang Gaming said to me, that only V Gaming could play the Rui well. In terms of all the teams that try, only V Gaming wins with the Rui.
Yup, and right now it's a very confident VCF actually using Preta as an Abyssal Dragon laner. I mean, this is a proceed, but maybe they could make it work. I've seen a lot of good Preta players, although I don't see it much since, you know, it's more like an Elsu that has a lot of AoE because you're just going to be charging your skill as well. So at this point, let's see if Pichu can do justice to this pick. Or are we going to see a reliance on SRY and NPEG with the Yan, the Florentino, and also the Crixie pick? ADT, they need a lot of things to prove to us that they are still capable to win games and actually secure the lead for themselves consistently.
Yeah, how do they want to do this? Because they have the Necro, they have the Omen, also as the Hayate. They had the better draft. They win it, but one single hero that I'm asking about is the Rui pick coming from Volta. We haven't seen this, but can this strat will work for the side of ADT? Because they doesn't have a lot of sustainability, but it's going to be really hard versus the Zenil itself. Now, a couple of pushback in the mid lane. They doesn't have enough more damage because of the Zata itself. Then it's going to be something that Rui is going to have is a hard engage. He has the portal to just push away and also put some games with a couple of plays. Yeah, VCF still thinking that he had a couple early matchup that they can fight, but ADT with the base stat that he had is too much to be handled by VCF in this current matchup. If this happened like what we see in game number 2, it will be the VCF game. But ADT, if they had a lead, just hold on to that.
Yeah, and we're seeing a very confident Hayate against the Florentino pick. Definitely is going to have the advantage that you know, an ADC has over Darkslayer laner. One of the reasons there is that he's just going to be shredding and has the mobility to kite most of the engagements that Darkslayer laners have. That's the advantage of having Hayate on your team. The problem here is that if he's just going to be playing it as passive as he could, we're in the advantage that, you know, he's going to have in just boxing out and zoning out SRY on the creep waves. He's not going to be having the impact that ADT hopes that he would have in this game. And Talos is going to be pulled in. There is going to be a miss there on the charge of the skills of Pichu. He still has his ultimate ready, so definitely BCF is now committing to the Dragon Take. Not much that ADT is going to be doing there.
Yeah, ADT trying to play it really safe, then it's not onto the standards of an early invasion kind of composition. And anything could be punished here, and it's going to be really hard. Alright, Ascend does not connect with the Gentleman's Duel. Oh no, Ascends again, but now the Zenil has come, and LCC too ambitious to kill away the Florentino and gives the first blood for the side of Valencia CF. Now, what could Hayate do? Florentino has a greater goal here and hasn't made a lead, and now Hayate will be faced down with the Gentleman's Duel. Look at how VCF is punishing after they get the first blood. They take a lot more resources and they trade with the win-win situation for Valencia.
Yep, and not much is gonna happen here for ADT. That's the kind of play that they're gonna show us. There is already a 1v1 here on the bottom lane, and Nakrot might be joining them, but XF knows that SRY is just gonna be playing as safe as it could and probably get a double kill if he wants. But there is gonna be a gank here in the bottom lane with the Zata being able to lock in. SRY is gonna be locked in here, and he is gonna be taken out with the Ascend being procced out here. Taos comes in hot with the Angelic Splendor, and he's not gonna be able to help the Florentino at that moment.
Yeah, so it's something, it's really hard because of Angelic Splendor has a channel timer and I'm won't fall onto the top side. Only 4 members inside of ADT trying to force this down, and he doesn't even had the chances to just chuck a lot of this turret health. But inside of ADT, they don't want to take this Dark Slayer. They played it really well. They're waiting for both teleportation as well as the ultimate. So it's going to be something that they have to wait. They are playing the waiting game. Instead of Valencia is farming and farming and farming. They take the lead in terms of goal and kills is the same. But Valencia, we saw how they tried to play in game number 2. They doesn't even take a lot of fights, but they takes a lot more objective rather than ADD.
Yeah, but right now SRY again trying to up that the duel again, but he knows that right now he can't be too aggressive, as that's gonna be the start of the Gentleman's Duel. There is gonna be a fight here again. Are they gonna be able to teleport back? They did teleport back, and this might be dangerous, as there is gonna be a lot of the members of VCF waiting there. The Ascent is gonna be procced down. The orb is gonna be used. They are gonna go hot here, but Endback is not gonna be able to close that out. LCC2 is gonna be able to safely teleport away, but more of the members here are fairly in danger. Are they gonna go for the teleport back? And we're gonna see Botak being taken a casualty right there. Taos is going to put the bomb with the Malays being used as well. LYL is just gonna be using the damage reduction, the shield, to actually deter any of the damage being taken. He's gonna be surviving yet again. BCF still has 1 up on the kill count, and that's a knockup as well. XF is being harassed here. Versatility and also the moonfall being used here by the Crixie.
Yeah, I would say that VCF has an early matchup here that takes 2 kills, but it happen a lot more if VCF is handling the game pretty well. They had a lot more time, but ultimate has been pushed onto the bottom side. They're waiting for the members of ADT. Zenil has arrived. Teos takes the kill, making number 3. Bottom side has been pushed a lot here with the Breda on top, trying to just make it the lanes a bit safer, and it's going to be really hard. If we've seen a lot more combo with Elandor and Rui, but this time it's a Nakroth and a Rui. So I don't know how ADT trying to find a way to just cope with the teleportation within this vicinity, because of how Valencia CF still has the upper hand in terms of goal and kills, and ADT is still trailing a lot, and it doesn't have a lot more possession into the roaming stat of that Volta, because Volta needs to stay with his teammates. In terms of, they already have 2 assassins. He comes in with the blue buff. They get to steal for and bank, but still top side is not going to give up to try to take this tier 1 turret. None of them still has turrets, but this is going to be a force, income comes in for ADT, but a little bit too far for Zen Zhao. Been taking his life, and Bota really needs to run away. That is too ambitious for ADT. Members of ADT a little bit too far. They had a lot more stability, but somehow and sometime they are too overextend in any strat that they do.
Yeah, that was a serious outplay for Petrie. He's now going to be using Disciple to Plague. He's just going to go pushing. Get that push here on the top lane. First year turn already down. Another objective into the bands of BCF. Petrie right now is just doing great with that break pick. And Zenshao, that is a very ugly play. And it's just the teleporting coming in from Botak was under the turret. How would you do that? Why would you do that for an ADC? But there's going to be a gentleman's duel here. And LYL is not going to be connecting anything onto SRY. While 3 of the members of BCF is actually taking more objectives for themselves. And again, we're going to see Botak into the hands of NPAC. NPAC is trying to get some damage in. He's not going to be connecting, but still, and that's a lot of added pressure onto the jungler and also the Dark Slayer later of ADT. They're going to be summoning here the Doombringer on the middle lane. They're trying to go for a push. Zenshao is adding himself to the mix, shaving off the health of the Doombringer. BCF members are not yet ready as Taos is gonna be caught out here. He's gonna be too tanky. The orb is gonna be using LCC2. It's gonna miss out that ascend, and that's gonna be costing them a lot as the members of BCF are actually going in hot. He is gonna be able to stun Zenshao, and NPAC closes that off with another kill for himself. A 6-over-1 with a kill deficit in favor of BCF. There is more judgment play being used by XF. XF is gonna miss out that teleporter, and basically BCF is just going to be on top of ADT.
And I don't know how this Rui comes to play versus ADT, because yes, for the team fight with the ultimate, they can make it, but in terms of the pairs of Rui and as well as the Nacross, you can see how many teleportation that Nacross XF is not inside of the circle, because of how Nacross is going to be all over the map, and he will miss that. He surely miss that teleportation, but you can see how the teleportation has been placed in front of the faces of the members of VCF. That is a problem. And now re-engage coming in for ADT. Maybe one kill could be claimed, but none of the members of ADT trying to find a way to kill this. But being pushed a lot more for the tier 3 turtles on bottom lane here. Holy Abyssal Dragon has been spawned. They want to go for the inner turret first before forcing out onto the Holy Dragon, and now the members of ECF trying to find the kill onto Botak first. No teleportation left for the defense coming in. ADT is crumbling onto the ground, onto the backside as well. Has Yan, has Handbang onto the backup, but no, Handbang says no. He wants to kill, he wants to give some mental state, and the statement has been written by Valencia CF with Handbang dive into the font of life. ADT has no lifesaver just yet.
BCF is going to be deterred on their push, but looking at the strong engage that BCF is actually showing us, they are capable to go in, and they're not afraid to actually go for commit. NK is doing his best, XF as well. That's going to be the dead spec and connecting to SRY. He is going to be stuck there, but the damage coming in from ADT is negligible. Not much that you can expect from them with the capabilities of the members of BCF. They have a lot of sustainability as long as the combinations from the Florentino actually get a hit. And you can see here, they are just going to make a short work on a Dark Slayer. They have the Doombringer ready for them, LYL, and also Botak is in the area. They're going to be able to get away, and the Moonfall has been procced out here. They are not going to be teleporting back into that sacred ground.
Yeah, because there is some divergence. Divergence has been made by Bota on the top side, but leaving giving a lot more on now. The jumps comes in, still has the style of the handbag. Will 1v3. Handbag is still alive, goes in back. Handbag takes the kill. Handbag is alive. Handbag will not be taken down. But the three members of ADT, XF is the one to fall. He is not going for that teleportation. I've said it's hard to play with the Nacross and the Rui. Now 1v2 on top side as well. Zenza could not live. One more dash. Kunablis has been pops out. Pichu, no damage left. And that Parada is making the game for Valencia CF. Goes in with the teleportation as well. But no, top tower will be fall down. Mid tower will be the next to fall. Bottom tower will fall down as well. But none of the members of ADT correspond with the 3-lane push has been made by Valencia CF. ADT is on the brink of losing from the start of the game because of the Parada pick. VCF trying to go, knocking on the door into the mid and bottom side. None of the members, only 4 members of ADT. The lost Zhao comes in with the move fall onto the backside here with Handbang giving a lot more damage, but XF does not give the judgment in talk. VCF takes down 3. LYL falls down. LCC doesn't do anything, and Pichu takes the kill on the LCC too. Only Zhao and Bota is left. XF is the next to fall, and Valencia is eyeing for the win, and the core is the next objective. It takes a lot more courage to take down the members of VCF, but VCF is still alive. The Kunai Bridge is not even give much more damage, but now he is going back and back and back with that teleportation, and they are going back home today because of VCF claimed their spot in the lower brackets.
Look at the happy faces of the members of Valencia CF Esports as they crush the dreams of a dope team. And looking at this, it is going to be a very, very sad day for ADT as they lost the game against a Preta Abyssal Dragon Lane. That is very, very sad indeed, and a very, very good play for Valencia CF Esports. They were able to use this kind of composition. That's how big of a confidence they have on themselves that they're going to be winning game number 3 with this kind of composition. And it works very, very well, Mikos. I'm sorry, but I know you support ADT, but we're already saying goodbye to them. They are not yet a big of a competitor for the teams that are left here in the AIC 2022.
It's hard to believe that I couldn't see the lower brackets coming to play for ADT. But now the 3-0 win for Valencia CF makes the play as well, but I cannot believe how Handbang is still alive with that 3-man gang on bottom side. That is the moment when we saw Handbang is confident, he knows what he can do, and the help coming in for Teos at that moment itself, proving that Valencia has the upper hand and has the ability to stay in the AIC and give a lot more hardship in the lower brackets. But now ADC, it's hard to say goodbye, but it is what it is. This time, how in the hell that Handbag is still alive? Ultimate comes in, Teos, but no, we SRY arrive as well. They played in a 3-man clump, and he's not going to give with the gentleman's duel that they made by SRY and make the dreams came true for Valencia CF. They won with 3-0, and they are going to move to the next stage on the quarterfinals on the lower brackets. So yeah, goodbye to ADT, and for on their behalf, I would say terima kasih.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't expect a lot, knowing ADT was performing like that for the first series going into after game number 2. I just lost hope for ADT. It's just that,
wow.
After that kind of play, it's just that I just know that they don't know how to take care of a good lead. They don't know how to actually play in the middle game, in the late game. They're just basically conservative when it comes to them losing out. And that's one of the biggest problems. I guess it's more of the mindset that they have, that the plays that they're going to be making is always going to fail, since you see that there is no confidence at all whenever they go for the mid game and the late game, whenever they are in the losing end. And you know what actually amazed me the most in the last game is how useless the Ruby was. They actually relied heavily on the teleporter, and if you rely heavily on the teleporter, it makes it predictable. Why the hell would you use that teleporter in front, under the turret, instead of just putting it at range? You're actually with an ADC and you're gonna put it under the turret. Maybe you want to make a statement like you're gonna be able to zero in, and then the outplay coming from Pichu knocking the Hayate off, and it resulted to an easy kill. You're just adding some, gas to the fire with the pick of Botak on that Rowie. It's just, I don't know. It just hurts my eyes to actually watch that Rowie play all throughout game number 3. And I'm not gonna lie. I mean,
Yeah.
the Rowie pick didn't make sense at all. You have a lot of mobility on your team. You didn't really need more mobility with the Rowie pick, which doesn't bring a lot to the table. Yes, you have the Sacred Ground to summon your teammates. You have a teleporter to have them in full health. But you can actually just do that with recall and just wait for regeneration. I mean, having that kind of support that doesn't have much utility except for the knockbacks, that silence, and then after that, no damage at all is gonna be contributed by the Rowie. Nothing that she can do. She's not gonna be able to soak damage for your team. And it says a lot here on to the stats of BCF. Yes, you have a lot of time to get back into the game with the Sacred Ground. But after that, you're just going to be losing some of the resources you have on the other lanes. 14 kills over 4 kills of ADT. That's 10 kills in deficit in favor of BCF. In terms of the gold, at 11k gold lead. In terms of the objectives, that usually is capitalized by a team with a Rowie. When you have a Rowie in your team, it makes it easier to take objectives. That is a fact. But it didn't happen for ADT probably because their lineup really doesn't fit that kind of playstyle. They already have a lineup wherein you're going to be able to split push. You don't need much of the utility of Rowie in that game. And the MVP of this game is going to be Pichu on that Preta. The first
100%
Preta pick. First Preta pick that we've seen since, I don't know, 2019?
Yep.
Yeah,
The last Preta is 2019. Yep.
Yeah, and that says a lot. You guys have been beaten by an old meta, so I guess
No,
back to the joke. Back to the joking board.
If you say that old meta, that is kind of. I was there in 2019, and it just feel that I'm old already. Come on, man.
Yeah, I mean,
Don't do
if
this
you're a
to me.
if you're a first generational player, you're already old if you have to reach that kind of meta. But we're
Damn
actually
it.
gonna see here on the screen the quarterfinals. We saw KFC Talon. They're gonna be facing up against one team in June 25. And we're going to say goodbye to ADT as VCF is going to be moving in the lower bracket. And they're going to be waiting yet again whoever is going to be losing on the upper bracket.
Yeah, the next bracket will be proceed. June 25 is our Saturday and Sunday. For tomorrow we have Utopia versus Bacon Time, V Gaming versus Flash for tomorrow. And who's going to be the lower bracket finalists to be played here? And kudos to the teams that win. For KFC Talent, one team, they are going for the next, and they are going to meet each other in upcoming matches for tomorrow. As what I mentioned, then it will be something to game because of AOG region will be phased out the same. We got V-Gaming versus
Yeah.
Flash, and also Bacon versus Biconsopia. So who's going to stay on the upper bracket and who's going to be lower bracket is going to be finalized or been revealed for tomorrow.
Yeah, and definitely I'm gonna be excited about V Gaming and Team Flash. Is there gonna be an upgrade here? Team Flash placed third and second was V Gaming. Are we gonna see a Team Flash is gonna be again a force to reckon with here in the international scene? Or is it still gonna be V Gaming with a dominant run in the AIC 2021? That is something that I want to see. And more of the matches are definitely going to be you're going to be able to witness tomorrow. So I hope you guys support the teams that you want, especially in the AOG, the RPL, and the GCS. They're going to be facing off each other. But yet again, it is another day of a lot of Arena Valor action, and we're already going to be at the end of the day. We're going to say goodbye to everyone. And by the way, guys, this is the Arena of Valor International Championship 2022. In behalf of all the production staff from Tencent Games, from Level Infinite, Garena, Tencent, my name is Vittorio. This is Miko. See you guys again in tomorrow's broadcast.